Surprise, we're not starting the show with just me and Thorin today. We will have an intermission for myself and Thorin later on in the show because it is currently 3:15 a.m. in Korea time. So we wanted to get Atlus on as fast as possible because he actually has to cast the Gauntlet tomorrow, and it's very nice of him to be staying up this late and doing the show anyway. And we did want to touch on the LCK Finals, which you did some fabulous interviewing for. So welcome to Summoning Insight.
Thank you very much. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. As per usual, gentlemen, I feel like we don't get enough time to hang out, to be perfectly honest. So always a pleasure.
Well, we need to focus on LCK more, I think, over the course of the year. Yes. But it also presents the problems of these time zones, especially when we have LCK and LPL guests. So the way the show works, unfortunately, is like we have to have a certain amount of time. We try and get it on Mondays because after the matches finish for the week, right? And then we try and get it on the morning of Monday, but that presents other problems for people who have weird time zones that don't match up with the viewership. So
we also did, unfortunately, like ruin the show by making it better, which is back in the day. If anyone knows the old school Summoning Insight, we would just bring people on and like we didn't even ask them before what they watched. We just start talking about every region in the world. And as a result, the problem is though, the reason why I say we made the show better but ruined it in the same way is like realistically, when we rebooted it, we just get the person who knows that whole region and watches it. Because unfortunately, like when I reflect on it, you would think because me and Monty watched LCK that like you were actually having discussions about it. But if you ever looked back, you would just basically hearing like some Western mid laner go like, yes, Faker is a good player, isn't he? Like that, like they had nothing. They would barely watch. Because I always used to say it. Yeah, they watch the games, but they watch it on the second monitor like for fun while they're playing solo. They're not watching it like you'd study like a VOD for the opponent you're about to play, you know. So I have to say we don't do enough Korean stuff. In a way, it was good, but the problem is like I feel like people, because I get the vibe like it feels like we never cover LCK anymore, but I also feel like people didn't do a good enough job of it back then. We just did like the surface stuff.
And also, like you discussed it a whole lot more, but not necessarily with people that were actually in there experiencing.
Yeah, exactly.
As much. Yeah, potentially.
Yeah, and it helped that I was casting like literally every game that occurred at that point in time, so we didn't need anybody else really. I would say.
True.
But now we definitely do, especially because other regions are more worth watching. You know, the world was a lot simpler when LPL was just trash and you never had to watch it.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that world purely selfishly because
casting the LPL in that world. It was a good time.
Well, also the other thing was you could easily watch the good matches in the LPL. Now there are a lot of good matches in the LPL, and also there's 1 billion games that occur in the LPL because they didn't used to have as many teams.
Is metal in it, like the amount of games in the playoffs. And off the top of my head, I'm going to say in the LPL playoffs there might be like 15 best of 5 series. If people think I'm exaggerating, go fucking look it up. It's mental how many there are. There's so many.
And it's very difficult to keep up with all of those LPL playoffs when you also are dealing with like last weekend. I think there were 6 or 7 best of 5s alone between the Western regions, plus more from LCK. So it's beginning to the point where unless it's a full-time job, it's very difficult to keep track of every single major region. But this is all to say that I have been talking to Wolf about maybe doing an LCK show. It's not going to be this year at this point.
I've heard of this.
It's not going to be this year at this point. I'll tell you that. Considering we have the Gauntlet left only, so it seems kind of pointless to kick that off. But next year perhaps we'll.
Once we're 2-time world champions, that's when it'll be worth a show, right? Yeah.
We'll say just in case people aren't there. If you do actually want something to fill the gap of like lacking Western information about LCK, Atlus does actually do a podcast himself called The Pog State with LS. The problem is it's that last part. Listen, Atlus is great. He shows up every time. The problem is if you know it's LS, like whether there's a show this month is almost like the Jupiter's entered the house of the thing. Let me check the sun, the light, and the fucking and the entrails. He isn't. Well, then he might have some episodes finally. Because listen, it felt like it was touch and go how often that show was, actually put out.
It was difficult. It was also like fortnightly that we did the show, even back when LS was on it, which was last year. But since he moved to T1 because we do the show with Riot, he can't actually be on it anymore, unfortunately. But we did manage to get at least all of the LCK commentators. It was just LS and I that did it last year.
Yeah.
And with 2 people, it's fine, especially when you've got LS, whose opinion takes up an entire show anyway.
He can talk the entire time, of course.
Yeah. But now we have like all 4 of us. And I actually really like the dynamic. We actually have like varied opinions and we all have discussions and stuff. And I think it's formed into something that's actually pretty cool. So yeah, if you are interested in the LCK, then you can definitely check that one out. I'm a bit of a fan myself. I've been very proud of how it worked out this week. Just quietly, yeah.
Very good, very good.
Yeah.
I was well played.
Wait.
Uh-oh.
So wait, you said like because it's a Riot show, LS can't be on it because he's part
No.
of T1.
Yeah. Because it was an LCK caster show, it was produced by Riot. They get to decide.
So he has to be an
talent.
LCK caster to be on the show, basically. is what
Yeah.
I'm saying.
Oh, well, like, I don't
Basically-
even think he doesn't necessarily have to. They just
No.
decided to use LCK commentators for the show.
Got it.
Put it this
It
way,
wasn't
without
like-
making
yeah.
things too awkward, because obviously LS might still have to navigate these waters. Let's just say after the whole off-season thing with T1, his relationship with doing Riot things was a little bit more tense. Let's just put it that way. It got a little bit more
That might
challenging.
be it.
Challenging there, that's the term I would use. It's a sick euphemism.
I do my very best to stay out of any and all drama to do
You
with
did a
all
good
of
job,
that.
actually. I've noticed you never get involved in any, yeah.
I just hop over to his stream, and have a chat and say hi.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm like, hope everything's good. See you later.
No, mate, I have the
that's
same
how I do
problem
it.
because my problem as well is I know if I ever get Ellis onto one of my shows, there never is drama, right? Because I know, like, that's not what you really mean, or come on, like, that's too extreme a version. And always talk it back. Like, always go
I think if
the
anyone's
problem
got
is,
a thick
though,
skin, Thorin, it's you. So I don't
That's
think
what the
you're gonna
problem is,
get
dude. No, but what kills me is this. It's like, I'll give you a quick example. I saw over the weekend he was having like a stupid back and forth with fucking Peter Dunn, who, by the way, it's probably the most reasonable person you can have any conversation that's of a clashing opinion about League of Legends with. But being LS, he did just instantly dismiss him essentially and sort of implies a moron. And the conversation never went. Yes, it was one of those moments where it was like, I wish I could just take that off Twitter and just put it onto a show and just have the great discussion, instead of just seeing basically like what could be a great discussion, just like miss last second and then both drive to completely divergent corners of the world, as it were,
That's Twitter.
Last
That's just
second.
how it works.
That's another beautiful acronym. I love it.
All right, let's talk about these finals because I want to hear your take on this, and we could talk about the upcoming Gauntlet a little bit and what your expectations are for it. Because this final was kind of underwhelming in many ways.
Well, it definitely was.
At the end, it almost got really good.
It was so close.
Yes.
Yeah. It was definitely very underwhelming for me because I was sitting with our observer team and Wadid and Nemesis, right? So not two of the most optimistic analysts,
Right, sure.
let's say. Just quietly. And I wasn't actually able to hear the English broadcast, right? And so you watch those games from an analytical standpoint, and that series was an absolute mess. It was.
Was it them just going, like, game's over, like, 4 minutes in, or like, oh, fuck, he's put this crab, that's over, this game's over?
Not necessarily that. Like during the games, honestly, it was kind of fine. It's just everything leading up to the game beginning was awful. Like, even side selection was done poorly.
Right.
Like, it was very, very strange. Like T1.
Do you think it has something to do
when
with
blue side is
T1
obviously
firing
so
their
strong?
coaching staff a few weeks ago?
I don't know. But like DAMWON did it as well, and that coaching staff went to DAMWON. So like, where's the excuse for them? I don't know, man. It was
That's
a lot
true.
of really strange stuff, and the result of the drafts was often what we expected, right? Like you have a look at that game 3 where DAMWON decided to draft their Kassadin composition that was trying to dive and
Against
have early game
Azir
power.
and Kennen and Braum. I really enjoyed that.
Oh my god. Oh, that was a difficult one to get through.
I literally was like loading. I was watching that game this morning, and I loaded up, and I was like, I wonder how they're going to team fight. How are they going to dive against T1's composition? Like, okay, so you get in there, and then what? Then you just get all AoE CC'd, and that's the end of it? And that was, in fact, the end of it.
Yeah, it's kind of exactly like T1's Vayne composition, where we're like, well, how is Vayne ever supposed to navigate a team fight here? And the answer was, she doesn't, because you can't. It was just impossible. It's like all of these things you can draw them out from the draft, right? And so like I go into the analyst desk afterwards and I'm like talking to Nemesis and Wadid. I'm like, guys, what went wrong? And they're like, well, everything. But in particular, this,
I think the Vayne composition, there was at least some level of logic to it, which is like, I don't think Vayne was ever supposed to be in in a team fight. I think Vayne was supposed to just 1v1 the Ziggs and break his ability to stop the wave clear. And then if you do that and you're
earlier too, right?
Yeah.
Like she's supposed to shut down that lane after she hits 6, which she did, right? Like Teddy just killed Ghost onto tower. But it just didn't really work because the comp got online and T1 had their classic T1 problem of not accelerating the game quite fast enough in the mid game.
What was so striking to me about the whole series too that I found very fascinating was that the emphasis of the entire series was basically just around the purple pit, what's what I call the Herald and Baron pit. And there's very little emphasis on the dragons overall, even though we did see like some souls being taken. It was, I mean, they traded soul for the end of the game in game 4. But I really actually liked T1's early game emphasis on the Herald and their ability to get ahead. And it felt that why this was frustrating to me was not only like the weird drafts that happened, but the fact that DAMWON doesn't seem to know what to do in the early game, especially when they would just like randomly throw early games by like 4v5ing at the Herald unnecessarily, like their comms were not there, and like Ghost was nowhere near Herald a lot of the time, and they would just engage these fights and lose. And T1 would just constantly have priority over the Herald. And then T1 would use the Herald well and then get into gold advantages. But then you would come into the late game and T1's team fighting was so shit compared to DAMWON's, and DAMWON would just win off of good team fighting, but having very poor early game macro. So to me, it just felt very unsatisfying to watch because I was like watching two weirdly like weak, like teams with very glaring weaknesses, like go head to head, and it's just like the team fighting team kind of just won.
The way it looked to me was because DAMWON have actually had very controlled early games when it counts. But what it looked like to me is that it was an ego series for DAMWON. Like they were taking the dumbest fights. I don't think it was because they thought it was the right idea. I thought it was because they figured that they could just wing it and it'd work, you know? And sometimes it actually did, weirdly enough. I think like the actual hero for T1, the reason why a lot of the series looked like a lot of the team fights in even the early games that T1 lost looked good was because Faker was on fire. He was killing it. And I know we're going to get into what happened at the end of the series, but it really was kind of heartbreaking. The fact that, you know, the thing that people will remember from the series is a failure on Faker's part when he was hitting 4-man ultimates every single time.
Azir was really good.
It was insane. So good. But it didn't really matter.
I also think a lot of the problems with the final Rise game that people might be critical of were they look like comm errors with the team, like when they teleported like 4 people. I mean, when they lost game 4 and they just like TP'd 4 people into the mid lane, and then Kana was kind of just left there, and DK did the right thing to collapse on him, but it looked like they just weren't on the same page. So I don't know if I would necessarily blame Faker for that, considering 4 of them got into the Rise ult.
I think there was a lot of I think it might have been like a breakdown. The thing that sort of came to me in that moment was that Faker was holding this team of, you know, very young players together, especially when Gumayushi came in for
I was surprised to see
that. I was, and he,
you know why that happened?
Plays Jinx. It was very strange. I'm not sure. I guess like they just decided that maybe they needed a little bit more early game aggression, and in lane, Guma is definitely a much more aggressive player. And so they thought perhaps they'd be able to shut down Ghost and Beryl a lot better. Because Ghost and Beryl are considered a weak link of DAMWON, but I think actually they were the most consistent part of the team during that final, strangely enough. They were at Worlds last year as well. I thought that they were very consistent. But through this year, they were just a disaster.
Yes.
They were
I've noticed.
bottom 3, bottom lane, something like that. Like it was not anywhere close to good. And so the fact that they were stable and not inting was very impressive. You know, you have to give them kudos.
It takes a real effort to be like bottom in any role or bottom 3 in any role when you're on the best team, because usually the rest of the team is doing well enough to help you at that point in time. So that's like a special kind of shitty, actually.
I mean, DAMWON are also famously good at not giving a fuck about their bottom lane at all. So that does kind of help, because like they are exposed every single game because it's the 3 Stooges and then whoever's down there. that's the DAMWON game plan. That's what they do every single time. So they are out to the wolves. But Ghost was just running it down in a lot of games during the regular season. But when it came to playoffs, when push came to shove, they were actually very good. And I think a lot of it I attribute to Coma giving the players a bit of a break, because I think that like what started to happen, especially in League of Legends esports, is when a team is good, the main thing that you have to worry about is managing burnout and the hangover from these international events. Like you send a team to MSI and Worlds, what time off do they have? They have a month for Christmas. Like,
I've been complaining about this for years.
And you better hope there's no All-Star tournament at the same time, and one of them has to go to that as well, because then God forbid you don't get any time off. Yeah.
And it's
By the way,
really cool.
I will say, go ahead, mate.
It's really cool that Mad Lions did the same thing, right? Where didn't exactly have the greatest middle of the split over in the LEC, and people were like, "Oh, look at these other teams; they're up and coming." We were doing exactly the same thing in the LCK when Nongshim rose to first place. Genji continued to be domestically good outside of a best of 5 series that they still can't win, and
that is super funny, by the way.
I know it's very depressing. But Sandbox also started playing very, very well. DRX realized that they weren't good, which we realized at the very beginning of the year, but then they overperformed strangely, and I was very confused for the entirety of spring. But we did have like an uprising of other teams, and I think it's because a lot of our, like, especially DAMWON, fell down due to the fact that they had to go to MSI, then they barely lose in the final, and so everyone's like, oh well, LCK's shit again, what a terrible region, it's the LPL forever, as per usual. And they have to deal with that and then come back and try and defend their title at the World Championship whilst also winning the regular season that starts a week later. Like, yeah, sure, mate. And so you may as well put Malrung in, and play some shenanigans with some Showmaker Ezreal bottom lane to mix it up, I imagine Coma's just like, nah, we're just going to take a scrim block for a couple of weeks in the LCK. We'll give you guys some time, and just don't worry about it, and we'll get back to it later. That's what I like to think is what happened.
I feel like that, on one hand, I agree, but I also think the other hand was they knew they were far and away the best team and they could afford to fuck around like that. Like, that's the difference. Mate, even this final, I'm sorry, I do not believe for 1 second that anyone ever was sat in a room in DAMWON's fucking analysis, like fucking chamber or whatever, and went, Kassadin is the fucking play. Dude, they did that to Style. They ran 2 Kassadin. If people don't know, if you're a Western mid laner, right, do not try this at home. You are not Showmaker, and your team will definitely not play around with the fucking Kassadin like that, because let's be real, like, I've seen this occasionally get used in LPL, and in the LPL it only gets used basically if your entire team will ensure it can come online. Like, you have to basically play completely for that guy.
AD champions. It only works into AD champions in the mid lane, and he
against this game was that was trying to style on him because they were already up 2-0. They were trying to get cocky in that one. Come on, this was like a disrespect draft series.
It should never have won the first game. Like, Kassadin's just not good. He's just not good.
Yes.
The fact that he won that first game that he played, I was like, I was triggered. I was sitting there with Nemesis. Nemesis like, should never win. Should never win. Should never. It was like a broken record. It was about to like spontaneously combust because it just shouldn't have happened. Oh my god. Yeah, it was very Showmaker. And then he has the last game, right, where he's like, okay, well, if I play a real meta tier list champion, I guess you guys are just screwed. And
yes,
they were.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if I would. I don't know if I would say like that was a result of the LeBlanc pick, right? Certainly, I mean, Showmaker was very impressive in the final game, but to me, that was more of a T1 throw given the early game state that they had. And I mean, so many times in this series, T1 would just do things that were completely baffling to me. They would either like flip a Baron when they were ahead for no reason, basically, and then all die in the pit. Like they weren't turning fast enough. It just seemed the coordination was off because it didn't seem like they had a clear call coming out of a Baron pit, whether they were going to finish or turn, right? And so they were finishing a lot of the time when they should have been turning instead. And then the other side of it was that like the call that to use the realm warp in that mid lane that basically lost them the lead in the fourth game. to put yourself behind enemy lines like that when there's this Jace and the Trundle that can basically use Pillar to affect your escape, you have LeBlanc poke, you have Jace poke coming in. That is a really dicey situation because you have to run a long way back through a jungle and you're just going to get poked to death slowly and there will be no way to deal with it because you used your realm warp to get in, so you can't use it to get out. So like I think that had Kana been there, it might have been different because it would have been, they could have at least pushed the wave. But the fact that Kana was killed and they found themselves in that unfortunate situation was really bad. So I think, and then also just the team fighting for the most part from T1 was just not good. It was really like all over the place. They again just seemed really uncoordinated. So even though I feel like when their macro game early was good and they were choosing for the most part good fights and they were choosing for the most part to like pursue the Herald very aggressively and get themselves gold leads. When they actually tried to 5v5 team fight later on, it was kind of a disaster.
I think it all kind of depends on what your perspective of the power level of T1 is, though, in a lot of ways. Because like you see them in their match against Gen G. The reason they managed to take down Gen G is they got to slow down every single game to a glacial pace, as Gen G is going to allow almost anyone, right? And then choose their moment very surgically to actually go for anything. And once they did, the setup was actually quite good from T1, but it took 50 minutes every game, especially those last couple that they managed to take down. Previously to that, they lost to Harmon Life Esports, who didn't even make it into the playoffs, 0-2, which was another one of these worrying signs. I had T1 heading towards the playoffs in third place, I think, as far as my like week 7 prediction was concerned, because they were on the rise, but they had taken a little bit of a trip moving towards the playoffs. And I think it kind of caught up with them just a little bit, because on the day it did look like it did look a little bit like DAMWON were playing with their food in the first couple of games and then decided to pick Kassadin blind. And, you see that and you're like, well, obviously they're having a good time,
Yeah.
I've got a stat to trigger Monty. New segment, stats that trigger Monty. Here's one for you, Monty. Are you ready? Right. Do you know which player from this match has now just won his sixth title, Monty? And he did it on 3 different organizations.
God.
Khan has won 6 LCK championships.
God, no, please.
Monty,
please.
all the fans, that means he's the greatest. That means he's the greatest. He's won all the championships. Yeah. See, there you go.
What's even more triggering is like he had like that game 1 with Camille where he was like 9-0-6 and it didn't matter. He was just so far ahead that he was just triple killing people in team fights as Camille instead of split pushing. So that was infuriating in its own right for many reasons. But yeah, that's tragic, especially like to see him take the place of Noguri from last year was already super depressing in and of itself. He spent half the year just fucking playing Scion.
A nice life if you can get it. That's all I'm going to say. Certainly a nice job if you can get it. I know.
He's been putting in more work than I was expecting, to be perfectly honest.
Sure.
I had exactly the same feelings as you, Monty, when I saw the announcement, right? Like you see Noguri leave that team, I'm like, the team's dead. It's over.
Yeah.
DAMWON is gutted. It's a disaster. And then Khan somehow doesn't suck completely.
He's been doing a lot better since MSI, but it was, I mean, you have to admit that it was kind of funny, the poetry of him playing some sort of, he comes in as a shambling corpse of a player and then plays a shambling corpse champion in the top lane only for the entire time. It was pretty epic synergy, like role playing right there. I appreciated it, but no, he did fine in this final, but there's always going to be the questions about him whenever he hits an international competition again. Right. And here's the other problem is that if the meta stays the same for Worlds, or similar, then they will in some ways unfortunately here's the DAMWON Kia curse right now, right? So if you have a top lane meta, you have to play through Khan. That fucking sucks. If you don't, you have to play through Ghost and Barrel, which arguably sucks even more. So it's basically to be like the Showmaker Canyon hard carry.
I mean, that's DAMWON at the moment, so I guess we're not going to be surprised when we do actually get there. I think that I think Khan might actually surprise. I think that
Look, he did well
not,
in this series. Like, there's no question.
And he's been doing
he did pretty well in this series.
This season as well. Now that he's not on just permanent Scion duty, I'm a bit of a. I have to admit, I am a bit of a Khan apologist. I kind of
let's admit he's clearly a very skilled player, by the way. Like when he has his fucking champions, his star play can carry the whole game against him.
I mean, the reason
Korean question is, will he do it at Worlds?
Is because of him. You know, it was him and Smeb that designed Korean Jace. He's he's incredible historically, and we remember like the thing that's the worst part is that him on Longzhu was such a letdown. We brought him internationally, and like he got the Dade Award within
a couple of times,
like 3 weeks of Worlds. You know, like exactly. It was already confirmed. It was ridiculous. And so I think it's really hard to come back from that. And I think that, you know, Gen G fans know exactly what we're talking about, right? Like once you've been let down in the same way a couple of times, you know, it's just so hard to jump back on board again. So I'm doing my very best to just accept Khan as 2021 summer Khan. And I'm just going to hope that he can... I
hope so too. I hope so too, because I'm not saying that he hasn't been good this split or he wasn't good in the playoffs or he wasn't good in the finals, because he did show some very good games in the finals. But I'm just suspicious because I've been burned too many times by this guy, right? And also when you compare him to Naguri, some people will say, oh well, you know, Naguri hasn't been doing that well individually comparatively. The point though is that at their peaks, Naguri was much better.
Way better than Khan. There's no debate. It's not even a. If someone's making an argument like, oh no, but look at Naguri was benched in the LPL, so obviously he's not doing very well. He must be worse than Khan. Like, how the fuck do you even? Where is the point of reference for this? They're playing in different fucking leagues. Like, doesn't make any sense. Doesn't work like at all.
I do hope that Khan
is in the LPL. They're like 1,500 times better than every other region in the world. It's incredible. Top lane is like so weak everywhere else. I think LCS might be second best. I don't even know. I just know that our region's not that great, top side of the map.
No, and I do hope that Khan like has an excellent Worlds performance, because he's definitely going to retire after this year. Yeah. So this is his last shot. I hope that pressure, well, that knowledge releases him rather than pressuring him more at the World Championship to choke. I've just seen it. I've just been burned too many times. That's it.
Yeah, and especially that one time where it was the most important as well. It all came down to that, and then he just let us all down. I was there. I completely agree. I think that he has been unleashed a little bit, and I think that he is extremely hungry. Some of the problems with our older players is that they run out of the motivation. Like, where is the why in what they're doing? I think Showmaker hit a bit of that, especially during MSI, post-MSI, where it was like, I just don't know whether I'm having as much fun as I used to be, you know, because the work schedule and all that sort of stuff that we've already gone over. So I think adding that extra layer of motivation and hunger might help Khan. So I'm hoping that things are going to be okay. I'm also
I want to just play the role of
teams, you know.
Let me just play the role of Wadid and Nemesis before the final. I give you just a nice dose of negativity to just ruin everything for you.
Yeah,
right. So remember, this year for Worlds, finally, Monty's dream for all those years, Korea gets 4 slots. Here's the good news. 4 slots. Here's the bad news. Here's who those are going to. Khan is on the best team. Then probably, like at this point, we've got T1's already there. Mega dodgy T1 that's all over the place. So they're the 2 teams that are qualified. Realistically, probably Nongshim's going to qualify. So don't worry, Peanut's going. And if it's not them, who could it be? It could either be Sandbox. By the way, most of those players you couldn't even, well, we could, but most people watching this show couldn't even name. And if it ain't them, it's fucking Deft sounds
and
like
Chovy, mate. Come on, have you not been going to church?
No, I'm saying Deft to choke a bit. I'm saying you don't want Deft to go to Worlds, mate. He's going to choke the fuck out.
No. I'm okay with you guys shitting on Khan. You can't shit on my boy, okay?
Mate,
come on.
How many Worlds does he need? He'll be on like his fucking 7th Worlds or something. Like, give me a break.
I mean, I watch 2018, you know, once a year just to try and, you know, keep my hopes down. It's not enough. I'm just always a Deft believer.
By the way, You didn't mention the other point of depression, which is that Genji also automatically
Yeah,
qualifies
the most
for
boring.
Worlds. They win one game in the playoffs, lose 3-1 to T1, and they're now qualified to Worlds.
Here's what's depressing about that, by the way, because here's the one thing. In theory, unlike a lot of the other teams, like, let's be real, DAMWON is amazing, obviously, but of the other teams that are really flawed, Genji's a very well-rounded team. It's just here's the bad news if you're a Korean fan.
They should be good, but
They're the only
haven't
team
been
that
performing
has
to
no
the level
ceiling
of it.
that involves winning the tournament. Like, that's the problem. The problem with Genji is they're actually quite consistently good generally. They're just not going to win, you know? So, like, unfortunately, that feels like playoffs and bust.
The best thing about Genji is the fact that G2 isn't at Worlds. Because Genji, they have monkeys on their shoulders, right? They have to avoid the monkeys on their shoulders, otherwise they're just fucked. Because as soon as they meet that team, they instantly lose because their mental explodes.
Yes, for sure.
And G2 was one of those teams. DAMWON is another one of those teams. So let's just hope that the knockout draft is going to be a little bit better this time around and they don't just get slaughtered by DAMWON on their way up the ladder. That might be a way to help Genji. I'm actually very much looking forward to a Genji at a Worlds without G2 because maybe they're just going to be fine and they'll actually look good.
I mean,
it's a fun experiment anyway.
I think that the disappointment bowl at this Worlds would be if Genji and Rogue somehow get into the same group with each other, because I think that would produce some mighty depressing games.
And we need WE in there as well. We get WE in there, like we actually just have a group that requires double the amount of time to get through. It's like you only have like the 3 matches on that day, and then they stretch it out, and you have to have another 3 the next day.
The league equivalent of getting a cat and putting a piece of toast with the butter up on the cat's back and then dropping it from the skyscraper, and obviously it can never hit the ground. It just infinitely throws and spins, and it's never end, will it? The anti-gravity device, exactly. It's the league equivalent of that. Yes.
Yeah. It's the stoppable force versus the movable object.
Yeah, there you go. That's the line. There you go.
Yeah.
I actually now sadistically really want to see that matchup.
In some fucked up way. Yeah, of course. Why not?
I saw a Reddit post about like the ultimate group for like game length, and it was exactly those 3 teams. I don't know who the North American equivalent is. Unfortunately, that's way outside my time zone, as you guys may have figured out. But I don't know who the slowest team necessarily is. But yeah, that was a good Reddit thread. That one, it definitely made me very excited to watch Genji at the World Championship. Yeah.
Is there any bright spot that you can see for Genji at Worlds? Because it just seems like they're so predictable, and kind of ill-suited for this meta in a lot of ways that it's very difficult for me to be excited for them.
Syndra's that's the thing that makes me happy, because BDD can play that champion almost consistently well. Also, the thing that gives me optimism for Genji is if I look at the players and know what they can do, I'm like, this team could win the whole thing.
There's a world where you could wake up and they could all be sick. Of course, yeah.
Yeah, that if I take out all of my preconceptions and all of the truth that I know about Genji, and just look at it on paper as these players with these hands and this history of cool shit that they've done, I'm like, damn, the potential's just massive for this squad. This is an incredible team. And then it all rushes back and it floods back in, and my dopamine's gone, and I realize that it's just going to be the same level. They just find creative ways to disappoint. And they need to get to like the knockout stage, sometimes the semifinals, before they do that. And that's the worst part, is they do it every year.
I even wonder, actually, what's your take on this? Because I even feel like it'll sound weird, because they clearly actually do, by the way, the reason they've kept the line together, they clearly do enjoy playing together and clearly are like all on the same page or whatever. The problem is that I almost feel like that is a team where, no joke, like some of those players, obviously the big names, Clade, BDD, they would look better on other teams, in my opinion. Like if they were on different styles of team, they could be like the best players in their roles, pretty much. They actually have that potential. The problem is, I think in their team, I wonder if they like lack like some sort of creative tension. Like sometimes it can be bad that everyone's all on the same page and has the same agreement, you know. Sometimes you want like a little bit like, this guy's got friction, like this guy's a top laner, wants to split push, the rest of us want a team fight. What's the dynamic between what, you know, when do we let each person do that? What do you think of the players? Do you think the players are actually still good enough?
I actually think that it's a really cool thing that you bring up, because Birdall subbing into the team, the sort of young prodigy god of Aurelia situation, he added that sort of special sauce that maybe Gen G were missing, right? But then he was a little bit too much of that loose cannon. You could see like the rest of Gen G were like, oh no, we can't do that. He'll mess up the drapes. And then they needed to have Rascal come back in. You know,
like, what would the neighbors think? You know, that's just gauche.
Yeah. It's like, they're going to get cake on my poodle. We can't have that. You know? That's what it sort of feels like sometimes. It's a little bit like if you mess with the Gen G feng shui, then things all just go kaput. And the beautiful part is that that's exactly how G2 played League of Legends, and exactly why they just couldn't understand. They're like, it looks like they're having fun playing this game. Like, what is
just wait till they hit
here?
Mad Lions.
Yeah. Well, at least Mad Lions are kind of like they at least did have some, you know, Gen G-esque vibes to them last year. They're not really the same anymore. They've actually grown and adapted to.
I think what's scary is like
weird.
What the people at LEC always say is like, even when they're losing and getting smashed, they're like Arbit and Elyoya are just laughing constantly and just like trolling on the stage and trying to get back into the game. So the vibe is definitely very loose. I can understand why it might be frustrating to play against them while they're doing that. Especially, here's the thing, especially in places that there aren't crowds. And so for those of you who don't know, the players could definitely hear each other when there's not a crowd. And one of the weird things so we're in this interim period in esports right now where we've got LAN back, but we don't have crowds back yet. And so just the shit that the players say to each other on stage at this point in time. I don't know if you hear it at the studio. Do the Korean players yell at each other a lot on the stage?
Yeah.
Because you can definitely hear it, because in big moments, especially where the players would normally be drowned out by the crowd noise, the players are yelling horrible shit to each other. Like, I was just at this Rainbow Six major, and holy fuck, like the way the players were going at each other was not like any other event I've seen. I think a lot of that is they don't have to worry about the crowd overhearing what they're saying, and also they can actually hear each other. So we're at a point in, I think, esports history, especially if the rumors that came out today are true, that they're going to do Worlds in Iceland again, which presumably means that there's not going to be an audience, just like there wasn't one at MSI, that the vibe of trash talking and the vibe, like you can get the other team's vibe like so much better than normal. And that's going to be really interesting.
Which is actually some throwback shit if people don't know, because like back in the day, for example, in Counter-Strike, famously, if you were both at the same like convention center doing a tournament, like you might only be like 10 meters away from the other team. And by the way, the top pros, like they essentially had mental warfare the whole time. Like you would literally do shit like you would just shout like, "Is your mouse working? Is it unplugged?" or something, after you just killed the guy, just to tilt the fuck out of him, you know. So I could imagine it would add a different dynamic to Worlds for sure.
We had that actually in Australia, because we had this tiny little studio, and Australians, as you may have understood, are quite loud.
Talking shit, yeah, of course,
and they are also extremely vulgar. We also didn't record like mic check stuff or anything like that throughout most of it, and so we'd have interviews after the games where there's one guy, his name was Carbon, and he was just so fucking loud, the most loud, and that was actually one of the superpowers for this guy on LAN. Everyone didn't want to play against him because he'd just be screaming all the time whenever something right happened for Legacy, which was the team he was on back in the day. I imagine it's probably not quite as bad now, just because everything is recorded to be used on the show.
No, they don't care. Because here's the thing, they can't actually, the players know that they can't actually show the comms of what's being said, right? Because what they're saying is so fucked up.
This is the thing, like because the players want their cool shit to be shown, they try to like keep it civil and keep it okay. And so they find different ways to do it. I think it's added a layer of subtlety to the troll. So there's less like just blatant cussing and more creativity, which I think is actually fantastic.
It's more fun for the comms that way. I'm just saying you know, for those people who are at home right now who haven't been to these events and like who don't understand the environment that's being created, is that it does get because if you're a player and you do this on stage, you have to worry about like a fan recording it with the phone. But man, some of the shit I've heard already has just been ridiculous.
All
Like
I'm
it's
gonna say is,
fun as fuck.
I just want to live in a world where Faker has to actually go to his coach and ask him in Korean, essentially, why was the Oceanic player calling me a cunt for killing him? Or like, I just want to live in that world where that question is naively asked. And the pitch himself's like, I don't really know. I believe it's part of their culture or something like that.
I mean, actually, he's not wrong if that's what his response was, because we do use that word relatively liberally for a lot of different reasons. Yeah,
Indeed.
I love it. So, but anyway, yeah. So I'm curious. Like the trash talk meta has definitely entered a very weird phase in esports right now, where I could see things like like the whole point was things like what Mad Lions do or what teams are willing to do and put themselves out there. Could be very interesting, and like I am curious to hear some.
Such a good addition to the team, man, because like that's what he always brought. It was the charisma, you know, that extra layer. So maybe this was for quarantine meta. It's like you pick Khan for quarantine meta, and then you invite Noguri back because he wasn't having a very good time.
Oh, by the way, we should also throw that in case someone's like a newer fan. The most egregious thing about Khan is actually the detail you just mentioned, but we were almost omitting as context. It's that not only did the guy choke away tons of times on the best Korean team, he always trash talked everyone at his role before he did it. Like, that is, listen, even though I love trash talk, that is the most egregious one. Because it's like, you know, if you looked at his game, you'd think if anything, it'd be the other way around. He'd be the guy like really quiet, you know, reserved, like don't want to. No, he was always sort of like, dude, my favorite one was the one before the Longzhu one, where he told everyone they were going to have to bow to him at the event, and then he just fucking lost it in China. Like, you idiot, what are you doing that for? The hubris of the man is incredible, isn't it?
I love it. I love people like that.
The best part is like, if you feel uncomfortable after doing that, and then you're like, oh well, maybe I'm just terrible, and oh this is the worst. But I have respect for him because he never fucking stopped. He just like. He had that moment. Yes, he was a bit demure for like maybe a couple of weeks or something like that, but it's just straight back to giga confidence immediately afterwards. It didn't matter. None of us believed him after that. However, kudos to the man for just sticking to his guns and still claiming that it was all just the same as it was. And domestically, it kind of was for a really long time.
He's always good domestically, pretty much.
Yeah.
I also like that
even when Korea was a great region to be good domestically in, just even then, just kind of
it's no small feat, of course. Yeah.
I like the fact that we're hearing some trash talking out of Koma too, like in the lead up to the finals, him saying that he wanted to stop Faker from winning another championship.
You know, another segment, which is Thorin updates Koma on reality because everyone else keeps you in a bubble, Koma. You don't have 10 championships in the context of you versus Faker. Faker has about 8 of those, and you can have, you know what, you can have 3. There you go. You can pick whichever 3 you want. You can take those 3. Faker can have the other 7. I think I think I've been more than generous with that.
You can have the easy. You can have the easy Hoon final. Come on.
You can make and alter this deal further because this is a fucking joke, man. Exactly. I know. What are you talking about? Like, because in that scenario, like all the championships don't go to everyone, do they? Like, but here's the thing: this is a really extreme exaggeration. But imagine if Wolf had left and gone to another team, and he was like, "I wonder who'll win the next LCK Faker, you or me?" It's like, well, it wouldn't be you carrying the whole games, would it? Well, you mean in whose pocket were you? So even though I'll say this, listen, Corbin obviously was the head coach; he did do a lot, but like that angle was a bit whack because he almost did try to make it like, if I get it, then I'm on 10 and Faker's on 9. It's like, it doesn't work that way, but okay. If you say so, Corbin, whatever you say, mate.
That way. He was on the team that won the championship.
But if anything, it's only by technicality he has 10. Yes, right. Exactly. You're correct on that.
Yeah. So you look at the ledger and yep.
Yeah, true.
Nailed it. How you get there, you know, the journey, irrelevant in this particular argument. Okay, Thorin, you can just take your actual facts and technicalities away because, of course, Koma now has 10 trophies.
I'm also just going to throw this out there. I don't want to rain on anyone's parade, but fuck it. It's a nice day, isn't it? All I'll say is this. It's a bit mental that you can actually play in the final the team that you have the former head coach of as your analyst. Like, Like, okay, only Korea can do this, apparently. Like, I don't even understand. That, if people don't understand, let me just put this in context for you. Imagine, after the spring split this year, the guy who was the head coach, Freddy122 of Rogue, just joined Mad Lions as their analyst. And in summary, he was like, yeah, they do all this shit, just draft like this. And it's like, what?
What about Dardoch? What about Dardoch joining Immortals as a coach after basically knowing all of Dignitas's like strats and everything?
That is wild, isn't it?
I do think that there should be some sort of level of non-compete.
Yeah.
Yeah, concept
I don't know what the rules are.
You can't compete because you've already played for one team. You know, it should be something like that, in my opinion. You know, like if you have to leave JP, maybe for a whole season, you have to do something else. Like go to another region, maybe that's the rule. You know.
Maybe there needs to be some more transparency on what a coach actually does for every team as well, right? Because a coach's role is so fluid. Like from each team that you look at, it's either they do everything or they do nothing. Like I think in T1's case, they were doing basically nothing throughout the.
It's actually hard to know what Koma does, right? Because I know like Pumandu is usually the guy put as like doesn't he do the draft or whatever?
So Koma's the head coach. Like he's not their drafting coach.
Yeah. So it's different from when he was in T1 if people don't know. Like he used to basically be in the analyst or strategic coach position in T1, right? Well, until the end, of course.
I mean, yeah. I think Zephyr took over for a couple of years or something like that.
Yes.
But for a lot of the times, Koma was obviously out there. But even backstage, like it's not like you're watching the Mighty Ducks, you know, and we get to see what Coach Bombay does every single day, and we're like, oh my fucking god, what a beat! Like, how did he manage to motivate these children? I'm so heartwarmed. Like, we don't get to see like any of that. Like, we don't know. Like, where's the Coach Carter of the LCK?
Dude, you just made me realize what we need in League for real. And this would be so simple to make if someone would do it, though. Right? If you've ever watched any American major like franchise sport, they always do this tradition where they basically film the top teams, and every time someone wins the championship, there is a DVD that's their story of how their season went and how they won the championship at the end. Could be the NBA, NFL, whatever. Whoever the champion is always gets like the feature DVD, as it were. I don't know why they haven't thought of that for Worlds yet. Like, just basically pick like the top 2 seeds from each region, film them all, and then whoever wins, give us this. Because what I'm thinking of is this: once the year ends, often your players change, sometimes you change career, obviously the meta all changes. Once the year ends, you actually probably would in most cases be comfortable if you could discuss like what your actual strategy was. Because what I would love is to do the talking head interviews like in the winning, whoever wins Worlds, like if they could actually tell you, Atlus, like, oh no, you know, we came in with this game plan in the quarterfinals, but we had to, that would be amazing, wouldn't it, if they could do it like with the freedom of not worrying about sort of giving away the trade secrets, as it were.
Yeah, that's the problem, is because those trade secret things, it all comes back to that, right? And then you're worrying about, oh, well, now we're not going to be able to win Kesper Cup. Now we're not going to be able to win the first round of spring the next year.
No. They can't be worried about that because Riot changes the game so much every year anyway. The Worlds is actually the perfect time to do it, where you collect those honest interviews in the moment. You just tell the team, we're not going to release this until after Worlds, because you're going to have to change everything anyway. Like, there's no continuity between those strategies year to year in League of Legends. So in a way, it's kind of perfect, actually, because those things are just no longer they no longer matter at all.
I'd like it to happen. I just, for some reason, everything is so closed off in all of our teams here in the LCK. Even like you see, like these teams are trying to pump out as much content as possible, right? Because they're like, you know, we need to build our brand and things like that. But none of it has any substance when it comes to learning about, you know, what a coach's role is, or which player is more vocal in strategy or anything like that. Like we don't get any of that you know, true insight, which is, I think, by design from the teams. It's just really, really sad. And then we have to vote on who the best coach is, and I'm like, I don't know, I wasn't there for any of the coaching, you know? I saw the players pick these champions and then win. Like, was that your idea, Mr. Coach? I don't know.
Well, I think that's the problem with voting and coaching across any sport, right? But especially in esports, because it's very difficult to see the difference between what the certain players are bringing and what the coaching staff is actually bringing up, unless there are, I think, certain exceptions where it's like pretty obvious that the coaches or management is doing a lot of things, like in Mad Lions, for instance. But it's tough in a lot of instances.
I think that's because of transparency, though, right? Because I think Mad Lions are very, very good at getting in front of it and doing an extra layer of explanation. You know, I think Mac has been, very, very good at that. So I don't know.
It's also
maybe
that
it's
you
a
can
language barrier
see
thing for us as well,
specific
like, I don't know.
management decisions, like swapping out certain players that make sense in the context of the team. So you know that the coaching staff actually is doing good things, right? I think that's one of the big differences with Mad Lions as well. Okay, I don't want to keep you too long because I know you have to go to sleep before the Gauntlet tomorrow. So can we briefly talk about the Gauntlet and your
sure.
expectations for this? So if you guys don't know, T1 is already qualified because they're in the finals. It just matters which seed, third or fourth, that they're going to get. The other teams are Hanwha.
Because you go playing, obviously, if you get the fourth seed.
Right. Hanwha, Sandbox, and Nongshim Red Force. Nongshim Red Force did very well was in first place for a while during the regular season.
They have the MVP.
Yep. And also, but then kind of just got shit on in the playoffs. Classic Peanut move.
I think it was a classic Canyon move as well. It was sort of it was a rough time for Nongshim because they had Peanut do his Peanut thing and then Canyon decide to win at the same time. And so that's why it was so extraordinarily fast. You know, it's both of them were running in the same direction.
Was
And
it
that
also
was
you think?
the
Do
dumb
you
one
think it
winning.
was like do you think it was also like kind of a meta shift that hurt them because their bot lane, like Dokdam, had been super good throughout the season. They were relying a lot on the AD carry. So the kind of shift into more of a top focus. Do you think that was a reason why Nongshim didn't do too hot?
No, I think it was because they didn't shift at all. I think the meta shifted and Nongshim decided to say no to it and still play the same shit that they were trying to play before. And it just didn't quite work out. And they tried to do it in, like, they tried to half change, you know, and they were forcing these Diana compositions that weren't as strong anymore and trying to make sure that, you know, Peanut was the focal point in the carry when they needed other lanes to be picking up that slack because the jungle is not quite as powerful as it once was. And yes, Peanut can do it in certain games, but he needs to change up that playstyle. He can't just kill camps over and over again. And they just decided that they were going to keep doing that. And they were extremely stubborn with that play. It bothered me a lot, actually, watching that series.
Do you think that they're going to be the fourth team qualifying from Korea?
I've got two different scenarios for you, Monty.
Okay.
I've got what I think is actually going to happen, which is not what I want, which is Hanwha loses to Live Sandbox because Hanwha are just not quite.
They aren't going to Worlds. They're just not going to Worlds.
No,
Come on.
No,
They're not. Sadly.
And I think that Live Sandbox should theoretically be the more consistent team on the day. It's going to be messy. You know, it's in a few hours from now. If you guys are interested in watching some chaotic League of Legends, it's going to be a mess, but it's going to be a Live Sandbox win. Then they're going to go up against Nongshim. Nongshim will bat them in the face. That will be a very, very fast series. And then Nongshim will take on T1, and T1 will demolish them without showing us anything, really. We're not going to learn too much, and Nongshim will go to Worlds alongside T1. And we're going to have, once again, you know, Peanut and Plains, which some people are going to be really excited about. You know, it's like LGD are back again, except they're a Korean team now. You know, woohoo, got him. But what I want to happen, obviously, is Hanwha Life running the gauntlet, boys and girls. We're going to realize that they've been in the fucking hyperbolic time chamber training this entire time. They're like, playoffs? We don't give a fuck about playoffs. We're winning Worlds. We sandbagged the entire season.
There you go.
So that we could have this time of training in the right
Sandbox. We
without having to show anything.
Exactly. See it Worlds.
Exactly. And so they just come out this completely rebuilt team, right? You know, Morgan's like playing carries now. Like he's learned how to play the top lane. Willer is like, he was pretending. He actually like, he pulls his face off and like, actually it's just a clone of Canyon that comes out. And then we've got this like extraordinary, like Deft and Chovy is still there, you know, obviously just doing extraordinarily well. And then they run the gauntlet and we get Chovy and play-ins because T1 beat them in Game 5 of the final day of the gauntlet, and then everyone gets excited, and you know Chovy and Deft are in planes. That's the dream. That's what I want to happen.
And then LS probably says something mad like, "If Chovy was on the best team, he would win Worlds." There's the Reddit thread, top of the thing, and then everyone has a great day. That's brought all the storylines together. There we go.
Yeah. And after Worlds, Chovy goes to T1, you know, or something
that
like
goes
that.
Without saying,
Faker retires or something.
Yes.
And it's the surprise move. And everyone's wondering, was this designed by LS the whole time? Or something. I don't know.
All right.
So there's
I
a
hope
Disney
that
version and a
fantasy
real
comes
version.
true. Just because selfishly,
too.
I would much rather watch Chovy in an international competition. Obviously, I think everybody would rather prefer that because look, if I have to watch the fourth team from Korea get banged out at Worlds, I might as well watch Chovy at least and have some fun at least doing so. Right?
Yeah.
Even throw this out there, as mad as it sounds, like I even sort of agree with you, Atlus, in this sense that like either Nongshim or Sandbox, whichever one of those teams goes, I'm sorry, they're probably going to just be like okay at Worlds. They're not going to do anything big.
Yeah.
So my problem is this, right? As much as people might like to bag on Hanwhan, it is a pretty bad like constructed team. Mate, I'm not joking. If the right meta is at Worlds, Chovy can just win a bunch of best of ones himself against like these Western teams. I'm telling you right now, like anyone who thinks like the team's it won't matter. If they somehow went to Worlds, I guarantee they steal at least a couple of big best of ones.
I want to see
sure.
Chovy get the fourth
team to watch,
seed, so I get to watch him versus play-in teams. And
Oh,
just,
it'll be
like, I
monster
wanna watch
everyone.
that
That'll be
shit.
mega entertaining. Yeah, exactly.
That's what we've been talking about for the
Yes.
last 4 weeks or something.
I
I
love
had
that.
like my predictions and I like crafted them in a way that got Hanwha Life like into the 6th spot for the playoffs so they could get a few extra points and then have a really easy time in the gauntlet. Didn't quite work out that way, of course, because that's my prediction, not necessarily me designing the script, but it's still possible. I still want it because, yeah, like Chovy styling on play-ins teams, that's just fun to watch. That's just what we want. Some Harlem Globetrotters at Worlds.
Exactly.
You know? That's the fun stuff. And
All right.
Def's been playing really well, and I just like watching the alpaca succeed, as you guys know from previously on the show.
All right, we'll let you go to bed before the gauntlet. Sorry to keep you a little bit longer. Appreciate your
No worries,
time,
my pleasure.
Atlus. We're going to take a very quick break, switch over to me and Thorin. We'll have an interlude before PapaSmithy where we talk about Chinese gaming bans and probably LEC. So we'll be back in just a couple.
All right, thanks.
Okay, now you can enjoy the Thorin and Monty interlude that is going to happen between the guests on this show due to the time zones, because we do have a lot to talk about. Oh, yeah?
I have a quick contribution before we get into real topics. You know, like I've been doing on past episodes, I'm almost like curating other people's content. I'm sort of like, if I was Travis, I'd just put the content on our channel, just give us all the money as well. So probably that's the fucking meta. But no, seriously, right? Obviously, I've pointed out some of the hilarious videos I've been seeing on past episodes. I would be remiss, Monty, if I didn't point out the one I sent you last night, where basically... Normally, I don't give a flying fuck about like post-game interviews because they're all just whack, aren't they? But they did this one on the LCS that was low-key, one of the like unintentionally most funny interviews I've seen in ages. Because basically, when they interview Abidagi, who, to be fair, I'd been styling the whole weekend. When they interview him, right, he's not exactly. I mean, if you saw him on the fucking Crackdown, you know this. He's not like a super like verbose guy, and he's definitely not someone. Yeah, he's definitely not spicy at all. Like he has to sort of, he basically almost has to sort of mentally. You can see the cogs turning. He has to like force himself to trash talk, basically. So famously, he did do it like once at the end of that Crackdown episode. Like he said, like, you know, Jizuki won't be able to lane against me or whatever. Well, in this final, when he won, obviously he wanted to counter all like the brilliant trash talking of Core JJ, because Core JJ is actually low key like amazing for a Korean at trash talk. So he came out and he said this thing, like he tried to make this line, which by the way, he was very ineloquent about. What he was talking about was they almost did like, I'm guessing the fastest final ever, like in LEC that time when, you know, G2 stopped Core. He was trying to say, you know, even the fact that Core JJ was worried about that, you know, sort of shows that he was in a bad spot and that, you know, and plus it doesn't matter now. And then he says, but it doesn't matter because he's fucked. But first of all, he is German and he does say it in that super harsh accent. He is fucked. Just to like, listen, it's not your fault. There's just like a whole precedence and culture of that voice. Like that voice alone is hilarious. Someone said it's fact. But then even better, Le Tigress, who's the host of the interview, is just like, listen, I feel really bad for her because it's one thing like normally, you know, like, you're just expecting like different answers could come and I'm going to go. She's just completely thrown by it. And so unfortunately, her response is half of what I really enjoyed because she just goes, oh my, like, as though she was like some wholesome character of like a 60s Superman comic meeting like a modern day person talking
Yeah,
like
exactly.
that. Like, oh my god, fuck, holy. It was wild when it is.
Or she was like a robot that was short circuiting.
I know, yeah.
Her processor got overloaded. It was really funny though.
It was a genuinely funny moment. Like, just go look up the clip. It'll be on Reddit, I'm pretty sure.
I mean, I would just ran with it, man. Like,
I think
I would have just get him to double down on that.
Yeah.
Oh, really, Abadage? How was he fucked specifically? I think at that point it's already been said, so it's more entertaining just to dig into it further. All right. So you want to talk about this China game ban thing? Because that came out of the blue. So if you guys don't know, the Chinese government, people asked last week about how we mentioned that Tencent was taking over like the Chinese government was taking half of Tencent's profits. If you guys want, because I got questions about that because people didn't see it in the news, just Google Tencent and common prosperity, which is what they're calling it, and you'll see a bunch of articles about how Tencent is giving a bunch of their revenue, despite the fact that they're a publicly traded company and the shareholders should be getting that revenue. So maybe don't buy Tencent stock, is what I'm saying.
Also, I'll just throw this out there. If you really walk in the West and you dare to think that China's in any way unethical, if you work in League of Legends, you're literally indirectly funding the Chinese Communist government. There you go. You like them apples? I didn't say, listen, I don't play the stupid game, so I don't have to win the stupid prizes. You do, if you've chosen that. No, the whole thing, if people don't understand, is basically like, effectively, this is why you should never actually naively believe all that nonsense you see in the media of like, maybe China's not as bad. Like, mate, they essentially, no joke, like some sort of a fucking mad Ayn Rand novel just came in and were like, you've made too much profit. Give us most of that. Like, dude, this is like the straw man of what people worry about.
Randy a nightmare.
Yeah, it's metal, isn't it? Like the idea, you're actually too successful. You should really have to give it to some of us. Like, what? But yeah, so basically, people don't know, as bizarre as this sounds, simultaneous to the idea they're sort of like creaming off most of the profits from Tencent, they're also simultaneously, even though they would profit themselves from it, making the ban, which is a more extreme version of what Korea had, which is basically like
Korea just dropped, by the way.
Yes. And even then in Korea, they didn't like, it was questionable how much they actually enforced that. Like some of it was just text on a screen. I think technically maybe if you were logged in on a social ID, maybe it could disable you, but I don't think it did entirely.
So what happened with the Korean one was that, so if you guys don't know, there was a curfew system where if you were below a certain age, I think it was like 14 or 15, I don't remember off the top of my head, it would like at 10 p.m. or whatever, it would just cut you off. And so because the way the internet works in Korea, you do have to like log in with like a social security number. But many people would use their grandparents or their parents. And like it was an automated. There are ways around it. And by the way, now it's gone, guys. They actually got rid of it just a few days ago, which makes this whole thing about China more interesting, because what China's doing now is they are saying if you are under 18 years old, you can only play online games 3 hours a week between the hours of 8 and 9 p.m. on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, which is, again, people could get around it via various techniques, but the difference is that they are now talking about using facial recognition software as part of this. So you would have to like log in with your face, right? That would be tied to your government ID. So there are questions about that. It will obviously be exempted for pro players. China has exempted this stuff in the past.
Yes.
So like there's going to be ways around it. So I think like just reading it up front, we have to wait and have some experts weigh in about what is actually going to happen. But I don't think that there is really much of an argument that the pressure by the Chinese government is being dialed up, which is going to affect the development of professional players. Because if you're trying, it would be like trying to play a professional sport starting at the age of 18. Like you just don't have the mechanics down in terms of body and muscle memory to do that. So I think there is a level of concern of what is this going to do to the Chinese development pipeline? Will it do anything to LPL right now? No. It will not, obviously. But what could it do in 5 years? Like, does this mean that China is just going to import more Korean players over time, especially since the Korean government is kind of relaxing on this topic? And how does it affect China in the future, really, as being an esports powerhouse, which is probably somewhat at least.
I also want to say, when you say, like, because it goes without saying the LPL will obviously have an exception. Like, they're so, like, hooked in, and some of the people that own the LPL, they'll be able to get that. But my question is how far it will go down the, like, competitive talent ladder, because there's got to be a cut-off point eventually, Monty. Otherwise, the joke is we'd all just say we're in, like, a semi-pro team, wouldn't we? So I'm assuming it'll probably be, like, LPL and maybe, like, the fucking whatever it is, the LDL below it. Maybe it'll be, like, those two. And so technically, if you're on a team, maybe there's a get-around. Because the reason I actually find this concerning is, look, it's not going to affect the current LPL pros, but people don't seem to realise the LPL when it first began was tiny compared to what it is now. So back then, yeah, if you were Uzi Eyes, E-Type, by the way, people who were 14 or 15 years old at the time, it didn't matter because you were on essentially like a top team still. My worry is this: what about that guy if he essentially is way down the ladder that you climb up competitively now, and he's on a semi-pro team? Essentially, the next Uzi Eye, if he's on a semi-pro team, might not be able to play more than 3 hours a week. That is crazy to think of.
Yeah, I think we will probably, maybe during one of the off weeks, we might do a show with some people who actually know more about this. Might be a good idea to get some Chinese regional experts on and discuss the implications of this, especially as more information comes out. So we'll look at that as a possibility, but it's hard to have this conversation right now without more information. And the other problem with getting people who could be regional experts on China is that, are they going to be willing to say anything about it, because that could put them in bad graces with the Chinese government. So we have to find the right guests who can actually talk about this without burning any bridges. So it might be a little bit tricky, but I think it might be worth doing. And before we get PapaSmithy on, to switch gears, let's talk about LEC. Now, I'm going to just assume that Papa has not seen the LEC Finals because he was literally preparing for his own finals beforehand, and I assume he was having a good time last night.
Would also be really early in the day, like, because I actually had to.
I started watching at 8 a.m.
Yeah, it started at 7. We started our thing at 7. Yeah, exactly. So that'd be really early. Yeah.
Yeah. So I started watching those finals like 8 a.m. here, I think. So he would have.
It was quick. Reasonably quick still, you know.
It was. So did you have any initial impressions on the LEC Finals? Because we're not going to go over it super in depth this week. It honestly wasn't very interesting.
Basically, this is why people who actually love great esports tournaments hate upsets. Because what upsets do is ensure the next match in the bracket is usually worse. Because if it is a real upset and you are really a worse team, then you just have an even bigger delta or disparity between you and the team you face next. So the problem here is this. I know already morons are morons and cannot conceive that there are different outcomes that could happen in each match, Monty. So sadly, every fan's going to say, you're wrong. Rogue would always have been stomped 3-0 just like they were in the upper... Like, no one knows that. Like, if it had been Rogue versus Mad Lions, maybe it would have been interesting backwards and forwards. Maybe it'd be the arse Rogue needed shit. Who knows? Maybe they wake up on the other side of the bed in the regular season and they just have an amazing series. Who knows who wins or plays that game? The problem was, I did get the feeling, like, you have to remember, Fnatic had just been in, like, 3 back-to-back best of five game series. Then they had to beat what on paper was the best team in the league, which they did incredibly. And then they get to the final. Like, listen, the level of fatigue already is mental at that point. Like, and think about if you're the other teams, you've just watched them play 1 million games. You watched them play an entire split, and meanwhile you've played 2 best of 5s. So to me, the problem was Fnatic was they weren't the better team. Realistically, they didn't even really have many strengths in that particular final. Like, I even said this: of all the strengths of Fnatic, it's the bot lane's the best. This is probably the worst time to play through the bot lane in the fucking current match. So
have a rookie top laner.
Yeah. So I'll say this: I actually think Fnatic did almost everything they could overall. Like, they actually all played semi well in the final as well. I even thought people like Niski actually gave themselves a chance. It's just ultimately, like, they weren't going to win that final. That was one of those rare finals where, like, it was just obvious Mad Lions was going to win. You know. Yeah.
You look at the shift to the top lane. They have a rookie top laner there who has. It's not that he's been performing badly or anything like that, but you know, it's a little bit different. You could make the same argument for Armut, but at least Armut has a little bit more experience under his belt at that level of competition and has already proven himself by, like, winning a title, right, and doing well at MSI. So I think a lot of the performance issues would have been ironed out by this point in time. I also think that if you're looking at Niski as the main source of strength and kind of the top performing player overall, in this meta, at least in the playoffs, in the context of the playoffs, guys, like, obviously, like, Upset, Hylissang were doing very well. But I think that Humanoid, going up against Humanoid, who has definitely been the top mid laner of these playoffs, was also going to be super hard, because it felt like in this meta, position by position, you were looking at some pretty strong players on the Mad Lions side. And also, they just have an extraordinary grasp of this meta, and they're making plays constantly. Like, they're very snappy in the way that they approach the game. When they're behind, as we've seen, they continue just to roll people, even at huge deficits. They almost did it again because they are able to find fights that will get them back into the game. And I think that's really, really fun to watch. And if anything, I think the takeaway here for Mad Lions is it just feels like they're never out of it. Like, they're coming back in any situation. It used to feel like that with G2 a lot of the time. It used to feel like that on previous incarnations of like SKT 5 years ago, where if you give them that early game lead, they're going to snowball it insanely hard. And if they don't get an early game lead and they fall behind, well, you feel like it's still really scary to play against them, even with these immense deficits. So it's really exciting. I think the takeaway really is that Mad Lions is on another level compared to the rest of Europe. They are going to be an incredibly dangerous team at Worlds, especially because Korea sure ain't looking super hot right now. Mad Lions just looks like a very complete team. So I think barring any huge meta shifts or any other kind of catastrophe for the team, like this is potentially a top 4 team. They look competitive on a global stage.
Basically, I've figured out now how to really enjoy Mad Lions. It's what you were describing there. Because my problem with them, the whole split went like this. Like, on paper, obviously paper is very different to reality. On paper, they shouldn't be the best team. In fact, if they're the best team in LEC, LEC's in trouble in theory, on paper, because on paper, you've got the fucking Rogue and G2 lineups. Look how insane those rosters are. Like, dude, those 2 lineups, by the way, are going to have a really hard time in the offseason because you can't anyone look at the names of players you've got. So what's the problem is, right, if I look at Mad Lions, you see them having all these games where they don't have like the craziest draft, they don't have the craziest early laning, but here's what you got to do. Instead of viewing them like you would every other team, and if you've watched the game as long as me and Monty has, you don't just watch for the region, you try to think for worlds. Like, right, well, if I want the team from Europe, like the great G2s and Fnatic lineups, to have a chance to really go deep at worlds, typically I want you to actually be amazing at laning. Like, I want you to have really strong players across all the positions, be amazing at laning, and then that way, hey, you could go even with some of these top Asian teams. You could maybe even get ahead. The problem is, if I see you get behind all the time, it feels like, is there any point even sending them? But here's how you got to flip the switch. Don't look at Mad Lions and go, this lane isn't that good. What you got to do, ask yourself, the second they get behind, you just play a fun game called, how the fuck are they going to pull this one out? That becomes a really fun game. If you do that, it's mega entertaining to watch Mad Lions. Because then, like, it almost happened even in that. They almost, in the one game Fnatic won, these motherfuckers almost did the comeback. Like, they are actually so wild mentally, how much fortitude they have. It's actually mad compelling. If you just key into that one angle, it becomes really fun. I want to flip it, though. I want to talk about the other team, which is the real fucking elephant in the room. Dude, we had him on the show a few weeks back. Larson, you've got to fucking wake up, son. Because that whole team are choking on a level. Dude, I don't know if I'll make a statement for you. I watched a lot of teams in League of Legends, with the exception, actually, of really extreme Korean ones, like, funnily enough, Rocks, Tigers, maybe Longju, extreme examples. I don't think I've ever seen a very good League of Legends team that was this fragile. Like, I describe that team as like a fucking glass cannon, mate. It either goes perfectly and they destroy you, or, mate, they can lose to many teams, and they can lose from any lead. It's crazy. So, like, I know they're, like, funny enough, Inspired was the only one I had on any of my shows who sort of vaguely admitted they did have some choke. The rest of them are all in denial, Monty. And I've even heard a lot of the pros in the scene also believed it was nonsense and that Rogue would just win the split, basically. So what do you think of this? Because this is crazy, this choke. So they got swept 3-0 twice out of the playoffs. That's mental.
So here's the thing. Here's the big problem with Rogue. Let's make a comparison. Like you mentioned the Tigers, right? So this is another team that would regularly finish in first place in a split in Korea, and they would lose to T1. The problem with the comparison to Rogue is that they finished in first place 3 times now in a row, but they haven't won titles, right? And so, but the thing about the T1 Rocks Tigers / Coup Tigers comparison is that there was always the question of Faker. It was like, is T1 going to come alive in these playoffs and win, right? Are they going to level up in order to beat the Tigers? So part of it was that you knew that there was this team that had such strong playoff performances and individual ability that they were always a threat, even if they weren't the best team in the league. And indeed, that's what happened, right? You would see like T1 come up and beat them in the playoffs. So the problem with Rogue is what you would say is G2 is that team. G2 is the team that has the clutch factor, the playoff performance. They're the team that's going to come back and go ahead and beat Rogue. But that's not what's happened, right? It isn't like somebody else is stepping up who you know has these incredible veteran players and who has this history of success that you can count on in a clutch playoff scenario. In Rogue's case, like, it's them choking, G2 also not showing up, and them getting beaten by Mad Lions, which is like, that's not the same situation at all. And that's why I think, like, the difference is, did the Tigers choke? Yes, they did. But also it was Team 1 stepping up. Here it just really feels like, sure, Mad Lions stepped up this time around, but they shouldn't have. Mad Lions should not have won Spring, period. It should have been Rogue. Rogue threw that series. They threw Game 5 so fucking hard in the Spring Finals. And then now we're seeing them again kind of choke in the playoffs. So
I've got a comparison for you here. I've got a reference for you. Oh, go and finish the point. What were you going to say?
No. For me, it's just like, it's very different. Like, this is if you compare it with previous similar circumstances, it just feels very different and more on Rogue this time around.
I'll give you the tough comparison, because this is such a good one if you know CSGO. If people don't know, the consensus best CSGO team of all time is Astralis, right? And 3 of the players in that team, people might not know, were the core that stayed together for something mental like 8 years. And in the first 2 or 3 years were the most notorious chokers to ever play CSGO. As in, they would literally win a LAN that had all the best teams in the world at, equivalent, by the way, to like being first in a split and beating everyone in the best of ones. And then they would go to the major, and anytime they were in the big series that wins you the tournament, or the big, like, you know, I'm facing, like, I'm the favorite, but the other guy's dangerous as well, they would just find a way to lose. Like, mentally, it didn't matter who the opponent was at that point. They would find a way to lose the game. And crucially, as you say, it wasn't that the other team like bested them. It's not they played 9 out of 10, the other guys. It was more like they would just always come down, and then the other team would do whatever they were going to do. And even the star player, dude, I'm seeing so many parallels between the star player of Astralis was Device, who, by the way, just like the team got it all together, later became an incredibly clutch player. Like in the last major playoffs, he basically took over himself, and he's won the most MVPs in history. But here's the interesting detail. Larson is in a similar position to where Device was for the first couple of years of his career, basically in CSGO. Like, if you go to like 2014, 2015, this sort of era, it was the same shit. It was like, right, if it's a normal day of the week, this is one of the best players in the world. Like, so much potential, so much talent, so clearly, like, almost bred to be a top player, even Nordic player, by the way, like, comes from the same lineage. But the problem is, again, you throw them in the big game and they are just invisible. It's not that they play bad, they are just invisible. Like, Device would have games he just didn't want to appear. Larson in that last series there, was he even in the series? I never fucking saw him. Like, it looked like he never turned up. So the reason I bring this up as a comparison is because, one, it's another example of a really extreme drop-off. But the other thing I want to bring up is this. Notice I pointed out that the core that they had that was choking stood together and eventually became the best ever at exactly their weakness. That's the problem Rogue has. Because realistically, you look at Rogue's team, there is literally, I'm not joking, one player you could replace. You could maybe make a case to replace Trimby, right? It's the obvious one. Everyone else, the problem is you want to keep those players together. Yes. Like, dude, if I've done all these like genius like roster, I got Auto Amnate at the perfect moment. I've already got the core, which everyone knows is banging, of Inspired, Hans Sama and Larson. You don't want to break these players up, but the problem is they're going to have to make some sort, just like the Astralis core did, they're going to have to make a massive conceptual jump. But if you can do it, you've won the lottery. You will, like, you know, they already did it in the regular split. Look how dominant they are in the regular split. Something's got to change though to translate.
You know what's even more infuriating about this Rogue situation, Thorin, is that last year they got the like slow game scaling, you know, the identity of this slow playing scaling team, and they completely fucking changed their identity to Larson played 2 games, I think, of Lucian all of last year. It was his most played champion, I think, over this entire year. And so he's changed his own identity. They started being more aggressive. They changed their play style. It worked. They got into first place playing 2 different fucking play styles, completely reinvented. And yes, they made some roster changes, but that is very impressive. So what's so agonizing about Rogue is, you know, they can do it. You know, they can make these changes. You know, they can adapt to metas, but it's a mental game that is just absolutely shutting them down in these playoff scenarios. And so that's what needs to, I think the Astralis TSM/Astralis comparison is very apt, because it was after they got like the performance psychology coach, and after they got into enough of those situations, they overcame that mental block.
That's another key thing. Yeah, you've got to get into, basically, one of the mad things is, I know it sounds mad because we're talking about like trends that are about like personality tendencies, but what's crazy is sometimes even just locking it out and winning once monkeys it off. You just got to sort of break the, in your mind, you've got to allow yourself to be free of all the baggage, basically. Because even though, like I said, most of the players in Rogue are in denial that they choke, first of all, they surely can't be after this playoffs. And secondly, that shit accumulates like toxic negative baggage in your mind. Like, you start, and my joke is, I always say this, right? You know, I always big up Perks and say, the good thing about Perks is, even if you play like shit, you think the opposite. You think, right, well, I've just done it every time, so how am I going to do it this time? With Rogue, they have the opposite thing. Their vibe's like, how are we going to fuck this one up? That really is where they're at now. So I just find it a bit depressing, actually. It's one of those storylines that's just sad, isn't it?
I mean, you just hope the team doesn't blow up and that they realize what the issues are.
I really hope they don't blow the team up,
I think the core is still extremely good. And I think that, as you say, it's a mental issue, and you want to keep this core together, and that you need to figure out what is going on in comms and what is going on in the players' heads in that game. And that's what, you know, the offseason should be used for. So I think it's a really interesting question. But I think fucking with the players is probably not the way to go, because, as you say, the Astralis org is a very good precedent for how to deal with this scenario. Okay, I think let's get Papa on the show now. He says he's ready, so we'll talk about 100 Thieves and his success and their championship and World's expectations, all of that. Take a quick break to get him on, and we'll be back to PapaSmithy in just a couple. We're back with PapaSmithy, my old friend. We had the other OGN caster Atlus on earlier. Now we have the OGN reunion of PapaSmithy as well. I assume you didn't have a lot of time to watch over the LCK and LEC playoffs, given that you were busy winning. Is that correct?
I think that's mostly correct. I always catch a little bit, but whenever I'm invited on shows like this, I want to make sure, like, if I don't have the full context, I don't want to represent that I saw the whole series, right? So
Sure.
I know snippets about these teams and these series, but yeah, mostly from a GM perspective and zoomed out, or like through the filter of pro players who are like, in the mindset of going to win a championship, and they may have like exuberant statements to say about how good or bad something is or a player is, right?
Yeah, that's
I've
fair.
got a good opening salvo for you here, Papa.
Sure.
Like, one of the weird things about this particular year is not just your team in the LCS, but even in LEC, like Fnatic, obviously, we saw these crazy moves between the splits. In fact, I've even found on talk shows, it's almost ruining the dialogue because people keep saying off-season when they actually mean like the mid-season, essentially, and they keep making people think they mean between the end of the year. So it's very rare in the history of the game. Typically, when you're the GM, it goes like this. In the off-season, you build your team, and after that, you shout a lot if you need a player change. You basically have to use subs, or you have to use like an academy player, someone who's not on a team. You don't really have much talent to pick from. You were obviously in the very unique position where, if people don't know, this really insane thing, like, if people don't know, the way the residency in NA has changed is you don't just get it after a set amount of time now. You have to effectively get like the green card, basically, right? Which at this point in time, that's in the hands of people far above esports.
It's a hopium situation for
yes,
sure.
exactly. And you never know. You could get it tomorrow, or you could get it years from now. You could be denied forever. You never can know, right? So basically, whereas in past years, for example, people could actually look and go, right, well, Jensen next split will be a resident, so I could already prepare that I'm going to maybe get this guy. And, they could already do like the master plan on the whiteboard, as it were. In your case, you just found out, wow, somebody's got it, and I can actually get a player now, and you've been able to make this crazy move to get Abidagi in the middle of the year, and it's basically been the game changer, right? So you must have been put in a very unique position. I'm sure you weren't planning for that in the beginning, right?
Sure. I mean, it was, as the season went on in spring, it was clear that this team wasn't going to reach the goals we stated at the start of the year, the idea of making worlds and competing. Hot start, but kind of by like week 7, 8 of the regular season, I'm already sitting there being like, okay, what can I do, for the next split? How can we make a change? Like, our leadership is very aggressive about exhausting every opportunity to challenge, basically that it's like focus on what's needed to get to a position I can hypothesize based on my experience or what my coaches and scouts will say. And then, they'll work out the financials and stuff later, depending on how strong the pitch is. And so at that time, week 8, week 9, I don't know about the someday situation. There was no indication that it will come mid-year. It was there was no idea there. So I'm building out every scenario in order to be able to change our fortunes in summer. Whether that's like importing a minor region mid to academy and then having to make other big decisions, like if that really takes off in a short time frame, then maybe that's something. If that doesn't take off till the end of the year and we still don't have a green card, maybe that's a 2022 move. So a lot of the scenarios, it wasn't a valid scenario to entertain big ticket EU mid, both for the reasons you're mentioning, that it's very difficult to make something like that happen mid-year, and because we just didn't have the import flexibility to do that. So for sure, being eliminated against TSM, and you guys have talked about this series, winning positions 4 games, losing 3 of them. I was preparing for the leadership meeting, where they're basically going to be asked, why didn't we reach our goal? And then the day before the leadership meeting, this document from the gods drops. And the leadership meeting very much went from like a crisis meeting to a like, so who's out there and who can we get? Like the vibe changed,
dude.
Literally because a government document showed up. It's because like literally I got a message from Someday on Discord, and he was like, "This document showed up," and he just took a photo of it, and I was like, "Wait, is that what I think it is?" And I haven't seen one of those documents before, right? And it was, and then the course of history was changed.
It was actually crazy because it was like 3 days after you had been eliminated or something like that, and you texted me, you're like, "Someday got his green card." I was like, "Holy shit, you are one lucky motherfucker!" Because like it's crazy. I mean, the serendipity of all of this, but obviously you were prepared for this scenario. Like you said, you were running through all these different options, but the timing couldn't have been better because you had the maximum amount of time basically between spring and summer over MSI to negotiate this. Schalke was collapsing at the same time.
I mean, look, it could have been better. It could have been at the start of the year, right? Like it could have been the previous off season, but given the scenario, it couldn't have been better.
Yeah, G2 could have been in financial distress and you could have gotten caps. Yes, there could have things that, there could have been things that could have gone better. But as far as scenarios went, you had the maximum amount of time in order to negotiate a deal, and you had a collapsing team in Europe with a very good mid laner that was suddenly potentially available, whose contract was going to be up at the end of the year anyway. So the question would be, do you get value for this player now if you're Schalke and make money, or do you just roll, you're selling the team anyway, so what the fuck do you care?
By the way, just so we can clarify, if you're watching the show someday, like, I think you actually interpreted it too literally. You're not literally an NA player now, mate. Like, you can go back to being really good again. Like, you're just technically a resident of the region. Like, you didn't have to embrace it. Like, I know you've embraced all American culture and everything, but like, you went too far there, mate. Like, you can go back to being really good. It's all right.
I mean, you can your words hurt, right? And someday for sure is like a very proud player. I mean, I know Monty will remember this when he was still in LCK. He was one of the few players who used Twitter pretty actively, and he would write very emotional messages even after regular season wins and stuff. Like, he had a very close rapport with his fans from streaming and things like that. So I know all the, words out there in the past have really built him up, and this year I'm sure we're taking him down, regardless of whatever support you can provide. But he went out there and neutralized Alfari yesterday, right? And that
I have a question about that actually, by the way, dude. Because I noticed in both of the series against Team Liquid, it's almost like they had like exactly that approach. It wasn't like you're going to win lane. Like, they weren't delusional. Like, Alfari is probably the best laner in the entire fucking LCS right now. But it's like, if you even look at the picks, if people don't know, the first time in the upper bracket when Team Liquid played on the Thieves, Someday played 3 games of Ornn. By the way, it is not an Ornn meta. Ornn is not even played in the world as far as I know. But by the way, it worked. Like, it's not that here's the thing. You phrased it perfectly, because you used the kind of terminology they use for defenders in sports like the NBA, where essentially you can't play proper defense now. So the offensive player always has an edge, right? So what they say is, you're not going to stop him. You try to contain. You use terminology like that. Like, essentially the premise is, if they were going to score 50 in the NBA, just make him score 40 and you did your job. Make him score 30 and we'd probably win the game. I feel like he did this, dude, in these 2 series. Like, Alfari, where he could, did what he could in the team fights, but there's a bunch of times where he didn't come out of lane with enormous leads and smash the whole series. So actually Someday did do his job.
I think there's no hubris with Someday. What most people won't know is he was the player grinding to 2, 3 a.m. playing solo queue every day. He was the player, I mean, actually Reapered mentioned this when we were talking yesterday, at the after party, that he would come to Reapered every day being like, what do I need to do to win? Like, do I need to play the carries? Do I need to play the tanks? Like, how do we do this? Like, he wasn't under any illusions, and the role of neutralizing only works when you have threats elsewhere that can prosper, right? Like last year, if you remember, in our summer run with Contracts and Poom in the lineup, we had a mini resurgence. We went 6-6 after a poor start, but our only win condition by playoffs was like, which crazy carry can Someday play? Because if it isn't a crazy carry out of meta, we're gonna lose. And this year, obviously, things are very different. We have players like FBI and Abadaga and Closer who are carry players in themselves. But on the one hand, this carry player at heart, even though he's a great tank player, has had to change because of the pieces around him. But then to also come in and be like, I'll just play whatever it is. I don't care what the scoreline looks like. Let's just find a way to win. Like, what you can definitely say about Someday with his 4-year odyssey at this team is he's just always wanted to win, and he's been loyal enough to want to win here. And he kept reinventing himself to the last possible minute. And the moment I saw that Shen game in game number 1,
it was great.
It was a Shen scenario, and Shen is like, to me,
also not a top champion as well.
But it's one of those legendary Someday champions as well.
Yes.
And whenever it's like, it's a Shen scenario, like we hadn't played Shen in scrims maybe a couple of games in like a month, right? But like, if there's a Shen scenario, you're fucking giving it to Someday, right? So like stuff like that, and his emotion both in the interview afterwards and the hours afterwards, like he last won 7 years ago. I don't know if there's ever been a bigger major region championship victory break, right? 7 years,
almost certainly
wins.
Yeah,
Especially with
a
a player
7-year
who played the
a
entire
7
time.
and a 7-year career is like unbelievable just to
of course.
consider, right? I was talking to him, and like I'm 34, so 7 years ago I was 27, so like it's not that huge a jump in time, but for him, both in terms of his age,
He was
he was
15 or
he was
something, right?
he was 18 7 years. He's 25 now.
Oh, okay.
But more importantly, like consider like when he won that title, he was with you casting, COG's there. It's in the speech in Busan. He couldn't speak a word of English. Like he would never even considered coming to the West or anything like that. He was the second oldest player on a super youthful Arrows team. And like how far he's come as a human, and as a player and all those things in 7 years, kind of unfathomable. So yeah, it was obviously a really big moment to see him happy because he's definitely not been too happy this year, just from his own performance and his own high expectations, but definitely a happy moment for him.
I mean, as a longtime fan of his and having watched his entire career, it is super nice to see that. And I think I applaud the game plan that you guys had, because someday can't lose lane to Alfari if he's in bot lane the whole time.
Perfect. Yeah.
I mean, it does.
Some of those dives were wild, man. I was like, whoa, okay.
Dude, I was really impressed, especially by the Shen dive that you guys had in the bot lane with the Alistair.
I mean, if that goes wrong, like then his lane is doomed, right? Like he
Yep.
needed to get involved in kills there, otherwise.
Oh, no, the aggro juggling was amazing on that format.
It was really
It
good.
was sick. It was like some old school Korean shit from like season 3 or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I was incredibly impressed by the execution, and obviously, I think you guys had a very good handle on your own strengths. And what I liked about what you guys did was that you played your game entirely, which is like early game aggression. Like we have this game plan for getting away from Alfari, so we're going to play the Shen, or someday known for his Renekton play, right? Like less known for his Gangplank play, but at least he has a global and can affect the rest of the map. So I thought the game plan coming in was really strong overall. Obviously, you guys just got to play blue side and first pick Viego, so you were definitely just putting your balls on the table and saying, this is how we want to play the game, right? Mm-hmm. Deal with it. And closer was incredibly good. I have to say, I'm surprised because I'm somewhat hesitant because I'm scared that you guys won the early game so hard that we didn't get to see like the kind of breakdown in the mid and late game that has like plagued you guys to a certain degree. But also we just didn't see that identity of 100 Thieves where the shot calling kind of falls apart later in the game. There were very clean wins. I mean, there's not much to learn here because you guys just destroyed them.
Basically, Papa, people do say the knock on 100 Thieves is like essentially if the game goes long enough, the team itself doesn't know how to close the game. Like they sort of do run out of ways somehow. So, like, what would you say to that angle? Like, is it something that has been have people on your end sort of identified this? Is it understood?
Oh, of course, right. And like, I did another show about, it was an interview about being a GM and like what does it mean to be a GM. And one of the things I said was, if there's a worrying trend with the team, we better have diagnosed it weeks before people on the outside are seeing it, right? Like it's our job to be on top. I guess my job singularly to be on top of like conditions or improvements or trajectories and things like that. And definitely it was clear to see that mid game was something we needed to improve on, especially and in being able to trade objectives effectively and set up objectives effectively. Like that was a knock on our game. But it's something that we had identified and Reapered was very much kind of, it wasn't like a quick fix solution. Like if you consider that we came in hot despite having a head coach and mid lane change mid-year, that's already unlikely, right? You expect it's going to be ramp up time. You're probably going to be coming up hot with a few strategies that you're really good at, maybe surprisingly good at. But you're not going to have the full playbook, right? Like it's very unlikely that you're just everything's going to gel like an act of God or something, right? So there was definitely stuff that came less naturally to our lineup and it took time to improve on. And I think we've been doubted pretty much in every series that was played. And I think about the broadcast perspective of not seeing what's happening behind closed doors and how scrims are going and things like that. And it's one of those things where, some people in my position are like, fuck the haters, like they were wrong and they predicted against us and we were right. But it's like with available information, everybody made the prediction I would make if I was a broadcaster of like, sure, like you guys won there, but like I've seen all this from Team Liquid, and this is what Team Liquid stands for, and they've always been like this. So I completely get the outside POV, but I know I can say that we came in on Thursday and we were like, we should win this weekend. Like Cloud9's a difficult opponent for us, but especially if we beat them, like we will easily beat Team Liquid was kind of the team vibe, and everyone believed that. It wasn't like the thing you say for like false confidence.
What made you believe that about
like
what?
They were our main practice partner, Team Liquid. Like we played with them a lot. It
makes sense just because you're on the other sides of the bracket, and then they were in the lower bracket. Yeah, of course, exactly,
for sure.
Yeah.
And look, they're a good practice partner. They practice hard. They take it seriously. They're a good practice partner. So we're happy to scrim them. And the results there were always fine. Good to great. And
by the way, just, if I can specifically ask you the answer, obviously it's up to you. I'm guessing you were winning most of the scrims against Team Liquid. Because put it this way, when I saw the draft on that final, dude, a lot of people were very shocked by Team Liquid's drafts. To me, this is where they don't know the industry. When I see drafts like they were doing, that tells me like you've played a ton of scrims against them, and you really think those are your best options.
Yeah, I mean, scrim results were good. I know that's like I always don't know how much to go into. I feel like I already go into it more than most. But scrims were good, and there's a lot of data. Like it's one of those things where when you prepare for some teams who you maybe have only scrimmed a couple of times in the year, you actually load up those scrim drafts. And you're like, wait, what have we shown them? Because like maybe you have something you've only shown to Team Liquid that you haven't shown to other teams. So you're playing another team, great. They won't be ready for this. With Team Liquid, we'd kind of shown them everything. We played them a lot. And scrim results had always been good. We reflected on the series that we lost to them, and we felt we kind of identified our issue there. It was around a lot of team fight execution. Like we weren't clean enough on that. We felt like if we played fights better, if a couple people leveled up there, then we would have won in that series. So with that in mind and with a singular goal to focus on, I think it just was one of those things where we pushed past C9. We're in the final against Team Liquid, a team that we fancy our chances against. This is our chance to win it all, right? And I don't know how many times we're going to come into a finals weekend believing we can win it all rather than hoping we can win it all. But that belief was mirrored in game because, man, what a fucking decimation in the final. Like
I'm very confident.
I couldn't have expected that's how it would look because like very much it's always impressionist painting when you're a GM where you're like, oh, it's looking like this in scrims. Like, let's see how it looks like on stage. So when it comes together that well, you're just like, okay, all right then. I guess we're just champions today.
By the way, on the top, go on, Monty.
No, I think going back to your earlier point about you guys having a lot to work on, I think that was what was so impressive about the start of summer for you, though, was that you had so many different styles that it just seemed effortless to play. And then you were pioneering things like the Ziggs Senna bot lane that then went to other regions around the world. So it really felt, I was surprised to see the later season collapse because it went so well initially that a lot of the problems, like you didn't have versatility issues, you didn't have early game issues, you didn't have late game issues, right? It just seemed like you were a very complete team. So that's
we didn't really have late games or mid games, though. We just kind of finger differenced everybody and had a good read on the meta. If you have as mechanically a good team as we do, plus a good read on the meta, good fucking luck, right? Like we didn't have to get into mid game stall fests. It wasn't really the meta, and the flex picks like did so much damage at that time that our issues weren't laid to bear publicly until kind of week 5, week 6. But internally, like obviously some scrims do go on. Like it was clear that there were things we need to work on, and that's why it's kind of like, well, how much do we change if we're winning? Or like, do we focus on our strengths to continue winning, or what about these like weaknesses that are still there that are below the surface? And I think with the 3 scrim days and how things are set up, you kind of get Tuesday to like, all right, what do we need to work on? What are our gaping issues? And if you haven't solved those by the end of Tuesday, you kind of have to go into like winning on Friday, match prep on Wednesday, Thursday, right? So I think we tried to make adjustments. We made small improvements, but the week off afforded to us by finishing top 2 was super, super valuable. And I know there'll be probably on the TSM camp, they probably think it was not valuable to have that week off. There's always that we need the time to focus on ourselves versus now we're coming in cold after they've played a best of 5 on stage duality. And I think they're both valid depending on the group. But for our group, the players really enjoyed playing with each other. There's really strong team vibes. Everyone was super bought in and practicing. There were no conduct issues.
What
or
did you
things to
do
improve
in
on
that
there, so.
week off to like fix the issues that when you had time?
Honestly, it's for us. It was amount of scrims. Like you go from the 15 scrim week, or so maybe a night block, so 15 to 17 scrims on an LCS week. To we had, I believe, 9 or 10 scrim days. So we had 50 scrims before. We actually had more than 50 because we played some night blocks. We had over 50 scrims to actually have breathing room because you don't have the match lingering in like a couple of days to be like, all right, like how do we want to play out objective trading? How do we want to play out the game and things like that? And for that, it was really valuable. However, if you're a team that has kind of like band-aid issues that you've been carrying all season, actually having the extra time might lead to bad scenarios or like falling out or something. Like it might not be productive, but we were afforded a really, really productive 10 days. And while we weren't the finished article then, like we weren't a perfect team, I didn't know if we were going to beat EG on the day that we did. That was definitely the highest stress match for us, which is kind of weird to think about given that we won a title. But the stress was super front loaded. But after qualifying for Worlds and then seeing continued improvement from there, that's when confidence started to come in, which I haven't had too much as a GM, is confidence in best of 5 performance, but afforded by a lot of hard work on our side.
Right. By the way, since we were talking about the whole someday angle, as you pointed out, it's not like that was a plan in isolation. Part of the reason that you can have that plan is you have Abadagi and FBI, so you have the carries in the other lanes, and people who you could believe could be ahead in lane and could even win the whole game for you. So I actually want to ask about the FBI angle, because I have to say, coming into the playoffs, I actually thought that might be one of the depressing angles. Because for me, if I had to pick the player I think is the best on 100 Thieves, I think it's actually FBI, because I think it's just the best ADC in the whole league, which, by the way, is pretty big when you consider he's not an import because of the way the rules work. So when you have this player, right, you come into the playoffs, everyone's playing like dive the fucking side lanes and then all through the top lane. Like, actually, what I found very interesting is, as much as I've criticised past teams that Reapered's been on, where you had some very unusual ideas about the meta and how to use champions on players that maybe the player didn't always want. Hint, people like Jensen, Svenskeren might have told me some things. Basically, in this team, I give full props to Reaper because he didn't actually just look at what everyone else was doing and say, we're going to do what you're doing. Like, I noticed, by the way, he's one of the few people who was able to basically just draft Aphelios all the time for FBI. And mate, that was just money in the bank every time that was there. Like, what a perfect champion. Even though it's not the meta at the moment, amazing in your team. Like, they played through that player, I thought, very well, even though the global meta thinking would be, just ask him to play the supportive champion,
Yeah, I mean, from the GM POV, in the last off season, when I was submitting kind of proposals for angles we could go in, I have, there's like, these are great players, and on the 100 Thieves side, like, okay, we've always wanted to have like a huge ticket mid laner, like look into what the options are there, which of course you put together a list. When I kind of like started to constrict the options to like available players or players we thought we could kind of negotiate with or buyouts that might get somewhere, I came up with 5 names that were both residents and imports. And the number one player I personally ranked, and this was supported by our coaching staff and our scouts, was in terms of roster building for a championship roster, because that's what we're always looking for every year as a way to win a title, was FBI. I had him at number 1. He was top 5 pre-residency, and then obviously when the Australian change came in, he was my number 1 player because
makes sense.
You look at what he provides. Like, there are very few players that have like a gravitational pull around them, and by that I mean if you just allow him to play his game, he'll be up 30 CS, and then he will do huge damage in a team fight. He has aggressive positioning. He will always do max damage. Sometimes die doing it, but he's mechanically talented enough and has a good mindset for improvement to rein that in over time. And you're right in kind of if FBI is our lifeblood and the meta is as it is, isn't it going to be hard to get the same max value out of him? Is a fair suggestion. But then we have a player like FBI who says, just first pick me Aphelios. I don't give a fuck about the lane count.
It helps when they
I will
ban
carry
3
the game.
junglers against you. It helps when they ban 3 junglers against you.
I mean, you
so
say
those
that
options are
For any
available.
series, though,
The reason, all I mean is the 2 points. 1, Varus is seen as a huge lane counter to Aphelios, outranges. Remember,
and
in these
games,
yeah, we're first picking Aphelios with Ziggs and Varus open. Ask any other top 80 carry, and they will say, no, I will not pick Aphelios. First pick with those champs open. But I have the AD who's like, nah, fuck it, I'm feeling it. Pick me this pick, I will carry you the game. And then he does. And that's every GM around the world dreams of players like that who don't even care about conventional counters. Like if he tells me he will carry in a certain scenario, I believe him. His coaches believe him. His teammates believe him. He's got the runs on the board. That's a way to make it. Because Aphelios, obviously, if he gets going, like you think of game 2 against C9, where it's like the huge grind fest. If it's 6-item Aphelios, like you can make magic happen. So yeah, we found a way around it. It's just to power pick Aphelios and have FBI on your team, and then yeah, maybe you can make it a bot lane meta for a couple of games.
Right, what about this then? Obviously, the good thing about your team is not only like, I will say, by the way, this is one of those areas where actually fans probably forget because it's hard to keep track of all the opinions with like talk shows. Every week you get a new batch of opinion. If people don't know, almost every analyst I ever had in the spring had the exact same thought, which funnily enough would be essentially proven right by the results. They all said the actual core of the team, everything except mid lane, which obviously everyone was mega critical of, is actually a really good team. The problem was, it's hard to win domestic leagues without a really good mid lane, and that was what you obviously lacked. But the rest of the squad was good, so we can actually talk about pretty much all the players. So the other one to talk about, obviously, is the MVP of the final, Closer. Because here's what's funny, Papa. I was having tons of interesting convos on my talk shows the last few weeks, which went like this. Everyone remembers Closer when he first got to Golden Guardians, and he was himself, minor region player, comes in, but like was out of the gates was very impressive. But because he was on a bad team, it was that whole quality of like, it's a bit like when Southpaid was on SK at the beginning in LEC. You have to ask yourself that question of like, but how good do I actually know the player is? Because he's on a bad team. So in theory, yeah, if he wins, he's the win condition. So he looks amazing. And then the games where they lose, you go, well, how much was it really your fault? The jungler in a bad team. So I was wondering actually in 100 Thieves in the earlier portion of the playoffs, I thought he looked a bit subdued at times, dude. Like it wasn't the Closer I've seen that's this mechanical beast. And he's trying to be fair, they probably did first pick him as champions, I'm guessing, back in the old bad Golden Guardians. But he wasn't that player. Dude, he showed the player I've been waiting to see finally came in the finals. This was the Closer that was a fucking monster when he came to NA.
I think that's a fair take. For me, the timeline to speak about your observations a bit longer, and that I think in spring, there's a lot of power rankings where he ranked low and some analyst predictions and things like that. He still had good games in spring, but his role on the team and a lot about his maturing kind of like excellence that we're seeing now was from bringing in Reapered. Like if I look at kind of like one player who prospered the most from Reapered coming in, it would easily be Closer. I think in spring, his role on the team was to stack Drakes and make sure bot lane was in a good condition, because that was kind of our win condition was to play around FBI, and that was pretty much what we had isolated there. And the downside of that is everything became around like, why didn't we get that bot side objective, or how could that bot side situation happen? And if that's your first mindset as a jungler, to focus on even just a singular lane rather than like focus on your lanes, like you might say like Yankos and Santorin are more lane focused junglers. But if your first thought is like bot lane condition, or like Drake's is the objective near bot lane, it's actually very different to his current scenario now, which is getting his own advantage and focusing on himself as an individual, and then his ability to kind of like have agency to carry the game. Like he still sees the win conditions and the strengths and weaknesses of other players, but his first focus was on the individual, and that was Reaper's biggest shift. And the clearest thing I can tell you is that he very much focused on having 5 strong individual players who were on top of their own individual game, a strong team environment so that the people wanted to work together, and then fusing that together and having Closer able to focus on his own game, his strong mechanics, his ability to take over games like we saw in spring, in spite of kind of some of his mindset around the game. And then working on that, supporting that, and continuing to invest in him. The end result was the Closer in playoffs, who, like you say, was runaway MVP for playoffs for sure.
What was the process of getting Reapered into the team, especially mid-split? He was very kind of bizarrely just chilling.
Why wasn't he doing a gig as well? What were these other teams waiting for? Or was he waiting for them? What was the scenario, Papa?
So at the end of last year, C9 basically reached out, to us, and I assume every other team was like, hey, we're not looking to continue with Reapered for next year. would you like to speak to him? And I assume a lot of teams talked to him. And he was coming off a really long, very well tenured and successful time on Cloud9. And I think he basically put out the feelers to every team to like, is there a scenario out there that I want? And I think he just came away with the answer of no, right? Like, I think, we weren't looking to change head coach at the time. I was really happy with Zig's performance last year. And I guess none of the teams that were interested could reach an agreement, or both sides weren't aligned. And I think him having some time away to reflect after being in the LCS for, I want to say 4.5 years, all I can say is, like, when I think of coaching in NA, it's like pre-Reapered and post-Reapered in terms of like he came in and was the first kind of big ticket coach and had a lot of success that was attributed to him, had a style that was attributed to him, and had the swagger that anyone who's met Reapered in person knows is just innate to him as a person. And then the LCS had come a long, long way in those 4.5 years, and I think some time away for him to reflect on what he wanted to do next, and then an opportunity that caught his interest, like ours for summer, I think was what he was looking for. And to your question of him being integrated, I think he had a lot of time to watch other regions. He was doing like co-streams and other little content and stuff in spring, and I think he already had a lot of things he wanted to do and integrate. And obviously he has so many tricks, like old tricks from things that worked in his previous tenure as a coach. People even forget that, and maybe they don't know because it wasn't official, but I mean, he was effectively the head coach of EDG in 2015.
Yes. Yes.
Even though Aaron was the, I guess, nominal head coach, Reapered was the in-game coach. Like, he was the one that, the famous Morgana, Maokai into LeBlanc, that was him. So, like, he's been around a long time and always been savvy. And then having that extra time to not be in a bubble as you are on a team, like, especially if you're on a team for a long time, it feels like everything you start and end with is, Cloud9, I guess it was for him at the time. I think he came in refreshed. And a refreshed Reapered who was eager to prove himself again is something any team in the world should be lucky to have, because we know he has the potential. And when he came in with this immense drive to prove something, I think you're seeing the results. Like, it's pretty damn insane what he's achieved in just 3-4 months on the job.
Do you think he was better for this group of players as a coach? Like, what about his coaching style enables the players' strengths on 100 Thieves?
He was a necessary person to bring in. I know you're like very specifically wording this question from conversations we've had before, but it's also stuff I've talked about publicly.
Don't break the magic, Papa. God damn it.
We're friends. Sorry. I let it out there. We've talked about League of Legends before. You've been consulted on things before. Who knew? But specifically to your question, I think that Zix or Tony was a very systems and kind of like whole big picture coach. He's very smart about the game. Still someone I immensely respect. And the issue with this particular group, who compared to last year, we had like more of a rookie quiet mindset, whereas FBI and Closer are both exuberant, aggressive personalities. As I told you the story about, first picking Aphelios, like, that's also a personality thing alongside the skill and everything else. And I think that clashed with all game issues being team issues, where everything was painted very widely or non-specifically attributed, kind of like the issues or pain points in the game were dispersed in responsibility rather than kind of focused on an individual and an individual learning that they could take away and improve. And while that's easier for a lot of people to swallow in terms of like, this is something we need to improve on and everybody's to blame, which obviously is still going to be relevant when you're focusing on individuals like Reaper does to a different extent. But I think that led to us just not being able to push through pretty big things we needed to improve on, and thus it lowered our ceiling. Is kind of the way I reflect on it now. And so that's what I've appreciated about Reaper coming in, is if you have aggressive personalities, I mean, Reaper's going to be in his element, right? He has one as well. He is a very opinionated, strong person with strong conviction. And then to basically be like, hey, I want to know who you are and as a player, and like I want to lean into you. I'm not gonna like push something on you. I'm gonna lean into you and trust that we have 5 players that you can lean into and get results out of, which is more of a GM thing, I guess, right? He didn't have roster input apart from supporting the pickup of Abadage. It's something that I think really worked well with this group because they can come in and be a bit ratty sometimes and be a bit aggressive at times and know that if their heart's in the right place, it'll be well directed by Reapered, and if Reapered doesn't agree with them, he'll just, absolutely bounce off them and kind of redirect it in a good way. So yeah,
I've got an abstract premise I want to put to you. If you think there's nothing in it, whatever, but we'll see where it goes with this. Right? When I think about it now, is Reapered, because if people don't know, Reapered as a pro player, not only was he like an amazing shot caller, top laner, but the reason he did all the role swaps is he was actually basically like years ahead of High in that regard. He understood like I might have a better player for this role, but as long as I'm on the map, I can still do something in the game. I can sort of have impact. And if people don't know, he was always the mastermind. That was basically like his whole archetype. That's why I always say he's basically like the fucking villain in an anime. Like, I think he even sees himself that, which is cool. But if you look at his career, dude, this guy must just be the jungler whisperer. So he took broken down Svenskeren, who'd been through the fucking sausage grinder machine of TSM, was only the MVP when he was under Reapered. Then he got Blabber, MVP. Now he's just had Closer, playoff MVP arguably, and the one that people don't reference, this is why I thought it up actually, is because when you were saying he was secretly the main coach of EDG, if people don't know, this guy must be a genius, Monty, because what people don't know about Claylov is this: when Claylov used to play before Reapered arrived, based on what Papa said, he was a guy who never fucking ganked. And like the joke is, he's still waiting to do his first gank from a game that WE played in season 2 Worlds.
The joke is that you couldn't ban Evelyn against him.
Yeah, there you go.
Always Evelyn.
And then, but if people don't know, that year particularly, actually Claylov, no joke, did become like a ganking fucking jungler. So I get the feeling this guy must have some like special connection with all his junglers. Is it Reach?
I think he has a special connection with his players. I just think that it's the ramifications of having a jungler who's bought in and able to take over games is so much easier on the eye, and also the cascading effect on the lanes. It's like if the lanes know what they're doing and the jungler's on the top of his game, then everyone looks great and it's easy to attribute it to the jungler. Like, isn't every LCS MVP, and I imagine most LEC MVPs, the jungler? And I think that's partly because like when the jungler's doing bad, it's really clear, and when the jungler's doing good, it's really clear. So I think it's a symptom of a strength of his for sure, but I don't think it's like Reapered and junglers are close. He was a top laner. He played other role. He played jungle, I believe, as well.
Jungle.
Yeah.
He played jungle at the end of his career on Jin Air.
Yeah. So, well, I don't know if he remembers that too fondly. I know I don't.
I try not to. But,
his jungle time too fondly, right?
He chose that, and then he played Gangplank jungle, and it was horrible.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's got something about him for sure. Like, I'm really happy that I got to work with him because I knew him as a person, introduced through Monty and Susie, back in Korea many years ago. He's been on his own journey too. So
he would be a top 5 Korean. I would make a documentary about. Put it that way. He would be. If people don't know, like his actual real like backline story is mad interesting.
He's also. I've said this before, but he is not very. He doesn't behave like most other Koreans. He's extremely blunt, extremely like aggressive, no bullshit.
He's cocksure in a way that most Koreans aren't. Like, he's like, I'm good at this, and I'll tell you that. And most Koreans, as we all know, very much downplay their strengths if possible. Yes. Like the famous example I always heard from you guys, and I felt too, is English proficiency in a group, right? Like if you're in a group of Korean friends and you're someone who speaks English well, you don't want to accentuate that your friends around you don't have a skill, so you just downplay your own ability because it's like none of us have this, rather than like speaking confidently in English and like theoretically making your for people around you look bad or something.
By the way, that's even one really cool element of Reapered's career story. If people don't know, I actually did a text article about his career when he was a player. I'm assuming you'll be able to find it. It was called like Reapered One Against All or whatever. It'll be on some old website. You might have to use archive.org. But basically, it was just about his playing career. And actually, the theme of the title, like the title says, One Against All, was that his problem was, even though he was effectively a genius at League of Legends, he came up in a system where you're not allowed to be an individual genius and just be, especially not as a fucking player, and overrule the coaches and every other player. And like basically, basically that is the anathema to Korean culture. Their approach is the collectivist approach. Like, we're going to make it there as a team. In fact, I know they actually sort of vibe with that saying like the Japanese have, like, nobody is smarter than all of us. It's like that mentality, you know. So the funny thing is, by coming to the West, he's actually been able to actually express this aspect of it and become a champion doing it, which is kind of cool.
And the three of us together,
have had that.
The three of us together also could, I think, add a lot of layers to a piece like that. Because I agree, like, he is enigmatic and fascinating in a way because he is a very singular human and also performer, coach, player, etc. The famous, like, when he had Mightily as his mid laner, like the world's worst player in the mid lane, and he would like micromanage his choice. What was the famous story where like he told one of his teammates to buy an item?
He told him, he meant like buy the fucking cloak for the ADC, and he bought the fucking null metal.
No magic mantle.
Dude, he totally the wrong. Yeah, it's amazing. He meant to have like the one with like the
crit cloak.
Yeah.
Imagine explaining that story to someone in 2021 where the top laner is telling the mid laner what item to buy at a time in the game. Already kind of like a farcical premise now.
Yes.
And then him buying the wrong item. You didn't give him enough information on what item to buy. Like there's stuff like that. And then
let me just tell the story.
You go ahead. It's a great one. It's a banger.
So it was IEM Cologne. And it was the first iteration of SKT. So this was before they had picked up Faker's roster.
I'm gonna add to this story after you tell it. I got even more that you don't know potentially. Go ahead.
Is this about the Eat Sleep game, like Heimerdinger
related to that? But keep going.
Okay. So there was a roster called Eat Sleep Game, which Reapered was on, and it had players that you've probably never heard of, guys like Mightily and Raven and Starlast, and these players who never really did anything after this point. So their first attempt was an international tournament that ESL ran in Cologne called IEM Cologne. And basically, Reapered was playing top lane at the time, and they managed to win this event, even over a team that had was Fnatic at the time, was very good. They had SOAS, and they basically just clapped everybody at this event. But hilariously, Reapered had to mind control his teammates because they were so terrible that he was basically microing them from the top lane. And as Thorin referenced, he told his AD carry to go back and buy a cloak, which he meant a crit cloak, but he bought a Negatron cloak instead, which is MR for the bot lane, which was just hilarious. And also the Twisted Fate, basically he was just forcing his mid laner to play TF to come gank his lane for him, and they end up winning, which is just absolutely incredible.
Reapered is so genius. Years before Matter was telling Looper just teleport on Maka, he was doing that with his fucking mid lane. He was like, listen, you're basically my third summoning spell. Just come to my lane right now. Yeah, that's genius. Go on, give us the extra detail.
I got two thoughts here. One, I'll extend Monty's point where it's it wasn't just that he was telling his mid lane to play TF. If you remember, if it was a bad matchup for Reapered, he would go mid and his mid laner would play 1v2 Twisted Fate. Literally, his mid laner would play the 200 HP base stat, terrible 1v2 champ, just so that. And you think that's not to make Reapered look good, right? That was because that was Reapered's way to calculate how to win the game the most. And I think.
And by the way, this is underrepresented, guys. If you want the single hardest carry performance in League of Legends history, it was Reapered in this fucking tournament, and no one ever talks about it. But it was so
he
crazy.
Won the tournament. Guess people
literally his mid laner, and I've cast. You guys have all cast. I believe Mightily is perhaps the worst pro player in the history of League of Legends. He was absolutely terrible, just awful. Couldn't play anything other than TF. Actually. I don't know how that didn't get banned, but that's a different story. And to extend that point before I go to the context example, I think that a lot of people, and you, Thorin, have done this as well, have talked about kind of Reaper's hubris and his drafting issues in series. And I think it's worth considering that if he has that mindset, that's probably what's leading to things that on the outside look very questionable. Is this was our best way to win. It's the only way I could see it. And I theoretically, maybe in those examples, overruled a player's natural tendency because I calculated this was our best way to win. And I can't go and see the scrim results and know how he got to some of his premises. And there could have been some faulty ones, but I can guarantee there was no YOLO there. It was very much I've thought of every scenario and this is the best way to win. And it was enigmatic for him as a player and as a coach. But the extra context to rewind back is I cast the qualifier for this tournament. It's like when Pastry Time and I were first coming up and casting our first gigs outside of very small like pub, like 15 viewer Australian streams were IEM qualifiers for Korea and China, because it was around the time Taipei Assassins won Season 2 Worlds, and there was like a international push for like English coverage of the Asian regions that wasn't just I think it was actually before Monty Doe at that time. It was like right when he started and just before when Moletrap and Torch were getting out. But there was, let's have some more English coverage of regions. And Eat Sleep Game was kind of like his clan title that he'd used, I think, in maybe Chaos and other games as well. And so we got the bracket, and it was Eat Sleep Game versus someone. I'm like, who the hell is Eat Sleep Game? And it was, Reapered's team at the time. And then the person who was my contact at, I believe it was ESL Asia at the time, reached out, and he was like, by the way, on the day of this tournament, Eat Sleep Game is going to rename. I'm like, okay, what are they renaming to? He said SK Telecom T1. And I was new to esports. I only knew League, right? And I was like, oh, are they famous or something? Like, what's SK Telecom T1? And obviously that has gone on to be a very, very apparent thing. But people don't know in 2021 that SKT's main thing they wanted was to build a team around Reapered. Like that was their first roster. That's what they wanted. Was they wanted Reapered as the center of SK Telecom T1. And obviously, if you know the context, I think Coma, his passion was to build the Faker roster as well, and he had to kind of manage the first team as well to make that all happen, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know exactly like the chronology of when Coma joined and things like that, but SK Telecom T1's first foray in League was, this Reapered guy surely seems like a guy to build around. And I don't think anyone really knows that in 2021. So it's like another layer, almost an accomplishment. Is like, people only really know his Cloud9 time, and now, of course, his 100 Thieves win. And to also layer in the early stories of SK Telecom T1's entrance was around him, and actually he was the guy behind the famous LeBlanc counterpick and EDG's success.
Yep.
I mean,
that's pretty cool. Yeah,
it's pretty epic. Like he's had an epic career, and I didn't think I would ever get the chance to work with him. I still had this like reverence and respect for him from his tenure in Cloud9 and before. So actually to be able to get to work with him as well is a rare highlight for me.
By the way, on that point you made about like some of the unusual drafts he does if you're an outside observer, I will say this. Listen, I can have my own opinion on whether I think it was the right draft or if it was, whether it was right. But here's the thing. What I will say is this. What makes him mega unique in that sense is that, dude, I don't know any other Western coach who really has the green light in that sense. Like the other ones, like it's always a negotiation with the players. Like there's no such thing, as far as I know, from other coaches that are friends of mine, of like overruling a play. In fact, most of them, they even say it's half of why when they come on shows like this to play defense, it's really tricky, because realistically they want to just say like, well, of course the guy can't bloody play Callista, but they can't, so they have to go, well, I don't really know if Callista was that. They have to like fucking rationalize all these reasons as to why they didn't want to do it.
I think overruling is what Jensen and Svenskaren and people felt. What they've talked about on talk shows is that overruling idea. I've never seen him overrule a player as aggressively as that sounds. Like we're in pick and ban, it's 10 seconds left, and he's like, no, you're not playing that. Like there's nothing like that.
The vibe I got was more like he just came like, here's the game plan of what we're going to do today. And I will say, here's one thing I will say, to be very fair, Papa. Some of the people who complained, they're also the personality type who would just go along with it and complain after the fact. You know what I mean? It wasn't like they were like, look, I can't play it, bro. They were sort of like, oh, well, if you want me to play that. And then when they lost, they were sort of like, it was his fault. There was some of that involved, I will say.
I mean, that's
dude, is because here's the thing. In that scenario, if you're a coach, you are damned if you do and damned if you don't. Because I'll tell you what, funny enough, he was in 100 Thieves. The other side of the equation is my mate Prolly. When he used to be a coach, he'll fully tell you there's a whole bunch of times in game 5, he just let the mid laner like, look, what champion do you want? And even if it was the wrong one, he was like, look, if Reeve tells me he wants LeBlanc, I got to give him it. So if you go the other way and you lose, it's also just as bad. It's basically, where do you want to put your flag?
I definitely have a lot more insight in coaching, from being team side now for a couple of years rather than speculating from the outside for many, many years. And there's always some truth and some fiction in kind of this idea of extremes. Like, here's a coach that like just does whatever the player says versus here's the 1v9 coach. Reapered is the prototype of the counterpoint. I don't think the spectrum is ever that stark. I agree that most coaches are going to be a lot more collaborative in draft, and I think Reapered is still very collaborative in draft. I think the thing I see with Reapered, and I don't have that many people to contrast him with, but he is very much like when he really wants to think about draft, he'll basically get in the zone about it. Like, he'll like disengage a conversation to really think deeply, and he's doing the dartboard or like the trades, and like he will very much get in the zone to come up with a concept, and then he will bring the concept and share it. And there's the one hand where it's like very charismatic, everyone's bought in, they're gonna crowd pleasing, which will happen with any coach if it's a team that's in a good state. So like he's obviously got the runs on the board for just that, but also he will be able to explain it, and he will be able to go into layers, and he'll be able to update it. And if the players don't want to do it, he will, reform to another scenario. So I think it's just that he has strength of conviction in himself, and he's just a fucking good coach. And I think it's not that common to have both those things. And we've talked about coaching as a discipline in League, how it started as a requirement and it's had to evolve in another direction. That isn't Reapered's story, right? Like, he was never a coach that got brought along because they needed somebody. Like, he was someone who had a mindset for it as a player, found success in a major region, and then found a way to reinvent himself at the start without even speaking conversational English. So it's just I think it's just one of those things where, like, sometimes his vocalized scenario for winning will involve someone playing a champ they don't want to play. And most players, if you force them, or at least advise them to play a champion that's out of their wheelhouse and they lose, obviously there has to be some self-defense there, right? These are all players with egos who believe they are or will be the best in their position. So I think after the fact, reviewing coaches, whether it's a GM reaching out to work out, hey, I know this player, what do you think of this guy? I'm thinking of hiring him. You're always going to have a lot of volatility in the responses you get based on the personality and the buy-in that was there. But yeah, there's just times where I see the bag of tricks Reapered has, and there doesn't seem to be an end to it. Like, he can always
he's a draft genius for sure. Yeah. The other thing people don't get, by the way, is I only was ever critical about one exact thing, which is I just thought sometimes in like the Game 5 drafts he would do weird ones. The other ones, he was always one of the best drafters in the whole league. That goes without saying.
Him doing a weird draft won MSI though, so.
I mean, listen, that also set a precedent in your mind. Like, look, trust me, I know what I'm doing here. Because I will say, there's the other counterpoint. In the same way as I said, there are players who, after the fact, to protect their own ego, like you'll say, they will pretend like, I wasn't going along with this at all, whereas really they just didn't voice it. I will say the other side to that equation is plenty of the coaches who are like, look, I don't have any agency. They also don't have the balls to essentially come along and go, look, I've got a game plan, let's do it. Because they know if you lose, the players might go, well, you told us to do it. You have to have, that's why you basically have to be willing, to be that kind of like you've got to be willing to go out on your shield. You've got to go like, look, win or lose, I'll take the blame or I'll take the credit. But I'm willing to go for my idea.
It's so hard, though, Duncan. And I actually think coaches have a really rough position because they're rarely the tenured older person who it's likely that a professional player will respect their either knowledge or accomplishments or something about it. Like, very rarely are they all three that kind of they always are in the Premier League or something like that. Like, you think about the Premier League, and when you hear about coaches coming on, like, I think Andre Villas-Boas was like 29, 30, 31 when he was Chelsea coach and replaced Jose Mourinho, and there were players in the squad older than him, and everyone was like, how the hell could this ever work? Like, this defender's 35. Like, how will he ever get respect? Like, that was like an ultra example. Usually the coach is 40 to like 70, in that. So age is a factor. And then from there, having a rap sheet, or at least accomplishments that include things like winning MSI and 4 years on C9. Like, if you come in as a new coach and you're a pro player who's at the top of your game and at least in this sport should have a better knowledge about at least your role than your coach does. It's just from playing thousands of games and things like that. You think about how stacked the deck is against a coach actually being able to do all the things you need to do. And it's almost like you need to disperse the idea of what that coach needs to do to multiple people. Like, maybe you need a GM to shoulder what would be a head coach role for other people, and you need a drafting coach to like do some of that. Like, so that's why it's like we brought this guy in. He didn't build the roster, and he wasn't able to get the most out of the players. I think that is what you are priced in for in League of Legends. It's not that common that you bring in someone with a vision, lean into him, allow him to build the roster that he wants to build, and trust that he has the entire ability to get buy-in and also manage egos and also keep that buy-in or have like, astute extra tricks and things. Like, I think it's almost like we're working backwards to those kind of conclusions rather than being able to build for them. So that's why if you can find someone like that, you definitely lean into them.
It's also the difficulty of dealing with, like you said, the FBI pick example on Aphelios, which I find very interesting because it's challenging as a coach to be able to enact your strategy unless the players are on board with it, right? Like, you could really want Aphelios right there, but as you hinted at before, the lane matchup may deter certain professional players who are concerned about their laning performance or something like that. So you're constantly in a draft state or in an available strategic state dealing with some players who are going to be more flexible on that front and some players that are very firmly about their own ideas about the game, and getting kind of cobbling together a strategic vision off of that is very hard.
I will say that every top team has an exceptional resource that they can tap into. Like, not every top team has FBI. That's only us, and everyone else can go away. TSM subreddit, please just cut it out. You're not getting FBI. But like, TSM had Bjergsen, right? And he was an exceptional resource, and he was also a just pick me Zilean. I don't care what the matchup is. I don't think Bjergsen needed much coverage for Zilean. He was just like, nah, it's good. I'll Zilean. And what a good coach will do is you work out what the things you have are that kind of break normal drafting flow. Because usually, like, let's say you're on red side and you're a counter pick focused team, then you want to see something and then you can put your pick in. But you got to wait to see something to get your counter pick, right? Like, you can't counter pick top if you don't know what the top laner is. And that's conventional. That's just like the ebb and flow of pick ban. Having someone who can blind pick win lane, it breaks that flow, right? Because then suddenly you have someone who is able to take over the game. And usually that's like, just pick me this jungler, I can win every matchup on it. Like the favorable jungle matchup first pick. That's what you usually will see. Or pick me AD and get me counter pick support and I can win a matchup or something like that. I think the ones that break that are no one else will pick this without those champions banned because you don't actually get an advantage out of it. Unless you're just a better player or, have a secret way to play the lane. And things like, first pick Aphelios, don't need any coverage bans for it, is an extra draft resource for a coach to get more wins elsewhere because they don't have to kind of pick it on 3 on red, then ban 2 to get the value out of it. They're just getting it from first pick. And I think most top teams will have some sort of resource like that, whether it's a player who fancies a traditional counter matchup or just has a lot of skill that can break that. And that's the sort of area where Reapered gets a bonus, is if he can identify what he has there, plus already has, some good drafting fundamentals, then he should just get draft wins. And I think Reapered has got a lot of draft wins from having those extra things. And it's also another good reason to wait for the right offer, because if you're just on a team that doesn't have any ability to get draft wins, then it's going to usually be less than the sum of its parts rather than more of the sum of its parts.
Should we talk about some other teams, Monty? Not just
I want one more question before we start talking about other teams, about GMing, because we haven't focused on that. But I think one of the big stories that came out of this is that 100 Thieves is now the first kind of franchise era org that isn't like the OG like CLG, TSM, Cloud9 Team Liquid hegemony to win LCS. So obviously that's been a huge accomplishment.
Let me give you a bit of trivia. Everyone knows I love my historical context.
You do.
So in the franchise era of the LCS, here are the stats. Number of titles, right? We'll forget Team Liquid. We're just doing 100 Thieves in TSM, a legacy org that had won the most titles in history, right? Since the franchising era began, number of titles, 100 Thieves 1, TSM 1. Number of finals, TSM 2, 100 Thieves 2. Number of Worlds appearances, 100 Thieves 2, TSM 1. Objectively, 100 Thieves is better than TSM in the franchising era. Suck on that for Reggie, and maybe just don't have your girlfriend be the president of the org or something, you know? Just a crazy idea, mate, you know?
Not to mention
that part was redacted, you know.
The one time they went 0-6.
Exactly, yeah. So technically, one of these hasn't done that yet. In fact, no one's done it, to be fair. So, you know, yeah, fair play to... Yeah, you've got to give TSM credit when they set records, Monty, actually. My apologies for not mentioning that. That is a record.
They went to Worlds. They just haven't won any games at Worlds in the franchise era. So, very fun.
Look, I can also massage stats to make our team look better. How about, in the history of Worlds, 100 Thieves have only ever lost to World Finalists. True story.
Not bad.
We only ever lost to World Finalists. Yeah. Fnatic IG in the same group. Went 0-4 against them.
That's good. That's
2-0 against G-Rex. Therefore, wow, how amazing are we?
That's
impressive. Bumper sticker right there.
Technically, we can't know that 100 Thieves wasn't the third best team at that Worlds.
You know what?
We'll never know.
I have made that connection as well.
Okay, there you go. Okay.
That's actually amazing. I love that.
There you go.
Did you have a question, Monty? About
So like, it's kind of weird that in the era of franchising that there allegedly was supposed to be a level of parity between these organizations that all spent money, right? And yet it took many years now for another team to actually come out with a title. So considering you are the first GM to do this, can you talk about like the difficulties of being a GM not on one of those legacy teams and how you overcame those issues?
I would say that I don't think we are as fair a comparison to the other, I guess, 5 teams in the league that you would lump into that bucket, because we do have... We're 100 Thieves. We have Nadeshot. We have other successful parts of our business. Sure. There's a conversation around 100 Thieves, even if we're 7th or 8th in the standings because of the org. So I think that gives us one extra kind of like, I guess summoner spell is a weird thing to say here, but like an extra reason that people will be incentivized to join. But I just think that the pull of success in NA is really, really strong. I think, you know, you had an this past off season where players chose to play for a top academy team rather than a bottom half LCS team because they thought their success was more guaranteed by going to a top academy team. And I think in a top heavy league like that, if you're C9, TL, TSM, you know, obviously the CLG era is quite a long way behind us now when it comes to draw, but those 3 teams especially, it's just a case of, if you think of it like an orderly queue in the off season, if you're an eligible free agent or a player who can be bought out, you're waiting for those 3 people to respond. You know, like you're not taking any other deal until you fully understand what's going on with those 3 teams. And I think the power of those 3 teams to shape the off season has been immense, and it's earned from previous success. And I think that's the barrier to entry to compete at the top level that led to a stacked deck, that led to kind of rigidity. And I think G2 and Fnatic to some degree had that for multiple years in Europe as well. And you kind of need some good fortune in order to break that, or in order to be able to challenge that. Because I believe when we come into this off season, we'll be able to have similar pull. And it wasn't just that we finished first. It was that we have like an attractive squad, an attractive program, things are on the up, etc. And I think the closest team to have that recently was probably Golden Guardians, you know, before the financial issues in the last off season. Like the rumored lineups they were able to put together with the core they had were competing rosters. And our ability to join that club is partly because they were a small org that had and also their financial issues. Like if they were a big org, then that would have just been another competitor that would have kind of suppressed our ability to come into the market. So I guess to your question, Monty, it's just when there's already such a stacked deck, you kind of have to approach things in a different way in order to compete at the top. For us, it was the amateur program, our academy team, the fact that we do have a lot of talent coming through. and a lot of hard decisions on how to like appropriately, like you don't want to have lots of talented players and then at some point you're just holding them back because you just have so many in a single position or something. Like that was something that we set up in order to compete, and it was a more long form thing, and not everyone is afforded, hey, I'm coming in as a GM, here's my 2-year plan. Like a lot of people are like, so you're winning now, son? It's kind of like the way it's going to be. So I think it is really, really tricky, and you need a couple of good breaks and also to have some really strong systems in order to compete. And then you need luck, like the luck has to come in order to be able to compete. And we finally got into a position for all that to come to a head between spring and summer this year after 1.5 years where we weren't really able to meet org expectations. And I know when we were covering the final, for example, when I was at the final yesterday, there were people there who had been with the org since 2018 spring, the 3-0 loss against Team Liquid, and it felt so great to be able to kind of like pay it back to them and see their eyes after being on the inflicting end of like almost the quickest victory in history after being down on our luck for so long between those 2 points. And we came in with the trophy yesterday, which is cool. One of like the quirks of it being in the studio is that we can just take the trophy home. It's not being flown from another location, right? Like it would be if it was in New Jersey or something. So we took the trophy home, and I went up to leadership, and what I truly believe, it sounds very like, I don't know, you guys can draw your own inferences, but this is an org that was such a breakaway success in other areas of esports and gaming and lifestyle that them continuing to support my vision and invest big amounts of money in order to compete, like they could have also cut and run at any point, right? Like they didn't need the LCS in order to be successful as an organization. But they continue to invest. They always ask the question of, have you exhausted every opportunity in order for us to be more likely to win next season? That's all they ever ask, and that's what they always push on. So I went to leadership and gave them the trophy and said, this one's for you guys. The next one's for us. And that's how I truly believe it, is if you're in a part of a great org that does have that mindset to support a vision like they have with me, like this is for them investing in building up those systems and always looking to try to push the envelope. And now we join that logjam at the top, and we can have another conversation about, is it healthy that the best young players only want to play for the best teams? You don't have the like parity of a draft where Immortals is running around with the best young players and the best experienced players on the top teams. That's its own issue, but it definitely really feels really good to be here. And I didn't in my wildest dreams when we were making our changes think we could win this split, but for it to end like that does feel a bit like a storybook. And it's that mirroring of, it's been a 4-year period. We started with making it to the final and getting smashed by Team Liquid, and then 3.5 years later smashing Team Liquid. It does feel like a chapter's been written that will be remembered for sure.
The only trouble is, I've got to admit, Papa, when it gets to the writing room, we're probably going to cut the scene where it was like very saccharine and you were like, this one's for you, but next one's for other. That's,
yeah, I mean, the fast forward to like a struggle. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, but like, I'm actually living this, right? Like I'm sitting there afterwards being like, wait, we won. Like, I don't really know what it means that we won yet. People talk about like an important person in their life passes away and they don't know how to process it. And I kind of feel that way about winning. Like it hasn't really sunk in.
Is it on an individual level, like literally just you to yourself? Have you actually felt a level of validation? I mean, it's very common whenever anyone moves from one job to another. Like they have the imposter syndrome. You wonder like, am I actually for this? Am I going to be good?
No, I still for sure have the imposter syndrome. It's something I've had my whole career. Like when people started talking about me as a caster in a positive way, I was like, oh, why are they doing that? And I was talking to the players, basically I think it hasn't really sunk in with them yet either, it feels like we all went through a tough time together and got the result we wanted. Like it's like that kind of like small insular thing of this group survived and there were hardships and we got over them and now we got the result we wanted. It's kind of the scope right now. It's not like the glitz and glamour of like we broke the glass ceiling and like we're number one.
I think it's hard because you weren't in a stadium or anything, right? Like it's kind of just like the same shit you were dealing with earlier this year of like going to the studio again. So there wasn't that like sure you had some like fireworks and you lifted a trophy, but the the impactful moment was much less than it normally is, right?
In hindsight, it's going to be remembered as an impactful moment, right? Like breaking in, being only the 5th team to ever win, winning when being the outsider in every series based on analyst prediction into winning it all, coming in like Azael on the Casa Desk, I think he said it's the most surprising stomp, which I think is fair in that like I don't think a team that was like predicted by like whatever percentage, let's say 20, went on to 3-0. Like that's not very common, right? Like it's pretty uncommon for there to be this.
It's one of the biggest fans upsets
maybe like
in a long time.
Maybe MVP Ozone against CJ Blaze, right? That was also a surprising 3-0. I think it's probably about a pretty similar level of surprise. But what I will say is like we came into playoffs. I think most people would have us power ranked as the 5th best team, right? And then for us to stomp the final.
I think your accomplishments were underappreciated because you got 2nd place in a world where Cloud9 and Liquid were like actively sabotaging themselves. So that was driving most
people
of the
thought there was an asterisk. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But I think if you came in and were like, oh, they were the 2nd place seed, they must be one of the favorites, right? If you have no context at all,
yes, of course.
You would actually be like everyone would bite your head off. They'd be like, no, you don't understand. Like they've been trending down, and like these guys got their guys back in, and like EG's looking the hottest, and then like of course C9, TL, TSM, like we would have been 5th to most people if you just followed the available info. And then for us to make the run we did, it is super unlikely. And again, things like that, like I'm saying them to you now as a matter of record. Thinking about like this past week of scrims where, as I'm sure, people don't think about this, but like if you're in NA and you're in finals weekend, there are 3 teams in the finals weekend. We cannot scrim Cloud9. We're playing them. You can't scrim. I mean, you can maybe get like 1 scrim against TL or something, right? But like you're not going to scrim against your potential opponent in the final extensively. This is not Asia where we can scrim against the teams competing in, Korea,
region,
China teams or PCS teams or something. And even in the past when we've been in this scenario, there's like academy teams who are practicing for their finals, right? And A, sometimes there's information sharing issues there, and B, the academy finals was already played. So there was actually really a dearth of scrim opponents. We had to get pretty creative and obviously leverage our academy team quite a lot. And for us to, and I can personally vouch for this, make sizable improvements in our macro and map play, mostly from watching other regions rather than being able to actually put it into practice, just because the scrims were always going to be pretty low quality. It's kind of the thing that surprised me the most, is that we've actually made tangible improvements on how we play out the map from tape rather than from putting reps in. And I think, I don't really know what that means yet, or was that a one-off or a fluke or something, but if that's a skill we also have as a team, then I think it's something that will be really good for us at Worlds for sure.
All right, now you want to talk about the other teams, Thorin?
Sure.
I mean, how long we got is the question.
So
10 minutes for all the other teams in the entire LCS?
We got hours, baby. You're the ones with the time commitments, not me.
Okay. All right. Well, let's start with the team you played in the finals, then, Team Liquid. Because as I said, even though everyone, and this is a thing fans keep getting caught in. I don't blame fans, by the way, because I know a fan just turns on the game and watches the game. He just sees what he sees on the screen. He doesn't always know. Essentially, he can't know what he doesn't know. And so the problem fans always have is whenever, because at the moment with my sponsor, I'm doing a bunch of watch parties where I'm watching the games live with a bunch of people who are just.
I think that stuff's really cool, right? Is that one of those things where it just came to and you wondered why you hadn't done it sooner?
No, it was more like when they were saying, like, what would the deliverables be to have the sponsor? I was trying to think, what could you really do? So what I thought was basically like, why not just do some things that effectively like might be interesting to try, but I've just never done before, basically. And then I actually didn't expect it to be fun, but actually it's fairly fun when you do it. Obviously, you get a cool group of people who have your vibe. Yeah, you get into the game. But basically, when I was doing it, when I'm talking with essentially people who, there's a mixture. Some of them are like challenger players, some of them are just nobodies, obviously. There's a tendency to do the sort of basically pretend like you're LS and just explain why every draft is bad and every player's a moron for not picking the absolute best player for that role. But I always keep having to tell these players, the problem is this, right? If we take the initial premise that this is really a top team in the region, and we know, as I said before, they are scrimming. So in this scenario here, this is where a fan won't think extra orders of effect on. In this scenario, as you said, if you're Team Liquid and you've won the upper bracket, there is nobody for you to practice except Team Liquid, except 100 Thieves and Cloud9. They're the only two teams you can scrim. So logically, if in the final, the draft is incredibly weird to you every game from Team Liquid, it actually implies what I said earlier. They probably had a terrible time in scrims, specifically against this team, maybe even both teams, you never know. And then as a result, whatever the current meta is that they might have done even against a different opponent, they already know that doesn't work. So they've thrown that out the window. Like, yeah, you might not think this draft's good, but the odds are they've gone through this page, and this is just what's left. And it usually means, this is the key point I always make to like random fans, even though to us it looks stupid, like why not do X? The point is they would have probably already tried X. And so even though to us it's inferior, this actually is their best solution. I know it seems impossible because you think this will have no chance. Because dude, when I watch this particular series, like this makes me wonder if TL themselves actually really were that confident coming in this series. Like they looked scared in terms of how they played, how they drafted. What did you think of Team Liquid? Because before the finals, as you said about the upset, everyone would have said Team Liquid at a minimum wins in a close game, if not stomps, right?
Mm-hmm. I think the one advantage Team Liquid has that compared to generic team in a rough scenario like you're talking about is they could scrim both 100 Thieves and C9 if they wanted to. Obviously they would be guarded about how much they did, just given how the schedule plays out. But two, their academy team is really strong by academy standards. All three teams have strong academy teams that were still in the runnings. TLA I have a lot of respect for. Spawn is their coach, the Oceanic caster. And they are a good team, and obviously they could plug and play players in the LCS as well. So I think that's a good scrim partner for them. Obviously, it's not the same as having a top LCS team, etc. I won't even include the asterisks. But what I will say is my guess is that mostly from playing against TLA, they looked at us and said, okay, how do we win against 100 Thieves? Obviously, part of it's going to be Alphari someday dynamic. Simple. It's what they did the previous best of 5. They're going to do it again. I'm guessing the second thing is and how it goes with, again, limited time, limited practice options is with your academy team, you can say you're playing these picks, right? Like you just kind of like the old MIG Blaze, MIG Frost, like one of the teams is cosplaying the opponent.
Yeah, you mimic our opponent. Yeah, exactly.
We warm up with our academy team before every stage game. And we give them a set draft. You're playing these champs. It's what we expect the enemy to be playing today. And then it's not going to be a high quality game, but there's still going to be learnings from the set draft, right? Yes. And we've actually had games where like 9 out of the 10 champs are what we predicted the draft would be, which is always like, whoa, okay, like our prep's pretty good then. My guess is they went with TLA and said, it's complete guess, there's no inside info here.
Yeah.
They went to TLA and said, okay, we need a scenario where we can get a draft win on red side because red side gives us counter pick against someday guaranteed. What can we leave open and beat? What is the champion we know 100 Thieves will first pick that we can have a strategy to beat? And clearly their answer was Viego. Like clearly they were like, okay, we need to be able to beat Closes Viego. That's how we win the draft. It's beating Viego. There's no reason you would leave it open twice. It's an open and shut ban if you're not having that strategy. And you do need to have a strategy like that in the best of 5, especially when it's someone who knows your playbook by having scrimmed them and played them on stage a lot. And so,
by the way, I thought one thing I'd just chuck in there is another detail as you're talking about in the sort of meta approach to how you think about competing. This is a really misunderstood point by fans. When a fan does the thing where champion X, pick whatever
how
you
did
want,
they
Diego,
get that pick? It's OP, and he's so good at it.
And they just say, it's such a strong champion, why not just ban it? What they don't get is this. How do you prepare if you don't know what you're going to ban until 1 second before? You can't. So what you actually do, genuinely, especially, by the way, for roles you can't even pinch at the moment, is you explicitly, as Papa says, let them have the champion you know they want. Because since they want it, it becomes now predictable they will take it, which means you can actually prepare a counter. Now, listen, yes, you can debate whether the counter is good enough, but it's actually a legitimate strategy. In fact, you have to sometimes employ it. It's not as simple, obviously, as just ban all the OPs, is it?
Well, especially if you're committing to red side. Red side is the counter pick side. So even when you're doing draft prep, you can't prep as much for red side because you don't know what they're going to ban because the blue side has more ban flexibility, and you don't know what they'll first pick because it again depends on the traits. So red side bans is usually 1 to 2 locked bans where it's like, okay, we're coming in, but we will not play against this champ. and then you need space for a reaction ban. You know, kind of like if team on blue side, what's a famous one to think about here? It's like if blue side team bans Gnar, they probably want to first pick Renekton. So now you need space to be able to ban Renekton or a strategy to play into Renekton. But you can't prep a Renekton ban because you don't know if they'll ban Gnar and things like that. It's one of those things where it's like you need space. And the more flexible your team is, the more space you have. If you have 3 locked bans on blue side and red side, most famous example would be Cloud9 at 2018 Worlds. Kind of crazy they went as far as they did to semis when they couldn't play, you know, the Aurelia Kali stuff.
Bunch of champions.
But with 3 locked bans, winning best of 5s is basically impossible if it's blue-red side. But sometimes that'll happen, right? It's like, I got good players, but like they just can't play these picks. That's going to be a reason you struggle. For red side, they have to build out a red side draft. 'Cause, right, you want to win a best of 5 to win the whole fucking title, right? You need to know that an enemy team will first pick this champ no matter what, because then you can actually build it out. If it's, well, we don't know if they'll take Viego or Lee Sin first pick, then suddenly that affects the texture of all of your other red side picks, right? But if it's, we believe this team will pick Viego, let us be able to beat Viego, have confidence to beat Viego, then that's the thing that they clearly, in my opinion, again, fully speculating, spent the whole week prepping for is the Viego open scenario. And that's the only reason why you would do it twice. Like, it's not like they misbanned Viego and then misbanned Viego again, right? That's not a valid reason for Viego to be left open twice. It's, we can handle Viego on red side, plus we get counter pick against someday, would have been their strategy. And they would have practiced probably against TLA, maybe even C9. I'm not aware of who they were scrimming or whatever. And then whoever else to try to keep that open, they would have kept it in mind around solo queue practice. It would have been communicated to the players, guys, are you bought in on this? We're leaving open Viego. And the players would have agreed to it. So that's what's required to get there. And then obviously if closer smurfs on Viego, all you can do is have egg on your face and say, that was our best way to win and it didn't work, you know? And that's with limited practice partners. Like if this was in Asia and you could be practicing against other top world teams with Viego open, maybe you get a different read than your academy team. But you get what you get, right? And it turns out that bet was wrong in this case.
By the way, being as we're talking about jungle champions, just for the example, and obviously Closer was like the MVP of the final, like I think I have to ask a question to you. I want to get your take on Santorin, because the problem is this. On the one hand, I will definitely give him an asterisk, which is he didn't play most of the regular split. He's obviously had the health issues. You know, I can't judge him like he's in, like this is the best ever version of Santorin and this is just who he is forever. But I will say this. He looked like he was doing really well in most of the other playoff series. He was actually like sometimes one of the outstanding players. But in this final, I actually was really disturbed even by just even the drafting, dude. Like, why was he playing Lee Sin in these Lee Sin games hurt my soul. Like, it's like I said on Twitter, mate. Considering Closer played Lee Sin in game 3, you wouldn't even believe it was the same champion, dude, when these two players played it. Like, I don't think I ever saw like a fucking big kick from Santorin. It didn't really even feel like, if you think of the champions in the meta, dude, where's he playing the Trundle and the fucking Sejuani, all the stuff that's like in his wheelhouse? That felt like a really weird angle that they went with because they were, like, here's the thing. I'd get it, Papa, if it was a draft scenario and they're picking, you know, for Lee Sin first away from Closer. Like, that has a logic to it. But they were doing it as a response most of the time even. What do you think on it?
Again, they're red side, right? Because they want to be on red side, so you don't really get to first pick things. You're responding. What I will say is that we banned Trundle on blue twice, so obviously we know he's a big Trundle player. And then specifically to the Viego sense, it's a Viego Lee Sin trade, right? In most drafts, you see Viego and Lee Sin because like there's like nuances of the 1v1 matchup, there's nuances of the skirmishing, there's nuances of the team fight that I don't want to get into. No reason to reveal info just because we're still active in the season. But basically, it's a very common trade to take the Lee Sin and give up the Viego and theoretically get that one more pick, right? It's like, okay, well, if we can nullify Viego because we practice against it a lot, plus like Lee Sin has his own strengths, it's going to be better on red side, plus we get that counter pick is the scenario there. Now, is Santorin a notorious Lee Sin player? No, it's not his comfort. Like that's again, hey guys, here's our draft plan to beat 100 Thieves. Are you bought into this? Santorin, you're going to be on Lee Sin. That's the trade we're going for. Are you bought into this? He as a player, he's obviously in the Yankos kind of like school of thought, right? Like a more lane focused player rather than own advantage player. He was bought into that plan. All their practice indicated that that would be their best route to win. Was it the wrong bet to take? Easy to say now, yes, right? Because it didn't work. But he was trying to play a role for that series, and he wasn't able to play it as good as Closer was. So I think it's fine to criticize the individual player, but again, being on the team side now, you see the bigger picture of how things get to where they get to, and then all you can really do afterwards is take the result and evaluate the process that led you to like, this is our draft scenario, and then have better scenarios going forward. Because again, the silver lining here is that Team Liquid do get to learn from this and go to Worlds, and I know their eyes are on Worlds more closely than a summer title. Whereas for us, it's our first ever title, so obviously the significance there is always going to be different.
By the way, since you mentioned that, I will throw in for context. Like, that is one thing I'm not a fan of personally. Like, even though in theory every pro, look, until you're eliminated, you want to win the championship, you want to be a champion of your region, blah blah blah. For some reason, it did actually, I thought, make the ambience of the games not as exciting. That, as we talk about here, like whoever's in the finals already at Worlds, no matter what, like they can't, essentially they're already going home with something, as it were. Like in that sense, even though I wasn't a huge fan of Gauntlet, I would prefer it if sort of like only summer winner was Worlds and then the rest sort of still played for it after, so there was still hype in all the matches.
Here's my opinion on that. I think that in COVID, valid concern. I think actually I felt the same, but let's consider, I guess we'll call it a perfect world scenario because we don't know what the future holds in the immediate term. Perfect world scenario. You think of playoffs and it's like best of fives are cool, but it's building, hype finals weekend, right? Then you have one crescendo. How about we're in the studio, the last matches we play in the studio are these two teams are going to Worlds. Or, I mean, let's say 3 of the last best of fives are these teams are going to Worlds. Worlds is on the line. Fucking insanely hype, right? We're going to Worlds. Everybody in the world knows Worlds is like the goal. Hype. Then we fly over to New Jersey in front of fans, and who the fuck is going to win North America? Fans are there. Holy shit, it's so hype. That's how it's supposed to be, is you get an early crescendo, which is super hype, and then you get the fucking trophy moment in front of 8,000 fans. So hype again. Now, when it's all in the studio, then you're right. I would say that the end hype, like there's the only reason there's 2,500, 3,000 comments on the thread is because Team Liquid was upset by a team that had never won, that has a lot of baggage, 3-0. So obviously it's like it's basically the same as when I cast the 93-minute Jin Air SKT game. It's an I was there moment where you're like, holy shit, I was there when 100 Thieves won their first title as an upset, rather than like the glitz and glamour that was lost. So that's the defense I'll give to Riot is that I think without COVID, the format has more epic moments that you have to be a part of. World's qualification, is it my team or the enemy team? Super fucking hype. Who's the winner in front of a crowd? Super fucking hype. But when it's all in the studio, it's going to be more muted. And that's why people are coming away now just being like, no, it's shit. It's like, I agree that you have a valid feeling that it did feel sucky right now, but that doesn't mean that the format is wrong. Can the format change? Is there another way? I'm not a smart bracketologist person. That's probably more a Monty thing. But I think that it's one of those like let's say TL got a meta misread about leaving open Viego because they didn't have the player qualities. I think this is like a bracket misread just because COVID is a big asterisk on how people are reflecting on the format here.
What do you think, Monty, about Team Liquid overall? I mean, their performance in the final was rogue-esque in that regard, in like the earlier conversation.
So I found it funny because like a lot of the comments from the last show, we were talking about Team Liquid.
I love this dude. I know exactly where you're going. They were all that we're totally wrong on our read, and that we just implied Team Liquid's a team that's not very proactive and let the other team into them. Reality's nice sometimes, isn't it? It's the way it plays out. How are UTL fans liking that, by the way? How do you enjoy how proactive your team work? Give me a fucking... I know where you were going there, what exactly it was meant or what it the context.
I mean, I think like Team Liquid in this series I think overall in the playoffs, they were much more proactive, but I also think a lot of that was, as we talked about, them not having their complete team throughout most of the season, and
Yeah, fair
also
enough.
Jensen's individual underperformance during the regular season. We always knew he could turn it on, and he did at the start of the playoffs. He was significantly better on an individual basis than he had been previously. But at the same time, like, it was unrealistic to think that this team was going to be able to develop strong early game synergy over the course of a playoff run where Santorin had just gotten back with the team and redeveloping to jungle mid synergy and top jungle synergy in a meta that is deeply requiring of those two factors. They were always going to be playing at a disadvantage, and they were always going to have to play more passively as a result of that.
Here's what I'll say is that when I heard you, Monty, like the specific language you used to describe TL clearly triggered some fans. I think that I actually
never do that.
Here's the honesty. Here's the honest thought, though. I was also similar to the fans, being like, it doesn't sound like Monty is describing this TL to me from my standpoint as well.
How would you describe them?
So here's where I'll divide is like when TL get to play the game style they want to play. When it's carry versus carry top lane and we've got Alphari and they don't have Alphari, I actually think that the old adage of like, you know, scaling for late game, impact on weak side, double lift carrying, which I think is the similar language you would use to describe that team, is similarly how you describe this team. And that's just word choice, and the fact that we've heard people talk about Team Liquid style for so many years doesn't apply. Like, I think they actually do make smart punishes. Santorin's a sort of jungler that kind of like, he's very smart. I think that's the thing about him, is like he has a lot of like, this is what a normal jungler will do, and this is how a normal jungler will path, and this is when they'll be there. And so I'll just be over here where I shouldn't be in order to punish them in a way they wouldn't expect. And I think when he disrupts that, and then he's there to dive top on every stacked wave, because Alphari is going to win out and have good wave management and get stacked waves, then I think TL does punish and play proactively well.
Sure.
And if
I think that's what we saw in
if
the last
Alphari's getting
series.
first turret, I don't think your descriptors apply to them very well. And obviously in the recent time, he's been getting a lot of first turrets, or at least getting good advantages. However, when things are disrupted, when it's no longer this Alphari Santorin strong synergy, which unfortunately for them has happened at spring playoffs, you know, with Santorin's sickness, and then throughout the course of summer, it kind of makes sense that the richness of their plan B and plan C is going to be falling back on what used to work for the squad, regardless of who their top laner was, right? And I think that's kind of what you saw, is when it's Shen into Camille and they weren't expecting that, or when there's a 4-man dive they couldn't outplay, or 4 people die, like then suddenly it's like, well, I hope they make a mistake. And that's, so I think the fundamental DNA is there, but I also get the fans kind of calling you out in that fundamental DNA didn't have to be on display too much recently, because they have actually been good at kind of reinventing.
Awfully convenient, isn't it?
No,
awfully convenient. Here's the thing: I'm not going to go, oh, let's just not talk about the last 2 weeks of Team Liquid. Let's just talk about them a month ago. Well, how would that make any sense?
I mean, there's only been a month with Santorin and Alphari in the lineup, right? At least in recent history. And I think the first 2 weeks and some signs, I guess, the last best of 5, you saw the Team Liquid that they were praising. Then, yeah, our losses against them and the finals, it's very easy to see the other side. And it's like, okay, there was 4 weeks, 2 weeks looked good, 2 weeks looked kind of like old habits. What do I make of it? I'm biased. I saw the scrims. Like, I knew that they were very much different team than they were when I was watching them just choke out my 2020 lineup a year ago. But that's the thing, is like, words wash over people based on their subjective experience. And so TL fan who watched their recent series, and yes, Alphari's back. Yes, it's the team I expected. Look at what we did in these 2 weeks. That's going to be the totality that they're like, that's tonally off to what I've just been seeing and focusing on. Whereas for me, it's like, I saw the scrims, so it's going to be tonally off from the scrims I saw. So it's just the reality of language and kind of like incomplete information, is that people will jump on somebody what just doesn't fit where they're at and be partly right and partly wrong. That's kind of the beautiful thing about League and how complex it is, and the fact that you can't see it all on one screen at the same time. It's pretty easy to be partly right and partly wrong about League, and that's what I think infuriates people like LS who try to be by the book.
Yes.
Is like, he sees it how he sees it with perfect
Yes.
information and ability to play every champ, and it's like, but isn't the beautiful thing about League that we have imprecise information and that people can't play every champ, because then it is just so much more rich than just the algebra. So
narratively
not
interesting.
champ select.
On these lines is actually why I think an underrated aspect of why American football is popular with Americans. It's very underrated because it's counterintuitive. It's the fact that it's a similar scenario, Papa. It's such an incredibly complicated game that anyone can have an opinion and it could be right. It's all over the place. Essentially, you could be right in this area, but wrong in that one. Or maybe you know about wide receivers, but you don't know about the defense. You know what I mean? Like, there's so much. Yeah.
Nuance, right? And people will clip out this is like an affront on LS or anything. Nick's a great friend of mine.
No, they'll probably be clipping the earlier part. Here's what I'll or some shit, be like that.
Here's what I'll say is like maybe to LS the ability to like consider the perfect scenarios and like architect the draft strategy to win that is the thing about League that he fucks with the most, that he loves the most.
He's like Reapered and Atlus.
He always wants to reframe like, this is some garbage. Let's reframe it to my parameters. Yeah. And that's what he and if you listen to that and subscribe to that, great, And then to me it's like the imprecise stuff, like I think the words I used to describe League when Wards was removed was like it's a combat puzzle where you can't know everything because you can't see everything. So how you process conditional info based on what you practiced and what you see and what you know about jungle pathing. Like, let me tell you, laners these days know so much more about expected jungle pathing of different champions and different players than players 3-4 years ago because they never needed to know. When I started casting League, you just fucking clairvoyance the camps the whole time and always knew you were there. People baby rage. Every single pro player hates when Ashe is on the enemy team because it's unfair that you can see the enemy jungler and things like that. Like, you need so much more. The burden of knowledge around how people are expected to act is only going up over time. It's like the floor of knowledge you need to be successful is only going up at time. So that's the thing, is that I love the conditional info and I look to that and that's how I'll reframe. And then LS loves the perfect info and the ideal case and reframe. And the fact that we can support both and there's people who are willing to listen to me yammer on about my style and LS yammer on about his style just shows that we got a pretty good game to talk about. So that's, again, why I look back and smile that randomly installing League of Legends 10 years ago, 11 years ago has led to conversations like this. So who else are we talking about? Who else is interesting to you, Thorin?
Cloud9. Let's go to them. Because I have to say, by the way, I found that Cloud9 100 Thieves series really shocking too. Because even though Cloud9 certainly looked ropey, the whole split, they've had their times, they've been terrible, they've had the times where they almost got it together. They were starting to look pretty good after the EG series, though. They were looking like, hey, maybe they can make the run. Maybe, obviously, 100 Thieves have just lost to TL. Like, who knows? Like, maybe there's the matchups there. Obviously, everyone wants to put in the narratives. Perks is clutch, blah, blah, blah. Some of the players on 100 Thieves never been in a final, never won. But, mate, I thought 100 Thieves fucking handled them in this series completely.
I think that the thing that we did that series that threw them off was the Aphelios first pick. Because Sven Vulcan are a wonderfully strong bot lane. Obviously less recent practice than FBI Huhi, but last year, like, you just, in scrims and stage, every single other team is just watching them destroy in every matchup. And Sven has a wonderful matchup knowledge. He's very, very intelligent, always knows what to choose for. He'll give good advice to Vulcan around counter pick.
And C9 has been prioritizing Varus basically the entire playoffs. It's been their number one pick, basically.
So I just mean, like, they're tenured as being fantastic. Like, last year, walk away the best bot lane. This year, people will say FBI Huhi versus, Sven Vulcan. Obviously, the King substitute kind of muddies the waters. Tactical Core J is still good. But the point I'm getting to is you don't first pick Aphelios against Cloud9. Like, you don't first pick Aphelios with everything open against a Varus god like Sven. It's not something that you should do. It's one of those, like, how, and Monty will know this, like, how there's like kind of rules of casting where after every, like, when you're doing analysis, you should start with praise and then get to criticism rather than the other way around. Like, what an amazing fight, but man, that team fucked up. It's kind of like the way you're supposed to package it rather than this was shit. I guess it was okay though. Like, this is like correct ways to do things. In draft, it's the same where you don't first pick the Aphelios against the team that plays the Varus so well. But that was our meta read to try to break what is a very competitive team with us. You think of the mid jungle, right? Like, I think Perks and Blabber can run away with a game just like Abdaga and Closer can. So there's a lot of comparisons between the two teams. It's one of those series where you kind of need a good concept in order to break it, and I think that the first 2-game Aphelios wins is like where things got tricky for Cloud9, because finding ways to pivot from there was not so easy for them. You know, like when we're 2-0 up, it's always going to be a much different predicament, because it's almost like they started with a 2-game disadvantage. And that's not to discount how well our players played, but their prep put them in a scenario that they didn't expect, and then things got tricky for them. So on a different day, I think Cloud9 could have won for sure. But with our confidence and with our prep and with a smart draft strategy, we just got over the line against them.
I think what was so impressive to me about kind of your back-to-back wins is that I enjoyed and agree with your take on Santorin's style as a jungler that you talked about with Team Liquid a few minutes ago. But what's so interesting to me is that Blabber is basically reverse Santorin, where he is the one who's he wants to be the one that bends the lanes to him, and that all the game is focused around his style rather than propping up the lanes. And so for you to win dominantly against teams with very disparate styles in such a short time span is really just an insane testament to 100 Thieves' ability to adapt and prepare, because I don't think that many other teams would have been able to do that so quickly.
I think that's a fair compliment. I think it leads to interesting. I don't know what people will think of us moving forward, because I think a lot of people were like, good players but low ceiling as a team was kind of like people what thought of us, like, you know, we were solved by the time we started to struggle in week 8, 9.
Thought you plateaued, I think.
Yeah, you know, meta read no longer there, plateaued, but then like now they're like, oh, so they had smart prep on blue side and then smart prep into Team Liquid as well. Like now suddenly it's like Team Liquid got crushed by our low ceiling. It's kind of like the thought people are going to come away with. And now it's like, okay, well, I guess they must have a higher ceiling. They must have all these extra tricks, and like they really did smartly prepare, which is for sure true from what I saw from us ramping up in the last month. And now you imagine that people are going to go totally the other way, and then now hopelessly aggrandize us to like the perfect team and NA's, you know, great hope for Worlds and things like that. And I think we still have to earn those sort of comments as well. So it is interesting to see the power of narratives from the inside, as someone who had to make narratives about teams for so long. Is classification makes sense if you don't foresee improvement or have no way to speculate on improvement. And I've seen what this group is capable of in terms of improvement, and also the smart staff around them, Reapered and of course Freezer, we haven't talked about in this episode. And so now I can confidently see where we're going, but I'm fully happy for people to play us down or have unrealistic expectations either way, because it's my job to work out what the real truth is on the inside. So it is definitely great process that led us to these victories on the weekend, and yeah, it was a crazy one for sure.
Right, obviously, you are literally going to Worlds with the fucking Cloud9 team, and, you know, in theory, you might have to play them there, blah, blah, blah. And it's always difficult to talk about other teams. Like, I don't know if you have one of these rules, but I know some commentators, for example, have a rule like I never say someone should be fired. For, you know, some people have, like, their own set
a code of ethics, right? I think you can do whatever you want. I tend to not get too much. I figured
you're more in that wheelhouse. But my question would be this. One of the problems I foresee in Cloud9 personally, we've discussed it on past episodes, but I'd like to get the GM's perspective on it, is at the moment, you have these two pieces in Cloud9, Blabber and Perks, which you can make a brilliant case to just build the next 5 years of the team around either one of them. The problem is, I get the vibe at least, most people think the synergy between the two doesn't seem very good. And so eventually, aren't you going to have to pick? Unless one of them has some sort of transformation, you know?
I would say that if we were in another region, the answer to your question would be yes, in terms of like lots of compelling resident options between the two, and you just choose one direction and stick with it. I would say in North America, like you can say something like, wouldn't Jankos Santorin style fit Perks better? He had a lot of success with Jankos. Perfectly true. Is Blabber a generational talent as a jungler? Yes, he's a wonderfully powerful player, double regular season MVP. He has performed in big games. Yes, he's underperformed in some recent big games as well. I think this is a player as a GM, it is so hard to get away from, because next year, if he's the jungler on another team and smacks you around,
I
you're just
feel like a fool. Yeah, of course.
how could I let him go?
Yes.
And remember, Jack made the bet of letting Svenskeren go and starting Blabber. And then now you're in this point where it's not fitting. And I imagine a lot of this year was around, okay, we knew it coming in. Like, that's super smart stuff. They knew that there was going to be teething problems between the two. And I think Perks band-aided them a lot. If you remember, in spring, Perks was playing not as you would expect, like Galio and stuff like that, like he was trying to lean into Blabber's style. The moment that results start to go away, it becomes harder for someone to pigeonhole, because let's say they're continuing to scrim with Galio, it's not working. There's maybe other issues that are happening that are clouding specifically whether the Galio is not working. And then Perks is the man who's only ever lost domestic titles in 2017, wonderfully accomplished star player. And at some point, he has to be like, wait, like, shouldn't I try playing my champions?
Yes.
That has to happen. Like, there has to be a turning point. And suddenly you end up muddied. And maybe the conveyor belt of needing to win on the weekend, as we talked about with limited scrim time between weeks, is like, well, this is a band-aid we have, and we have to carry that. And then a meta change happens, and we still have that band-aid over there. Like, it's really hard to uncouple these things. Now, what I will say is that I have the utmost respect for C9, for Blabber. Don't know him very well, but obviously respect him from the outside, and a lot of respect from knowing Perks very, very well. None of this is going to be news to them. They now have considerable amount of time in scrims before they play at Worlds. I think it's another chance to try to work out what they both want. I think they're both reasonable, smart players, highly motivated, will practice. I think in NA, you have to make it work. I think you can never get much better than Perks and Blabber as your mid laner and your jungler. Right now, you can get better than Perks plus Blabber, your mid jungle duo. They're not the best duo in terms of what we're seeing on the Rift, but they have the power to be the best duo. And so as a GM, it's not like I can get so many other options, right? And so that's where I say that your opportunity cost in NA is too high to let those go, because when will you ever be able to say you got a better mid lane and jungle player than Perks and Blabber?
So even if it's
so
a
hard.
risk, you gotta give it another year. You gotta try. You gotta try.
There needs to be extenuating circumstances from my POV.
Right.
Like if they both hate each other, let's say at the end of the year, and refuse to play with each other, then you're like, okay, can we manage this? Is there any way to manage the players here? We really can't afford for this to be the downfall. If the answer is a flat no, then yes, you're forced to do something. You try to like get a lot of money and then turn that into something else. Who do you choose between the two? That's hard. Sunk cost on Perks is very high. So I get all of that, right? There's a lot of angles to it, but to your original point of, is this just doomed? No, I have the expectation they will work it out. I think they have the time now to work it out. And I think I can't see a way you don't start with Perks as your mid laner and Blabber as your jungler in spring 2022, which I'm sure infuriates some C9 fans, because there's always speculation that they can go another route depending on imports and things like that. But I think the value of Blabber is lost in a lot of that. I think he really is a generational talent. And they just have work to do. And that's where you have to lean on your stuff and hope they find a solution there. Because, again, Perks is a player. You guys have already mused about, the famous meme now about his performances and like scrutinizing him, right? What I will say is, one thing I was touched by is, if you watch the pro view of Perks in the fourth game, like he loses in the semifinal here, right? It's the first domestic title he hasn't won outside of 2017. He's the one on card 9 who says, GG, well played, best of luck in the final. Like, the most gracious thing you could ever type as his other teammates, and like as he's realizing that we're about to win the series. Like, this is a guy with incredible integrity, incredible hunger, always wants to win, and will not sacrifice anything. He will sacrifice everything to make that happen. So I want to see Luca on the top of the world again. Unfortunately, don't want to see him at the expense of us, right? But
he can go back to Europe. It's fine.
What, Kenny? I mean, is anyone gonna come around with $5 million to buy him back in Europe? Do they have that money?
I don't know if you know how it works with a lot of other assets that can be inflationary, Papa, but the second that car rolled off the lot, it was not worth $11 million anymore. Sorry to tell you. Probably about half, if anything, you know.
So you're saying, okay, let's talk to Duncan here, noted Perks lover, the man who said he would choose Perks over caps and roster building, which,
I think I was
holy
right.
shit.
I don't give a fuck what anyone says.
You know what's going to be banger content in 2 years, 3 years time? You get like the GM panel of like, given the info you had at this time, what would you have done? Holy fuck, what a choice to make, right?
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
My God. Do you really, after 1 year, sell Perks? Like,
personally,
for a discounted rate? You know what I mean?
Here's the problem.
That's like, yeah, I got the Western Goat, didn't work out. We only gave it 1 year and we moved on. Like, no.
Nah, I think you replace his jungler first before that happens.
My problem is this, Papa, is that I'm with you on most of that, but I'm not with you on the part where for me, you just go a fraction too far with Blabber. Like, basically, here's my problem with Blabber. I actually, by the way, I'll put cards on the table. I am actually more of the persuasion of like an Alex Ferguson, Bill Belichick, where I actually think that the approach you take is triage. You genuinely look and you go, right, I'm gonna have to make hard fucking decisions here because I want to be the absolute best.
Triaging is absolutely correct, but
sure.
Every team should be triaging whether you're champions or 10th. Obviously, you know. More
yes, I agree.
10th. But actually pulling the trigger, that's
you gotta have some balls. Yeah, you gotta have enormous balls for this move, by the way. These are balls equivalent to the pick between Perks and Caps, which is some Sophie's Choice level shit. Hence why I made that video called Carlos's Choice.
And it's also like, given again, resident jungler, right?
That's
There's a lot of good resident junglers, but it's like,
yes,
the resident jungler is not going to be an expiring player, most likely, or it's not going to be a player who's not going to have a lot of other options, or a team they might be expected to stay on. It's also like, I'm thinking about this and I need a lot of things to go my way around it too. And like, that's where it's like, then there's going to be time pressure, and then you're going to be thinking about other things, and you have to keep that going. Like, it's stressful. So for sure, the triaging part, it's just, you know, if you have Perks and Blabber, you just, please, can you find the staff to make it work, or get the luck to make it work? Like, I think as a GM, you build things to put your team at the chance of a high roll. Like, I've put together this roster and its high roll is first, and I feel strongly about that. When you put together Perks and Blabber, and you hear Jack talking about like world semis and stuff, that's why they were put together. And it's one of the few times where you can like look at it from the outside, and also the high roll from the inside, and be like, I mean, yeah, it's Perks and Blabber. So that's the part where, yeah, what a great, like, as a GM, like that's the headache that keeps you up day after day after day. Is surely there must be a way to make it work, especially when I think, in my opinion, they're both agreeable, smart people willing to change. It's just, how do you get them to the end product is the part that they haven't quite found the secret sauce to yet.
I don't know. I think that if it doesn't work, there's a lot of options in terms of flexibility, because you could theoretically trade both Blabber and Sven, and then replace Sven with King, and then bring in an import jungler as well. So I think there's many things I think Cloud9 could do should it come to that. I agree with you that you don't want to do that, especially if you have this time now, as you're saying, to really reflect and fix that problem before World starts. But if it is proving to be unfixable, I think there's a lot of leeway that C9 has.
There's a lot of leeway if the results come and you're born out right. But there's also the cost of, like, with my amazing GMing and everything that I did all the way through, and all the roster builds I did, I got to the point where I had the Western GOAT and one of the most talented players North America's ever produced in the mid jungle role. And then I let it go. You know what I mean? Like, you think about TSM letting Doublelift go to TL, and now it's, how could that ever happen? Like, that's the reason TL won 4 titles in a row. Like, somebody is losing their sleep and still focused on that mistake. You know, like, somebody's still sitting there having to pick up the pieces of allowing that to happen. And yet there was a lot of validity behind it. Doublelift out, the, you know, greatest bot lane in the West comes in. Like, it made, you could see what they were going for. It didn't work. And with Perks Blabber, I think you're in the same scenario of the same, like, one of these, but whichever player you let go will go on to find success because they're too talented for them not to. And that's the part where now I've been in the shoes. I'm like, glad it's not my headache to solve, you know?
I'll just resolve it like this. I'll just say this. My problem in this is it's all on Blabber. I mean, it's not entirely obviously the coaching staff and Perks going, but I mean, in terms of Blabber's issues, he had the same issues when he had Nisky, mate, as when he does with Perks. He made the same weird mistakes in the playoffs, had games where he just disappears. I have two quick problems. One goes like this. One, if I gamble there, you're making it sound like, oh, and then he has to have like all these years. Like, if I'm Cloud9, realistically, next year, I'm trying to win Worlds. Like, that's how I'm building the team, right? Mm-hmm. So I can't say, well, in 3 years, you might be amazing. It has to be amazing next year. Like, there's no ramp time there because you're already at the top of your region. That's the problem. If it's a lower table team, fair enough. You can say, beggars can't be choosers. I've got to let him develop. Okay. So essentially, I would say this. I would literally, as triage, tomorrow take Jankos. That's a known quantity, mate. That's the bird in the hand. I know Jankos can win. I've seen him do it. He's even doing it right now. He was still good even at the end. I don't give a fuck that G2 didn't win. He was fine in summer. So I'll take Jankos tomorrow. You can have Blabber. You can take the gamble on Blabber. You do it. You invest your whole career on Blabber. And when he's in all those playoffs, and here's the thing. You know what? Here's what will probably happen. I'll give you my random speculation. You beat me a whole bunch of times. I come second and third. It sucks. But then I go to Worlds and I actually can mix it up there. I can go to playoffs. I can make match up. I've got the experience. You're still trying to get your guy out of groups, or he's having his bad games and stuff. So, like, basically, I'm just a very cynical person like that. Unless I was like friends with Blabber and knew he has some like incredible reflective mindset or something, I can't put my whole org on him to improve.
I see what you're saying. I think to do that, obviously, you have to work out another AD carry solution, and whether you're as confident in your team as you were if you never tested him is an interesting point. Again, if Sven gets a green card or something, maybe that can make that can change it too. I think on the Blabber side is like his highs are obviously unbelievable, right? Like he will slowly win you games. I think the easiest example I can give is like you can make a lot of roster conclusions at the end of LCS Spring 2021 about Closer, what he is or isn't, and what his ceiling is or isn't, that you wouldn't be making after he was just the MVP of summer. And that was, as I'm telling you, the mid lane change was a big one. The coaching change, I think, is what unlocked him. And so I think you really have to think about what are all the angles that we can unlock the Blabber who we have seen. And we know his problems, like we know his weaknesses, and we know his strengths are MVP, double MVP winner strengths. And so that's the part where, again, all the work goes into really, really kind of selling yourself on the idea that there's no way to make those strengths more reliable or waste a massage around the end. Like any sort of breakthrough has massive ramifications up top.
Oh, of course.
Whereas Jankos coming in, obviously, you bring in a style of jungle like that with Perks, you expect to, 85% of the time get more out of Perks, right? But you also lose kind of the jungle style that a Closer or a Blabber brings. So there's a cost to it as well. Plus, theoretically, the ramifications of like, whether Sven gets his green card or not. So, yes, I see what you're saying, and I know you could confidently say that on the outside, but on the inside, where it's like, these two scenarios, theoretically, I might have control over whether they happen or not. Actually, like, putting together the business plan that justifies it, it's got a lot of conventional logic and a lot of, like, 60-40s almost, or maybe 70-30s if you want to inflate them. And you can low roll on those two, and again, the cost is that you probably never get Blabber back again, or you're married to import jungler for a long time just because that's where your imports lie. So if it's Europe and residency is not an issue, I think your case is like more founded. As a GM, I would support it more. I think in North America, where residency and import is much more important, it just gets harder. I can't say it's right or wrong.
Point then, and then let's move on to TSM and end the show. Like, here's the other one point about Blabber, and it goes like this. I am sick and tired of disingenuous narrative building from people who work in the industry of esports. So I see this all the time with the player Reckless, right? Reckless can win the MVP, dude, and then not even be relevant in a series, and people go, it's fine. Basically, the logic goes like this now, Papa. We're going to star fuck all the big names so much that it goes like this. When you're at your best, you're the MVP. As long as you're not the worst player on your team, it's fine that you lose the series. So my problem is this. if Blabber's the MVP, now here's the thing. If Jankos is the MVP, I could say, well, that means what he did is play fantastically around like winning lanes and the best players. Now, he could have a scenario where it's not his fault, his lanes can fall apart, and he can't do MVP shit. Blabber is the MVP for what he does individually. So if you're going to be the MVP, not this split, but this year, twice, both times, you can't then go into massive series and just don't show up or just be like an okay player because you aren't even delivering. And here's the problem I have. This isn't like, why does Peanut go to it? Dude, this is in NA. We're still in LCS. He's twice had a summer run now where he just disappears for a series. And who are the people beating him? It's like, I'd say the same thing, by the way, to Inspired if he was on the show. I'd go, listen, mate, if you're really the MVP, how's a fucking role swap top laner making you look like an idiot? Like, how's that happening? Like, that shouldn't be a... You know what I mean? Like, I feel like people... As much as people say me and Monty are too cynical and we just bring up flaws, other people really kind of like, they try to avert their gaze from the fucking flaws, mate. Like, it's not like Blabber only did that fucking crab, which everyone references. He's had plenty of games where you're just like, where is he? Like, what the hell? I thought he was going to carry this one. Or he gets the draft and you're like, oh, he's going to carry. There's another thing, Papa. He doesn't get the fucking pick. Like, here's the thing, right? I always used to say, I'll go look this up, everyone. The most hard done by player of the last 3 years is Mickey X from G2. Because if you look at the talent and the kinds of talents he had around him, he just took the short end of the fucking stick every draft except for like 2 maybe ever. Because his job is get perks when he wants, get caps when he wants. His job is everyone's a superstar, so I'll be the guy who gets sacrifices every time, and I'll just basically play like my 4th best champion. But I am also very good, so if I can do that, we win the game, right? Here's the problem. Blabber is the guy who gets the resources. He gets the picks. So at that point in time, by the way, when he doesn't carry, I can't go, oh, sorry, like, I don't know, fucking Vulcan who gave up his pick. Why didn't you play better? It's like, dude, you had the picks. You had the baton. Do something with it.
I know what you're saying, you know, talking about draft resources there and also play style. You know, like, if Jankos is winning the MVP of the season, he probably won't be most of the time because, like, his laner is the one that theoretically got the most from it. But
yes,
I don't follow LEC MVP that often. He has one, right?
He won in season 9 summer, yes.
Okay, but it's obviously, you know, usually it's the Caps or somebody else.
Yeah, of course, yes.
I think that, yes, like, it's one of those things where if Jankos is the MVP, he's elevated everyone else. Probably everyone's feeling great about the game. Everyone's feeling great about the org, all the players. Like, the 5 best players in the LEC are on the same team is usually what you get there. When Blabber is winning MVP, he's obviously clearly the best player in the league. It's kind of how it's always going to be because of style.
Yes.
So, like, you know, high roll, low roll, the high highs and low lows are going to be so different between the 2 players. Again, it's just the way I think that Blabber sees the game very specifically, and all of his success is from optimizing for himself and how he sees the game and how he's been led to see the game, because he's been obviously with one org his whole career. And when that goes wrong, it does go wrong spectacularly, right? And so theoretically, he should be justifiably criticized for when he'll get draft resources or gameplay resources or proud players playing suboptimal picks to set up for Blabber. You know, like, let's say we're playing Lulu mid, Karma top, you know, Blabber's on Kindred, right? Like, then obviously if he screws up and doesn't self-ult on Kindred, then it's his fault. I get that kind of theory. It's just...
I'm also sort of ranting, by the way, against the way people build the narratives, as you see. Like, for example, what you just said there, by the way, no joke, I wish I heard that more on broadcast. I wish on broadcast it wasn't just, well, the top laner didn't. It's like, who was set up to win the game? Who were the win conditions? They don't ever do that, dude. Like, we're in 2021. Remember, I'm supposed to be a layman. I want to know, was this guy actually basically given the ball and didn't score, or was it a scenario where he was a sacrificial lamb? They don't tend to actually.
I think it's really. I agree with Thorin. Like, I think those narratives are not discussed enough because. And to use the analogy of the ball, is that there is no ball in esports, right? That's the problem with esports. And so that's why commentators are more important in esports than they are in traditional sports for the most part. And I feel like people don't ever acknowledge or rarely acknowledge who has the ball or who should be in the scoring position here, and then put the expectations on that person. Like, that should be the main focus.
I think that one thing I'll say is that ex-pro casters will find that easier to do. Like, I think Cajo does a really good job of it because he's been immersed in kind of a related / the same meta, and thus can diagnose that faster. You know, if you're a tenured caster of 5, 6, 7 years, you're probably thinking more about setting up a narrative or other points than kind of like fine tuning or making it specific or binary, because most viewers, like, you can be like, this game's all about this guy. If they carry or not's the reason they win. And then it ends up just being like some counter pick bot lane matchup that they didn't focus on that justifies it. And then it's like, okay, well, turns out you were wrong. Or like, your meta rate's not high. Like you say, it's not a top focus meta, and somehow a top thing is the reason a team wins. And like, you lose your cachet or connection with the audience listening. I think if you've been a recent player and you are kind of knowledgeable and thoughtful around it, like a Buppo when he's on the analyst desk, you will more likely catch those things. But I will say that obviously, other broadcasters bring their own strengths. I think I still get compelling content. It's just different when it's a different caster. What I will say is that with co-streaming, you will get people who do reduce it to usually the win condition. And I think that the viewers who want that sort of content can get it now. Like, you don't have to have, like, for it to all be perfectly dissected and communicated and still have the high highs and the fun banter of a broadcast. It's pretty unrealistic expectation to happen consistently on the main broadcast without alienating either the hardcore or the entry level fans. But I think if the fans are getting that from somewhere, whether it's post-game VOD review content like you and I used to do, or VOD reviews now, then you can still get it. I'm not excusing it. I think it could be better, but I think like being like, we're not getting this is disingenuous, because it is out there.
No, I think that you don't. I think this is a very high level point. Like, I think you're trying to say it's more nuanced than what I'm discussing, which is that the basic level of this should be setting up these expectations. I don't think it's hard to do on a main broadcast. I just don't think it's being done very effectively.
But it ties into another one of my beefs, which I'm going to make a video about soon, so I can drag the whole point out, which is basically, I'm sick and tired of even gold lead being a fucking metric that's ever discussed on broadcast, because it is never truly discussed in the context of whether it's meaningful that there's a gold lead. Like, half the time, they don't even tell you if someone based with the gold. Like, that's just invisible gold on the fucking scoreboard. They don't tell you, for example, if all the kills in the last fight went on the support that's not going to be doing loads of damage in the fight. Basically, the joke is the gold lead asks more questions than it answers, but it's used as an answer.
I will agree with you on part of this, and that I think your point around currently held gold when we get into an important fight,
it would be great to see that.
Super under discussed. One of the reasons is that it's not that common nowadays to like actually have a PC or even the ability to like check on that if it's not surfaced naturally, and it's not surfaced naturally on the broadcast. Very rare that like they know to cue that just before an important fight. Like, you kind of have to predict how game flow is going and what objective must be contested, and thus have a pop-up box at the right time to be like, by the way, I know an important fight's coming up, you might want to know this. Like, it's kind of hard to do that. You kind of have to have casters like, wait, I haven't seen him back in a while, he's probably on a lot of gold. It's like, it's a different thing there. I agree that that's so pivotal, and I think people. So basically, one of the biggest things about pro play that I learned from being on the team side that I didn't really think about that much as a caster was back timings and kind of like when to reset. And like, that's because someone either didn't have a reset timing naturally, or the teammates didn't help them get a reset timing, because obviously depending on the matchup, you might be able to naturally like, push a wave and back. You think of Doinb like Victor ulting minion waves, was like, why the hell is he doing that? It's like, well, that's the only way he could get a back timing to get his E, so that he could actually just push it more naturally on Victor. So back timings, and then the fact that some champions can't get back timings themselves and thus need team resources in order to reset, and thus have the gold to win the fight. It's such a technical point. It's so many reviews are like, this guy needed help to do this so that he could transfer this over there, that could transfer it to the fight there. And obviously the nuance of like, what the hell, he has 3,000 gold and they're fighting. Why are they fighting? Well, maybe it's because they said they had to fight this or they'll lose. Like, it's a very technical thing.
I would literally, no exaggeration, I would do tricasts, and the third caster would only track that, and he would only speak when it was relevant.
Yeah, so like that.
Because what I'm telling you is no joke. Like I'll give you a quick example. I always used to say, even before we were actually friends, the reason why Monty was my favorite League of Legends commentator, I said Jack was the best analyst, but Monty was the best commentator because every time I would load his VOD up, I used to get exactly what I want as a historian. He would tell me what patch they're on, what the current strong champions are. If this guy plays this chat, like dude, he told me everything. What the comp is, what the win. As a noob, it was this shit. It was exactly what you want if you don't know the game. You know.
Yeah, I mean that was something I felt strongly about as well. Like for example, at the start of every game, I would say, "This is the patch. These are the champions that are disabled," because obviously there was
brilliant if you go back years and you don't know the meta. Yeah, exactly.
There was a lot of global bans.
Oh, tons, yeah.
But I know that Riotcasters, I think they could, but like in general they wouldn't. I don't know much around the like politics around that, but I was always like I would always lay out all the info, and I thought it was my job to say like, here's who Team A is. This is where they've been. This is where they've been trending, and this is where they want to go. This is where Team B is. This is where they've been. This is their recent results and form. I agree that that's something that's super under discussed. It's kind of like here's the 9-3 team against the 6-4 team. Let's go. I guess the 9-3 team's better because there's a 9 there. It's kind of more the vibe I get watching. I think that's an artistic direction thing. It's something that Monty felt strongly about and did. It's something I felt strongly about and did. It was never consensus. We never talked about it. It's just time and place and context was something that I cared a lot about, and I know Christopher did as well. And it just might be that those casters don't feel strongly about it, and there's not a person at the top who insists on it, so it doesn't happen. You know, like I'm not criticizing them in it. It's just that doesn't seem to be a value part of their broadcast. I wonder why also, but I don't like going and giving unsolicited like feedback to casters about kind of how I would have done it because it feels bad to do.
Yeah, that's why you just sit on these talk shows, and if they listen, they listen. If they don't, fuck them.
Yeah, that's the Monty and Thorin way. It's served the world well for like how many years now? When was the first Summoning Insight?
2014. It was in like really? February of 2014. Yeah.
Okay.
Early 2014.
Yeah. I would have said end of 2013, but I guess 2014 makes sense. So we want to talk about TSM around
let's just do it on TSM. Obviously, they didn't make Worlds, but here's the question, right, Papa? I myself, because I do care about all those historical context details I said before, I'll be fair and I'll describe it as this. They did place first in the regular split, but TM Liquid was doing all their shit and fired their coach. Cloud9 had the benchings. Your team just made roster, blah, blah, blah. There's a billion factors, right? But here's the problem. They themselves did very much flex the fact that they were first. They were even sort of bragging about it, implying they were the best. So here's my question. How does the team that's first in the regular split not even make Worlds and a top 3 spot? Can you give us some thoughts?
So if I'm on their side, I would have had a lot of conflicted feelings because they were a really good, reliable team. Like they would most often win. You know,
the ceiling, the basement was very good. Yes,
I thought their floor was super high,
exactly.
And part of that is because a couple of teams, you know, at least on paper, nerfed themselves, and we were a wild card. So obviously we should get less credit. So it makes sense that they had the highest floor by far. And they finished first in Rexon, which I think should be celebrated. Like it should be a massive advantage. So because as I've had so many impassioned conversations with American producers about regular season versus playoffs, where like I prefer the Premier League, where you play 38 games, that's the whole season, there is no playoffs. And obviously I understand the counterpoint about viewership highs and playoffs being the most important thing, etc. But I've always been a big believer in regular season power, and it's really hard to be the best team after 45 games and get yourself up 45 times. Like, that's really hard, and it should be heavily incentivized, which it is in the current system with top 2. So at least that part is there. The thing that TSM, I think, like if you're following that team, like I don't think it's rude to say is that they have a very high floor, but their ceiling when it comes to the ceiling of other top 3 teams, at least from what we know of these players,
I would say top 5
lower.
teams.
Sure. I mean, if you look at the bracket of EG and up, and you say that you believe TSM has the lowest or second lowest, I think a lot of people would be in agreement with that. And I think we would have probably been down there with them based on conventional expectation in the past. And I think the struggle I would have had is like, would I feel confident about our chances in playoffs, finishing first in the regular season as TSM? I think it was fair to say that I could see the reasons why in a best of 5 it wouldn't go our way. The fact that we don't expect them to have bags of tricks in certain areas. Like I feel like they have defined players in certain roles that means that they can do anything, right? Like they can lock in any champion, but like when it comes like pressure, best of 5, worlds on the line, are they going to play this champ? Probably not. And even if you're open-minded as those players, probably not. So I think that's the struggle. Is like there's lots of times as a GM where a best of 1 result goes your way or a weekend goes your way, and yet you're still conflicted about what you know are still pressing issues for a team. And do you celebrate it or not? Well, I mean, you kind of have to celebrate your wins, right? You kind of have to bring your fans in. You kind of have to brand and things like that. But you might also at the same time being like, I don't know what this means, or like, I'm concerned for the future. And the reality was in best of 5s, I thought they should have won against C9, right? Like they could have 3-0'd that team really easily. Sure. I thought Sword Art pulling out the Pantheon support basically won them game 1 and could have won them game 2 as well. I think they're hard done by not to have 3-0'd that series for sure. It's not like, again, I bring up the example of like 100 Thieves won the early game a lot against TSM and then lost the series 3-1. I don't think it's like that. I think this was like, no, like they were the better team in 3 games. The first 3 games of the series, they should have won. They didn't. So I thought the Sword Art reimagining was good. And that almost got them over with smart prep. But then the more games in playoffs they were playing with teams only preparing for them as an opponent, and thus, when you prepare for 3 teams, obviously the specificity is going to be less. Even if it's like 2 teams at the bottom and TSM, I'm going to put most of my prep into TSM. If you're playing them last, it's still going to be not as much as if you are focusing on them for a best of 5. And I think that's where it was kind of like the ice cream cone melting in the sun was kind of how I think about it for them. Is I think that it was a really impressive achievement, and they're still unlucky not to have made it to Worlds. But am I surprised by it? I guess not.
Well, I think the thing is that when you talk about the 45-game season and moving to the 3 best of 1s a week, which is the model that we had for this year for LCS, it biases the regular season towards teams that are consistent in best of 1s.
It's logical they would be won. Yeah.
It makes it logical that a team with a kind of relatively high floor, good on coordination, kind of standard play style, more or
less.
Very
defined playing styles. You can just obviously play around,
Yeah, that this team is going to do well in the regular season. But like you say, the problem is that this team was always kind of low ceiling compared to other teams. And it's the point I brought up on this show, which is like, in order for me to believe that TSM has to get to Worlds, or is going to get to Worlds after they lose to Team Liquid, I have to necessarily believe that neither C9 nor EG are going to like step up during the playoffs. And I thought that was kind of a bad bet to take. Right? Like, it wasn't impossible. Like you said, I do agree that TSM probably should have 3-0'd the Cloud9 series. But at the same time, I just said I would rather take the ability for Cloud9 or EG to play at a higher level in that match than I would take TSM, because TSM is such a known quantity.
I guess giving benefit of the doubt to C9 and TL was the part that I think wasn't earned pre-postseason. The TL improvement was a return to form.
Not TL. This was after the.
Yeah, sure. But I mean, that was the bracket,
one.
right? Was C9 versus TL win and play as TSM. And it's like, does regular season TL beat TSM? No.
No.
Does a high roll of Cloud9 potentially beat TSM in a best of 5? Yes. But like, you look at that side of the bracket, you expect C9 to win, and you think that TSM could beat it. Didn't happen. Turned out TL was actually really good. So that was kind of like out of nowhere.
That is what I would have thought before the playoffs started. What I'm saying is after TSM lost, that's the kind of wager you're taking, which I thought was probably unlikely to happen.
I think that's fair. I know that one of my things as a GM that I'm going to work on is like, how do I make sense of TL kind of like miring for so long and then suddenly being good again? And what does that mean? And what should I learn from it? And how should I prepare against teams like that in the future? This idea of like form is temporary, class is permanence. I think that was Sir Alex Ferguson originally saying that, but I know it's been attributed to him. That's where I learned it. I want to believe in regular seasons because, again, I'm a 38-game regular season Premier League fan. but then also there's huge counterpoints of like, wow, look at how good TL are out of nowhere, and then theoretically like, wow, how did 100 Thieves beat that? Like this,
To be
the
fair,
wow
TL
factor I haven't really worked out yet, you know.
Well, I guess like
I haven't stat checked it, but like it sounds plausible from the fan who said it. Some fan said if you look it up, they actually legitimately only played something like 4 regular season games
that's correct.
with the real 5-man lineup. So essentially, it wasn't the same team, Papa.
But then it's like they played 4 regular season games, had 3 days of scrims, and then were really good.
Oh, that is amazing. That
doesn't seem to make sense. Like that also sounds like rubbish. So that's the part I'm trying to get is like,
I don't think it was possible to predict they would be this good. I don't think so. No.
It's like now I'm starting to think about questions like, what if you played 1 best of 3 a week? You know, would TSM be the best team? I guess not, because teams could prepare against them more specifically, and then they wouldn't have won a regular season with that format.
Yeah,
it's like
exactly.
It's like wonders like that, and like, what does that mean for roster building? If like,
no, that's my point, Papa. That's my point.
You know, it's so interesting.
I think because I come from a background where playoffs are very important at the end of regular season, I have different concepts of how teams do, because you're effectively changing the format from oftentimes. So, for example, in the NHL or the NBA, you're changing it from a best of 1 to a best of 7 against one opponent. And so the way you prepare and the way you play the game is very, very different in a playoff environment than it is in a regular season environment.
What about roster building in League, though? Because it's like, you know,
at least you don't have to deal with patches in sports.
Like you kind of want to know the format before you commit to your roster, because now it's kind of a world where it's like people would say about our team before we showed some extra chops this weekend, like 5 really mechanically talented players, but they don't have much more than that, was kind of like their like negative statement on us. And it's like, now maybe you need 5 mechanically talented players to have high rolls, you know, or 5 flexible players to have high rolls. Maybe you have to have flexible players. Maybe that changes the value of mechanically talented players, or you know, players who can play multiple styles. Maybe Smeb is now the greatest player of all time because he could reinvent himself alongside like a maybe second to Faker kind of thing. You know, like there's a lot of like now how formats impact roster building that kind of like blows my mind a little bit.
Basically, here's the reference I would give. I always say to Monty, because we've obviously talked when we were in the Flashpoint project a lot about like formats and like what do you use. I always say that I like to think of the format as you're reverse engineering what you are selecting for. In this case, like the group stage, essentially, I call it the group stage. The regular split works as a qualifier for playoffs, obviously, and seeds you, and then that's where it's actually trying to do, right? The problem is this, Papa. I'll give you the most extreme example possible currently, which is if I actually want to be first place in the regular split, and so in the regular split have the best team, the best way I could make a team in Europe is to make Rogue's team, because for the last 3 splits with slightly different rosters, they've won the most games. No one's won more than them, right? The problem is in the playoffs, we know they've had these massive issues that suddenly become so the issue essentially is, how do you do this? Because by the way, we can take this TSM point and extrapolate a little bit. They are the team that is notorious for actually even winning the playoffs of NA and then being way worse internationally. So again, in a sense, they built great rosters specifically for the region only and that format, but when they get to a different format, it hasn't worked always. So I agree. I think that's one of the hardest parts, because as you say, like let's say they change the format of the league next year, you might have built totally the wrong team for it.
But it gets to like really like, it's so interesting to consider, like, look at the strength of conviction Mad Lions had to be like, our players are struggling under the workload we put on them. Let's take it easy. And I understand that there was some like you know, COVID related other considerations there that maybe incentivize that further for them. But if you take it easy or have a vacation, as of course the famous G2 example from many years will put out, if you lose, then you're just a fucking idiot in the eyes of everybody outside. Everyone needs to be fired. A cleansing has to happen, right?
Of course.
If you read it correctly and know your players and stuff really, really well, and it leads to a great outcome, what an amazing, smart thing to do. You did exactly right by your people. And that's the sort of decisions I have to make, is do right by my people and right by my program. And do I have the experience to make the informed read on that, even from my backgrounds and stuff? When do I step in? How do I step in? Constructing a roster and putting trust in the people. Like, it's almost like trust in players versus trust in staff doesn't always have to be one or the other, but like, who has the best read? Is it my star player or is it my coach? Like, that shit is hard. It really is hard. And Mad Lions, I believe, are a really important success story. I loved the interview that Matt gave at the end of it, where he talked about he talked about like the kind of like shaming that was happening by the community around their practice habits, and Mad Lions was correct on their read of what the players needed. And I'm sure it feels so great to have the symbiotic org and players fully bought into having a read on things and committing to it, regardless of what people thought, regardless of what Best of Ones thought. Because I can tell you that you go 3-0 in a weekend, and then the press cycle is, wow, these guys are so good. And you go 0-3 in a weekend, or you lose to opponents people believe you shouldn't based on power rankings, and then it's falling apart. And when it's going well or falling apart, there are going to be lots of people around an org who are going to want to know what's behind that, what the answers are. And there's going to be a lot of risk tolerances around what's okay and what's not. And if you say, no, it will all bear out at the end, don't worry about it, and they weather a negative PR cycle that might extend longer than they would have wanted to based on their spend or roster quality, if it doesn't go better at the end, then you're just fired. And that's kind of again, we talked about Reapered and his strengths and convictions and things like that. Like, if you don't put out every fire that is put your way and put trust in a process, you have to get the results. Otherwise, you're just remembered as the idiot that made the bad decision, and then maybe you don't get another job afterwards, right? So that's the fascinating part of being on the team side, is it's way, way more complex than people think. And people kind of still look at it as like 2013 coaching and infrastructure, where like these guys must be incompetent is like the first thought there. And the kind of thing that I've found is like people are way more competent. They just may not weigh the correct factors.
Sure.
And people just weigh the wrong factors at times based on results. Doesn't mean that they diagnosed it wrong. Sometimes it does. But sometimes they diagnose it right and get it wrong. Because, you can do the right thing and get a bad result.
Sure. I think the other thing, too, is that a lot of the messaging and especially the decisions by team ownership has been off because these people don't have any understanding of, fuck the game of League of Legends or any other esport. They don't even have an understanding of traditional sports either. A lot of these people are investors from venture capital. They're bankers, basically, that are sitting at the top of these companies, and they have no fucking clue what they're doing, traditional sports, esports, or otherwise. And so they're making decisions based on their world without an understanding of how these very nuanced factors work and how you can make these mistakes.
But that's why you need the success stories, Monty. You need there to be proof in the pudding, because remember,
I'm very happy about Mad Lions. Yeah,
we're also in an industry that doesn't have digital sale goods. We don't have ticket sales. There isn't, we're getting bums in seats, so let's trust this guy we hired. There really is only press cycles and wins and losses, and there's nothing else. And so why should the people who make the leadership people trust when there is no counterpoint apart from really hope this guy we hired knows his stuff? It's tricky, and it's League has been built back to front, bottom to top, top to bottom, in a way that's gotten us to this point. And I just really am happy with the success stories along the way, because big success stories lead to big flow-on effect changes at other orgs and changes in thought. And I'm really, really happy to see what Mad Lions have bore out over in a year.
Monty, what do you think of, I think Papa can handle it. Have him stay and just do a few viewer questions and end the show.
Oh my God.
What do you think? Just do a couple. Because I think people would be interested. He might have some interesting abstract answers to give us something, I think you can answer. He's a big boy. He knows if you can answer the question or not.
All right, viewer questions. I'm not going to explain how to do this. See another episode before the viewer questions about how to do this. I'm going to have to only pick a few of these.
Yeah, just do a few, just so we don't.
Because this episode has already been 4 hours long.
Yeah.
Okay,
we'll do 15 minutes. So go ahead.
You don't invite me on for an hour. That's not how it works.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your time, Papa. I do. Here's a good one, because Papa, you're on a show and having a commentator. With Venn Esports unable to pay for face check and laying people off, are video game news network / coverage channels a thing of the past, like G4 Machinima?
I think the correct business model to make content like that is still TBD. It's fair to say that Venn didn't work as it was intended. There were very smart people behind it originally, and they had a vision that clearly hasn't come to fruition. I think FaceCheck will continue to exist in some form, I would imagine, just because I think those people would want to do a show together.
Yes.
And like the sponsorship and like the money behind it and stuff obviously makes it more viable. I just think that stuff is so hard. I mean, you and I, Christopher, have had so many discussions, and I'm sure you and Duncan have as well, about how to do things there, like what to lead with. Is it the content? Is it the creators? Is it both? Do you even bother if you only have one? Like, that stuff is so hard. But I guess the thing I'm happy about is, like, when the dive started up many years ago now, it was like content I always knew I wanted but didn't have. You know, it was like the dive and Summoning Insight. And then it was really only those two shows, and one of them was more corporate and you guys were more edgy. But there was a lot of topics underserved. It was only really possible because you followed so many regions, Christopher, that that show was even viable. And I loved the fact that we got the dive and then the Korean podcast and then so many.
Yeah.
There is so much talk, and you know, I'm a tragic. I love hearing it all. You know, but yeah, when it comes to, like, specifically old media or collectives coming in and trying to find ways to monetize it and stuff, like, I'm just happy it's not my job because it seems hard. And I'm sad to see Ven go down the way it did.
I mean, I you know, I have friends at Ven too, so obviously sucks. I think that Ven did things the wrong way. You know, I've talked to people at Ven, so it's not like I'm, you know, I've directly said this to them, but it's like, I think that if you had started with Face Check and built up off of they had a bunch of people who had esports expertise, including Ariel Horn, who used to be the executive producer of
Very smart man.
Riot Games. Like, basically he did Worlds and LCS and LEC and all the stuff. Well, EU LCS, he didn't do LEC. Anyway, you get it. And so what confused me is that these people who are very good and experienced on the esports end were trying to do general streaming and gaming culture, which they did not have any experience in. And also, I think that if you seriously took a look at what goes on streaming and how people watch for the personalities and not for the budget of the production, I think that budget of production to people who are avid streamer fans is not really a consideration, considering people will watch, you know, XQC in his bedroom or Asmongold and, you know, on these scuff streams. And so for me, it really wasn't like, I didn't think people would like the content because they had a nice studio, right? Or they were spending all this money. That's not the driver. And also the Ven brand had no cachet or meaning to anybody. So I think
the differentiator was polished studio production esports / gaming is.
But it wasn't esports. That was the problem.
Oh, I mean, it's like polished gaming content was what they identified as something that they could differentiate themselves from everybody else on. It turned out that wasn't the differentiator. So,
well, I just don't think anybody wanted it. That's the problem.
Yeah, my question is always this. Who the fuck's the target audience for, like, a magazine show about esports? Like, what, some boomer grandma that does, like, there's no one. We wouldn't watch it. Here's the problem.
Guess the mainstream, I guess.
But here's the problem. That content absolutely can exist and be successful. But you have to do it like the Barstool approach. You have to go with enormous... Basically, here's the joke. No one's tuning in to watch a random person talk about, and then Halo this week, and then in League of Legends. But I tell you what, if it was the biggest personalities, they might follow just because of the personalities. That could get you in the door. So my problem with that whole approach was, first of all, the notion that, like if anyone's an idiot out there really doesn't understand business, this has nothing to do with the success of Face Check or the hits or whatever. Like, the idea you couldn't sell the show Face Check, you are incompetent as a businessman unless they're asking for more money than God. Like, that show does fucking numbers, has massive influential appeal over the community, and even the edge of it. Like, again, if you can't sell that, you're just not a very good person in marketing, by the way. But I would say this: we're talking like it was like a whole panel. It's like there was basically Face Check and then a bunch of whack generic bullshit. So, like, that, if anything, Face Check was the fucking one shining light they had. If it had been like 60% Face Check type stuff, you could probably have sold that and used the money to fucking do the other stuff. So I think the entire approach seemed off to me.
Look, all you need to know is they could have started with Face Check and actual esports programming for the hardcore fans, and they could have done it on a significantly lower budget, just like they did Face Check, and it could have been successful, and they could have sold it. Instead, they tried... That
wasn't their vision, for sure.
No, of course not. Instead, they got a bunch of money. They wanted to have the home run approach.
Shot for the moon,
they shot for the moon, and they didn't make it, and that's unfortunate, but I also think that to me, it was obvious that that was not going to work. And I prefer, me personally, I prefer an incremental approach where you take it at the base level and then you grow it over time, and you use a solid audience that you already have an expertise in and that you understand, and then you build it into something bigger and more generalized. They wanted to just hit the general audience over the head immediately, but they had no hook to get them. None.
Anyway, I have one small thing I want to add into his view question. I'll just add this in there. I am not directly actually casting aspersions on any of the people involved, but I am essentially inferring it. So do with that what you will. My problem is this. In the industry, unless you are someone who bizarrely is simultaneously a top talent / big name influencer, but also has no money and desperately need to live, I think it's kind of fucked up to see companies like that come in the space. It doesn't have to just be Ven, could be G4, could be Upcomer, all these sites that come in with millions and do the same shit, try to do the home run, fuck it all up, fire everyone, furlough them in 2 years. If you're going to see a company like that come in and you actually look, and like me and Monty, you cynically know this probably won't work, who the fuck are you to then take the money from those companies? Like, do you not care about this space? Are you just here to literally rip people off in something that can't work just so you can get overpaid for your job? Like, I find that fucked up on a human level, personally. That goes against my principles. Like, people might think this is a joke. I have literally had sponsors, deals, and companies that I've either had to turn down, even though I did want to do it, or tell them, you've got to reduce the amount, because this doesn't actually make sense for you. Like, as a sponsor, you're going to sponsor me for 3 months, but you're going to have to stop in 6 because you're going to find out you're paying me way too much. Like, my agent did a bang up deal. He sold you that, you know, like, it's worth all this. But I told him, like, you've got to put it down. Like, we've got to go to a deal aspect where going in, we both have a genuine good faith belief this can work. And that's why we also want to work together so that we can build something bigger. Don't just like rip people off who come in the industry who don't know what they're doing. Even if it's funny or you get a short term little bit of bling, it ain't worth it in the long run. It ain't worth it.
My response to you, Duncan, is like that mindset you have and your general integrity about the truth and things like that is one of the reasons why I respect you so much, and I think why a lot of your viewers respect you so much. But a lot of people don't think that way. They're not wired that way. Like, I think the three of us have always tried to follow principles like that and speak out on injustice and things like that. But there's the mindset you also see is like the people who are very low on their own self-worth, who don't feel like they can commit to what they believe because they're afraid that they won't, you know, get the start they want or sustain the lifestyle they want, and all they can do is kind of like meet every project where it is, because it's like all they can function with is this idea of like hanging on in esports or getting somewhere in esports. And so I understand why people go there, even if they like may have a small voice or a loud voice in the back of their heads that say it can't get there. But to be able to have strength of conviction and stick to that in content creation, you have to be willing for it to fail, you know, to be the actor that went to Hollywood and didn't get a role, and not just be like, I have a unique hook, I can make it myself, I'll make my own stream and the viewers will come because I'm great. Like, that's way harder than I think you're kind of like appreciating, or there's like more volatility in that than I think a lot of people are down for. And that's why most people, I think, gravitate towards the other side. But it's kind of like the same as like most people don't become pro players even if they're good at League of Legends. Like, if you can come in with a 1% of the 1% mindset and follow it through and have integrity doing it, that's how you become a massive star. But I do understand how people in the middle get muddied and end up, you know, less than the sum of their parts in a lot of cases.
Next question. We're going to do another one.
I will say, as a capstone on this, I will say that I think G4 is different than these other things because G4 has done a lot in the past, and also G4 has like literally the entire money of NBC behind it. So they have access to more resources. I think one of the issues with Ven is that if you want to be relevant in streamer culture, you have to have a lot of money to pay the top streamers to come onto your content in order to make it seem in order to maximize cultural relevance, and that they just didn't have the money to do that, but G4 definitely does. And G4 also has a brand loyalty and cachet from years of being on broadcast that people still identify and gravitate with. It's not a new brand that's coming in like Ven was. So I'm waiting, you know, certainly I think G4 also is taking a very different approach and probably watched Ven very carefully.
I hope they succeed, mate. I think we all do. Like, I think seeing people succeed in the space just breeds more opportunity for maybe more niche products to succeed on the back of there being general success is kind of how I've always thought about it.
Yeah, and I also think G4 is different because they're a TV channel and a streaming channels, and they're programming them differently. So like, I think that there is, you know, there's a lot more about G4 that could lead to success. So I don't necessarily think that that's in the past. I think it just has to be intelligently handled, and they certainly have a lot of resources in order to do that. And they'll also have more time to figure it out. Like Ven just unfortunately didn't, they ran out of money too quickly to pivot, I think. So let's see here. Here's a good question for you, Papa. What are your thoughts on cvMax as a coach? Is he one of the greatest coaches ever, or did he simply get carried by his star players? I think his drill sergeant approach to coaching is effective on elite players, but terrible on bad/mediocre players, which explains why Sword and recently the DRX player crumbled. So I don't have a very nuanced opinion on cvMax because he kind of rose after I left League of Legends and was focusing almost entirely on Overwatch. So I don't really have a super detailed opinion beyond what I saw from the outside, but you were much more involved when he was on the rise.
I have a pretty complicated opinion of him because there's certain stuff I've heard behind the scenes that like colors what most people would have seen. So I'll try and package that out. What I will say is a strength of his that's undeniable is talent identification. Like the players that he pulled out of nowhere, like it doesn't make sense. Like,
Three of them are legitimately the best players in the world now, like years later.
It doesn't make sense for those players to be pulled out of nowhere and be so good. And like that's an utter skill. Like if there's like a recruiter, like this guy's one of the best of all time already. Like even just with the players that Griffin had in the lineup, right? So like S+ tier at that. Coming back to this idea of his coaching style, I think drill sergeant coaching, which I think people in the past have like incorrectly ascribed that to someone like Reapered because he's not like that. But I understand how people think that because they conflate it with like he's telling other people what to build and stuff. I get the feeling that was very, very specific and critical on feedback about the game, which again, not many head coaches in Korea are equipped to be because normally the head coach is not the game coach, right? Whereas cvMax was kind of doing both. I think that with coaching style like that, it works till it doesn't. I think the players are bought in. They're usually young. Like you brought them in, so you're like, a father figure kind of style, plus really smart about the game, plus you're on top of the meta, and like they're fully immersed in it. And like, I think that works. And then when it doesn't work, it usually fails spectacularly and you lose the players. I don't think when you like have those, whether the results start going a different way or you're wrong about something, it's very hard to re-earn that position of drill sergeant in the player's eyes. And I think player value is usually going to trump coach value, right? In terms of assets. So because of that, it usually works till it doesn't, and you kind of have to change teams and start again. And so it's kind of how I think about him. But, he had some hubris around picks and also treating his players that I think stopped him from getting the title. Like Griffin should have won against KT in that. What year was it now? 2018 final? 2018 summer final. Like, obviously, it led to probably the top 3 most beautiful moment of my career in seeing Score finally win. A player I felt so emotionally connected to because I identify more with the people that don't win all the titles rather than aspire towards being the guy who won every title. And that should have been a Griffin victory. I hear stories about between games shouting at the players and stuff that clearly affected them when they played the next game. They seemed out of it. So it's one of those things where he did something miraculous. Like the Griffin story is another one that should be a movie. Like how could that team be so good out of nowhere? Like their rise to the LCK and making it to the final and could have been like the winners in their second split, could have been the winners in their first split. Like unbelievable. So like I think he has flaws that hold him back, but he has strengths that are undeniable. And if he ever found like a pairing, whether it was an org or another coach or something that really allowed him to only play to his strengths, he would be a seminal person in League of Legends esports history. I think his flaws now he's like uncertain. Like I don't know where he goes next, right? Obviously after things have kind of fallen apart in his current team. I think doing what he did with Griffin again sounds really hard, but it wasn't a false positive in Griffin. It was an unbelievable accomplishment to do what he did there. So he's just a really complicated man. And I think if you speak to people who know him or around the scenes, there's a lot of conflicting stories about him because the things he did do are like only he and limited people in history did. And I would argue not many people in history have done what he did as late into League of Legends he did it. Like, to do what he did in 2018 is different to Coma picking players in 2013 in terms of degree of difficulty.
Or MVP, like the MVP org, which is often lauded for their talent identification. Because here's the thing. By that time, China had already been basically ravaging the Korean solo queue ladder to find talent. So the fact that he surfaced that talent in the face of everyone else, being hyper attentive and focused on that ladder,
it inspired
young players was crazy.
It inspired, approaches like the one we take for scouting at 100 Thieves, where he had the whole we'll go deeper down than just the top one challenger guy. Let's find the Diamond 2-1 trick that actually, if you watch his games closely enough, the specific key skills he has on the one trick champ suggests that if you gave him enough support and time, he has exceptional skills that can map out rather than a general play style but a low ceiling. I think he found a way to identify high ceiling players that has informed a lot of teams over the years subsequently, and I think a lot of scouting is informed by this idea, and the same with Kana and some stuff that T1 does, is Korea had the problem of, everybody who had Challenger was auto-scouted and instantly contested, so they started going deeper. And I think that's shown up to lead to some new ways to evaluate talent and talent growth and talent development. So again, things that he's achieved, but he doesn't have the title next to his name, so I hope he doesn't end up being a footnote or an interesting Reapered video about someone people haven't really heard of, because I don't know what his 2022 looks like from here, but I know that there should be people queuing up with a specific pitch that fits his unique style.
The tragedy to me is just that if you look, he only had, realistically, because they only got enough for that summer split, obviously, he only had basically 3 splits with the team, and he had 0 worlds, because people don't forget he left before they went to Season 9 Worlds, and that was just, I don't know who the fuck was coaching the team, I might assume the assistant coach. So the tragedy to me is, he was in every final. He was nearly always, it was like Rock Partnership, it was nearly always the number 1 team as well in the split, but they would lose the final and they didn't play any other playoff teams except that first one. So the brutal thing to me is this: I just wish, just for the what if, he had 1 more year. Because I think to myself, DAMWON came up after Griffin. Well, they got 2 years. At the end of 2 years, they were the world champions and were actually champions in the playoffs themselves. But they also started with an incredibly good team, a bunch of amazing players out of nowhere. All of a sudden, they get to the playoffs, have their problems in the playoffs. They also have players who have inexperience and breakdown. So to me, I just wish that I could have seen 1 more year, because this is the other thing that people do, which I hate in esports, which is they genuinely try to act as though you can judge someone in 2021 how good he is, and then you can say, well, you had that player in 2018, and as though it was the same player through all of time. So, for example, actually, the example I gave earlier about Rogue being the Astralis core, people actually do that in CSGO. They say, well, Astralis' core was the best in 2019, so why didn't this guy who had them in 2015, why wasn't he the best if he's a good in-game leader? And it's well, dude, those players had life experience after that. So the same thing I think to myself is, you look right now today at Tarzan, Chovy, sure, Chovy's maybe had a bad split, but the last year or so, Tarzan, Chorzy, and Viper look like they are on the trajectory to be potential GOAT candidates for each of those roles. So the idea this guy got those players, but then unfortunately they did some mad diasporing, split apart. That is a tragedy, because even just for the what if, I want to at least see either 1 Worlds or 1 proper full extra year. After that, fair play if nothing happens, because I think unfortunately DAMWON made it, but that could have been a true golden generation from Korea. Imagine if Griffin and DAMWON could have kept those cores together. That could have been the LPL might even have been the better region, but they could have had the winning teams from Korea. It could have been amazing.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, you lagged a bit through the starts, but I think you got the point out at the end. What I would say to that is that, and this is again a bit of backroom chatter, but my understanding is that cvMax and the Griffin org had a lot of fundamental disagreements and a lot of misalignment, and it felt like it was kind of borrowed time for even longer than maybe people appreciated. And cvMax is a very specific person and a very aggressive specific person, again, in Korean culture, which we've talked about before. And I think it was never going to get more time. It just wasn't possible with how things were set up and how the scenario was. I think it was a bit of a minefield, again, from what I heard in back channel. So, yeah, again, it's a low roll of what the talent brought, but the thing that we have to celebrate is his strong. The question is, what do you think about cvMax? Is like those strengths are like, he's like maybe a top 1, 2, 3 scout ever if he truly does deserve the full credit for the scouting there, and that's something that's going to be lost in time, but still something that should be
or
celebrated.
he's top 1, 2, 3 luckiest person in.
No, there's no way it was luck, but it could have been somebody else telling him who to get.
Sure.
Yeah,
It could also be that like Tarzan was the one who told him get these two guys no matter what, and maybe cvMax was like, hey, I've got a low budget and like I really trust this guy, so let's go with him. So maybe he had the gumption to like for example, when he threw out Pioshik on DRX, that was pretty bold to go with Pioshik over other options like their third team jungler or whatever. But it was the correct call. And it sounds like he's able to make hard, correct calls. And I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt on that he was deeply involved in their scouting, because it seems like his ability to judge two players. Now, he streams a lot. Maybe people who speak Korean have a better read of this, but his ability to judge players seems very good. And that's, again, something that I respect a lot, given that amateur scouting is a lot of judging players with very little context or information. Maybe one more question, then I got some work to do.
No, I think we're done. Like, we, in terms of the other question, let me see if there's another very quick one. I'll do that.
And yes, we're going to win Worlds. That's my expectation.
Let's see here. Which team has surprised you either most pleasantly or negatively? This is in each region's playoff results. We'll do in all regions because that's going to take too long region by region.
I would just pick one each. How about that?
Sure. 100 Thieves surprised me pleasantly. Obviously, like I thought they were not going to be able to overcome the issues that they had. I thought EG would win the initial series. So the fact that they actually won the LCS was certainly I think a pleasantly surprising result for me. I think negatively, it would be hard not to say Rogue. Like, that's just incredibly disappointing. Like, it's not just that they lost, it's how they lost that was so depressing.
I think for me, Mad Lions is the positive one, just because they had a long-term plan. They had indicators they were sticking to, and then results will show that they were right. And also the richness of their understanding of the game. Like this kind of like, they had the same vibe T1 did for all those years, or I guess SKT, we should say, to delineate, had for all those years of like, yeah, you have a big number gold lead, but like it's Mad Lions, just like it was SKT.
They'll figure out a way.
Yeah, bounce back abilities in the Australian dictionary, and I think their bounce back ability is insane. And I now know how many different variables, including identifying the right talent, setting up the right culture, actually supporting them, are required to have that sort of thing. You just aren't only born with it or not born with it. Like it needs to be cultivated. So big shout outs to them. Trying to think if there's any clever ideas for low roll. If PSG, who else? Low rolls. I think you gave the easy answer of Rogue. I think that one is what a lot of people are gonna say, just because, I mean, that was like the team a lot of people modeled themselves after. If PSG hadn't come back and won PCS, amusingly, they might be the answer, because they went 18-0, then lost to best of 5 after being undefeated in 21 games. So I think that team, obviously, PSG Talent impressed at MSI, and I'm happy to see them at Worlds. So they were close to it, but I think Rogue is the default answer otherwise.
I would if Papa hadn't said, I would have picked Mad Lions, just because, like, the problem is this, right? I'll give you a quick analogy. In Counter-Strike, when you get players who are amazing at clutching, like winning a 1v1, a 1v2, 1v3, like unlikely scenarios, basically, fans sometimes will naively actually say that their role is clutcher. And I'm like, that doesn't exist. Like, that's like saying, like, what does that even mean, dude? That's like saying I'd recruit someone only to dunk the basketball. It's like, that's just one part of something that goes with it. So, but as a playing style for a whole team, as we're talking about, that is a real tendency that does actually manifest. So my problem with this was, Mad Lions hadn't played many playoff series because they just won through the upper bracket. So I wanted to see what would really happen in this final. Because people forget, by the way, I notice everyone's done that thing again, where because in your brain you go, well, they won both splits and they go to, we're just going to forget that they were about as close to losing the spring finals as it's possible to be in a fucking best of 5. So to me, the spring one could have, it could have been a fluke, but that could have just been the great day in the final. Like everything went wrong for Rogue, everything went right for Matt. So I wanted to just see it happen. Like I wanted to see it was legit. And the convincing way they won these series, like there's just no argument. Like they are just the best fighting team in the West. So I would say that's the obvious one. I'll just throw one other one out there just for another region. I'll say it actually in light of the conversation about Tarzan, I'll say LNG from the LPL, because if people don't know, first of all, I'm a massive admirer of Tarzan's game. Secondly, the fact he is a Korean jungler, a Korean brain jungler trying to play in China where they speak Chinese. If people think that's easy, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about in this game. Like that's like probably one of the like 10 out of 10 level degree of difficulty moves you could do in the game. So the idea of that team, if people don't know, they started insanely hot. They were like 7-0 in series. They ended the LPL 10-6. So realistically, they were supposed to be the fly by night. They were supposed to be the team that, they were good early, but then people figured them out. And even though Tarzan's good and a couple of other players are good, their lineup isn't supposed to actually be like, top 3 in the LPL. So the fact that they got it together in the playoffs and won an if you haven't seen the playoffs, to go and look it up, an inexplicable series of wins. Like they're beating teams that everyone thinks are supposed to be.
A motley crew of world teams.
An unbelievable run. Like first of all, if you like a Tarzan, brilliant in that sense, but also incredibly unlikely in all the contexts, because the LPL is a ridiculously stacked league. If people don't know, some of the teams that like you would know by name didn't even make the playoffs. That's how tough LPL is at the moment.
And then, isn't it amusing that none of us talk about G2 as one of the memorable lowlights? Or
wild, isn't it? Yeah.
Because like that tonally feels,
narratively it should be number one.
But it doesn't feel like we missed them.
No.
It feels like if you watched the team all year, it was
There's
more
a weight to it.
They never got the X factor back, man. That's the thing.
Like I'm someone who watches League really closely, watches scrims and stuff, and like, if I think about why G2 didn't make it, my best answers are like, well, they lost the perks magic. Like, it's like such a bullshit thing to say out loud.
It's true, though.
It sounds like, but like, what is that?
I know.
Yeah, I'm someone who has to literally specify everything to create things, and I'm like, I don't know, there's something wasn't there. It's like, well, that just seems like rubbish, but yeah, you can't really make too much more sense of it without, knowing some really internal stuff, I guess, because it's a bit inexplicable for sure.
There's just something about that mixture of players that produced those extraordinary results. And you knew when you were watching G2 as well, because they played unlike any other team in League of Legends history, and it was special to watch them. So it was a risk to make the moves that the team did in order to dismantle that. And from the outside, it's obviously impossible to know what the main factors of that were. And for all we knew too, it could have been classic G2 just fucking dicking around during the regular season, and then they turn it on for playoffs. So you kind of just had to sit there and be like, well, I guess we can't count them out yet. It still could happen.
By the way, Monty, there's a famous pet peeve that a lot of fans have, which is that they hate it when the caster sort of kills the hype of the game and says like, basically the game's over. Like, after like, I don't know, someone gets 3 quadrated on the jungle back in the day or something. Like they hate it when you sort of suck the energy out of the air, because they hate the idea you're calling the game and it could still turn around. If you think that's bad, fans, you literally called the entire fucking LEC before 1 second of a game had been played just because Reckless signed to G2. I hope people have now learned. I know the G2 Super Team sort of broke everyone's brains, but Super Teams have a pretty bad track record in League, and they definitely don't tend to work. Like, wow, imagine all 5 of these strengths fit together. That doesn't happen. So to me, I hope this year was a lesson in like, listen, you can have strong opinions, but like, let's definitely not write the whole fucking league off. Because remember, the hype after off-season was G2 have spoiled LEC and just made it so no one can have a chance. Like, that was very far from the reality, as we saw in the end.
I think the narrative about League of Legends is so interesting is that you're right. Super teams very rarely work. The teams that win almost always have a convergence of a meta that helps the star players on that roster who are supported by the other players. It's like, if you happen to stumble into the right meta with the right focus on the right players, that's who tends to like win worlds.
And there's also that extra wrinkle, and maybe I'm biased because of course I've been on the 100 Thieves side, but it's also like, it kind of also has to be the right mix of personalities as well. Like, you can't fully judge what 5 players coming in are going to look like. Maybe in Asia with a little bit less, multiculturalism, you can, it's just 5 players, but especially in North America being a crazy melting pot, it's like, you can't really know what the like two, I
Yes.
guess we have like 2 Koreans, Turkish player, Australian and German. Like you can't really know even through interviewing what all of their quirks are going to add up to when they're in. And so for us to have mental resilience, for example, and be there for each other, is not just a good culture. It's also like a certain group of players. And obviously G2 had that alongside having great players, which is why they're an all-time great team.
By the way, that's actually an aspect that we obviously speculate about on shows because we talk about narratives. So the Perks example is a great example. There's another thing that fans might not fully be aware of, because this is something I've actually looked into quite a lot over the years. There have been tons of studies done that are really interesting about how humans like assign roles in hierarchies that just emerge within groups. And basically, it's really unique because it goes like this from what I read. Basically, if you take 10 people who in their own group would be the leader, but now make a group of just them, automatically one will become the leader. And suddenly a guy is bottom of basically the runt who in a different group was the leader. The problem is that exists in building teams. Because when we talk about these players, we do talk about them as though these were static labels on like a D&D character or something. So for example, people would have said beforehand, like, well, look at Captain Fnatic, like he seemed like a leader, the way he played, and people played off it. Like, maybe that's just with that group of players. Maybe that's when he has Hillsang. Maybe that's when Broxer doesn't talk and he has to do it. You never know what the dynamic of the other players is, unfortunately. So unfortunately, you can have a player, like for all we know, maybe Wonder is super clutch if he was in a different team that's all based around him. That's where I do feel like when you do the personality balance, which is a really interesting, nuanced angle, it's really difficult, of course. It's probably the hardest part, right?
I can't imagine a team with perks on it not being about perks. Just like I can't imagine a team with FBI on it not being about FBI. Certain people are so good and so set in their ways about how they're going to be and how they are as a teammate and things that like I think they do have that gravitational pull concept again, and it will always bandy around that. But you're right. Other than that, even if you go in with certain expectations, what comes out at the end might not match what you're expecting at all. And going from where that ends up naturally to where you need it to be can just tank a season. Like it can be something that just is not salvageable.
All right. Well, that's all the questions we're going to do. Sorry, guys. Normally we answer all your questions, but Papa was here to answer some of them.
We've got LCS champion to answer them. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Not bad.
And also, this show has been 4.5 hours long. So
Nice.
You got extra time. Thank you, Papa, for coming on for 3 hours. I asked for
Pleasure.
an hour. So
The show lasted about twice as long as the fucking final. Not bad. Not bad, right?
Exactly. Perfect.
The right team won both times. Don't worry about it.
There you go. There you go. Exactly.
All right. So thank you. We'll be doing another show next week on LCK Gauntlet and LPL Finals. So it'll be an all Asia spectacular show. So we can appreciate that. It'll be the first all Asia show I think we've done this year, unfortunately. But you guys get it eventually now that all the other finals are over. So thank you very much for joining us. See you next week, same time. Goodbye.